Essential craft service supplies list. Coffee, tea, water, juice, soda, breakfast snacks, e.g. bagels, muffins, croissants, butter, cream cheese, jam, milk, and half, sugar, fruit, trail mix and energy bars, cheese and crackers, hummus and pita bread slices, chips and salsa, small vegetables and dip, small chocolate candies, never put out on the craft service table until after lunch, cookies, nuts and raisin mix, gum, paper plates, paper cups, paper towels, napkins, utensils, electric coffee maker, electric hot water kettle, portable beverage cooler, small fire extinguisher, first aid kit, aspirin, ibuprofen, sunscreen, hand sanitizer. Shopping for craft service is best done at a discount warehouse store. You can buy in bulk to save money and reduce packaging. In many cities, you can order online and have the supplies delivered for a nominal charge. Finalize production book. Now it's time to finalize the production book with the overall schedule. The names and contact info for all cast and crew, the vendor information list, and location contact information. You can email this to all the cast and crew or post it online securely so it can only be accessed by cast and crew. Buy production supplies and expendables. Unlike office supplies, production supplies and expendables are the materials you'll need for the production phase of the project. It will include office supplies, but also much more. You should check with department heads to find out if they need anything that should be ordered or acquired by the production department. Grip and lighting department expendables. Various rolls of adhesive tape, gaffers, camera, double stick, paper tape, etc., in different colors and sizes. Gels and diffusions for use on lights and windows. Show cards and foam core. Dust off or canned air. Clothespins, rope, twine, monofilament, fishing line. Fabrics, rubber matting. Camera department expendables. Various adhesive tapes, dust off and canned air. Empty film cans and bags, if shooting film. Eyepiece covers. Camera reports, digital or paper. Script supervisor, digital camera for continuity photos. Any report paperwork. Wardrobe and costume. Digital still camera. Hangers, steam iron, wardrobe racks. Production design and art and props. Tarps to protect floors. Paper tape. Bubble wrap to protect props. Sound. Batteries. AD. Pads of paper. Portable printer. Printer paper. Toner and ink. Production. Portable file boxes. File folders. Pens. Pencils. Office supplies. Stapler and staples. Sharpies. Petty cash receipt book. Rubber bands. Paper clips. Stationery. Envelopes. Reams of printing paper. Reams of colored printing paper. Portable printer. Toner and ink. Locks for securing the back door of any rental trucks. Copy final scripts. It's time to make multiple copies of the script for all department heads, actors, etc. If changes are made after this time, they should be printed on colored paper and given out to all department heads and actors each day they occur. One color will be used for each revision so that everyone can keep track of the changes and add them to their scripts. This is done digitally as well as for those who use an electronic device to read scripts and other materials. Send out final vendor lists and create pickup day instructions. This is the time to amend any last-minute changes to your vendor equipment lists. The department head should confirm the final list. Then you can lock it and make and send copies to the PAs for their pickup day runs. This will reduce confusion at the rental house as well. Create one document that contains all necessary information: vendor addresses, phone numbers, contact names, driving directions, and a list of what needs to be done or picked up at each location. Include any paperwork, e.g. credit card authorizations, etc., that need to be given to the vendors. Then hand or send a copy to each of the PAs doing the pickups in the rental van or truck. If there is an exterior locking mechanism on the back of the trucks, make sure to give the PAs locks with keys so they can lock them up between pickups. Have final pre-production meeting with key department heads. This is a very important meeting to schedule the week before principal photography begins. With the director, production team, and all key department heads present, the assistant director will run through the overall shooting plan for the film. For a feature film, the focus will be on the first few days of the shooting schedule. But if there are any potential conflicts with the extended shooting schedule, they can be addressed as well. Go through the first day's schedule in detail. Transportation, how to get to the location, setup times, etc. Department heads will bring up any specific questions, concerns, or problems. Crew across all departments can discuss, problem solve, and come up with final solutions. This is the last time to sit down and discuss together in detail before the hectic pace of the shoot starts. Create accurate driving directions for all locations and stages. Accurate driving directions for all locations and stages are essential. I can't stress this enough. Many a shooting schedule has been destroyed because production vehicles got lost on the way to location, and the whole shoot was negatively impacted. The location manager should create the driving directions. If you do not have a location manager, then have a trusted member of the AD department or production team drive to each location and write down detailed directions with the correct mileage, etc. Online directions can be a good starting place, but you must have someone drive and amend them to make sure they are correct. Remember that some roadways and bridges may have restrictions on what kind of vehicles can legally be driven there. In that case, you'll have two sets of driving directions, one for cars and small vans, and one for commercial vehicles. In certain locations, there may be limits to how big or heavy a truck can be. There have been times where I've had to cross a bridge and our grip truck is too big or heavy. In that case, you'll need to find a different route to get the truck to that location, or you'll rent multiple smaller and lighter vehicles to get the equipment to the location. The alternate directions may take longer for the journey, so do the research and give those vehicles an earlier departure time for the location. In some cities, public transportation may be the best way for the cast and crew to travel to the shooting location. This can save you a lot of time and money, but if there is a problem with the subway or metro on the morning of your shoot, your production could be delayed by late arrivals. In those situations, I often have the key cast and crew driven to set, and the other production personnel take public transportation. Pre-visualize and create who's doing what lists. There are so many details that need to be attended to for a successful production. It's important to make sure you don't forget any of them, or it can have a perilous impact on the film. To avoid this predicament, I sit down with the production manager periodically throughout pre-production, at least 1 week before our first day of principal photography, and pre-visualize the entire first few days of production to make sure we have not forgotten anything. I see every step in the process for the final pre-production day and the first day of shooting. The PAs arriving at the van rental place and picking up the vehicles and driving to the location, the production and craft service people arriving and setting up, the DP and other departments arriving and beginning to work, the hair and makeup crew moving into their trailers or rooms and setting up their departments. Next, the cast with the first call times arriving, then checking in with the AD and the director, and then heading to the hair and makeup and wardrobe rooms to get ready, etc. By meticulously visualizing each step, the production manager and I can pick up on things we may have forgotten and have the time to take care of them. For instance, we may discover we don't have enough PAs for the first shoot day, or the hair and makeup crew doesn't have a designated room at the first location, or we forgot to schedule a car to pick up the actors for the early call time. Pre-visualization is incredibly helpful and a great way to catch potentially catastrophic mistakes. We have a week to rectify and make adjustments. Pre-visualization also allows you to see the whole day in your mind, and you will feel as if you have already lived it. On the actual shoot day, you are able to stay present because you have already seen how the day is supposed to happen, and now you can concentrate on what is happening in the moment. This may sound new agey, but I've been doing it for years and find it to be a very helpful tool. This is also the time to work out who is doing what lists, assign tasks to the production team personnel, and check in with the AD to make sure every little detail and task has been taken care of. Final day's countdown. Lock pickup lists. The day before the start of principal photography is the pickup day of all equipment, props, etc. You'll need 2 production assistants for each vehicle you rent. One person to sit in the van while the other PA does the pickups at the rental house. Someone is always in the vehicle, so the equipment, props, etc. can't be stolen, and in case the vehicle needs to be moved while the other PA is picking up. At this point, I want to mention a disturbing scam that has happened in New York City in the past. This happened to a student of mine who, with some quick thinking and fast running, was able to foil the robbers. Here's how it worked. The robbers loitered outside of known equipment rental houses and waited while the PA returning equipment brought in the first load. While the other PA was up front in the driver's seat, they opened the back door of the van and took the camera cases before the other PA had returned. You can never be too careful, so always have one PA guard the equipment and make sure the van doors are locked between trips. Review this protocol with all of your production assistants before they go out on their runs, and give them a lock if the van or truck has a slot in the back. For the pickup list, create a realistic schedule based on the start time and end time for the workday. That way you can time out how long it will take to get from one place to another and to load in the equipment and props. This list should have the name of the businesses, the addresses with cross streets, phone numbers, and the contact names. Include a comprehensive list of everything that needs to be picked up at each location. This allows the PAs to check off each item on the list before leaving the rental house. If they have any questions, is it okay to replace one kind of tripod with another because it is not available on pickup day? They should call you to double-check. Make sure you have taken care of payment, cash, credit card, on account, ahead of time, so there are no delays. Organize everything in the most efficient and streamlined way. Start from where the PAs will pick up the van, truck, or car. Remember to check ahead of time that they have their driver's licenses and are old enough to drive the rental vehicles. Some rental companies require the driver to be at least 25 years old to rent or drive a vehicle. Also, find out if you need to register each person who will be driving the vehicle, or if the company allows any employee on the shoot to use the vehicle and receive insurance coverage. Schedule the pickups so the runs closest to the vehicle rental place are done first, then fanning outward from there. Usually the equipment houses don't allow pickups until later in the afternoon. Remember to check their rules. So often it's best to purchase or pick up food, craft service, expendables, film stock, props, and other supplies earlier in the day. When picking up equipment, make sure you have determined that the van or truck will have enough time and space to get it all done. If not, you'll need to alter your plan and maybe rent an additional vehicle and hire 2 more PAs to get it all done in one day. The pickup day is critical. It's the day you put together all the means of production that you need for the next day, the first day of principal photography. Crew perform checkouts on rental equipment. When renting any camera equipment, you'll need to hire the assistant camera person to do a checkout at the rental facility. During the checkout, the AC will go through every piece of equipment, camera body, lenses, follow focus, matte box, filters, tripod, etc., and make sure it is all working properly. If not, the AC will alert the rental company so it can replace the equipment with a properly working one. This process usually takes a full day, and you'll need to budget for the AC salary and contact the rental house ahead of time so you can reserve space there for the checkout. Finalize call sheet and directions for first day of shooting and send and confirm with all cast and crew. The AD will create a call sheet for the production. A call sheet is one sheet that lists the name, phone number, and email address for each cast and crew member, and it designates each person's individual call time for that shoot day. The AD or a member of the production staff will need to call and or email each cast or crew member with the call time and directions for the first shoot day. This needs to be done no later than 24 hours before the call time the next day. It should be clear in the email that everyone needs to email back or call or text a specific phone number to confirm. For those cast or crew members who have not confirmed by early afternoon, the AD or production person will call or text them to get a confirmation. Keeping a running tally, the AD must confirm each person by the end of the day. If someone is missing from the list, they need to alert the producer because it means that person may not show up the next day, and the producer will need to decide how to handle it. For future shoot days, the call, time, and directions information will be given out at the end of the shoot day via the new call sheet. So you only need to do this on the day before principal photography, or for any cast or crew members who are coming in to work for the first time after principal photography has begun. For cast members, the call times and directions are usually sent to and confirmed by their agents. If actors don't have agents or managers, then they are contacted directly. I also recommend that you call the cast personally on the day before the first shoot day, just to be assured that they received the correct information from their agents. Refer to the bonus PDF for the Sunday call sheets. Recap. 1. Remember the production triangle: fast, good, and cheap. You only get 2 out of 3. 2. Make sure to get the funding into a bank account based on the cash flow schedule so you can stay on schedule for pre-production. 3. Follow the detailed pre-production timeline for the months leading up to the start of principal photography. Chapter 7. Locations. The essential thing in heaven and earth is that there should be a long obedience in the same direction. Thereby results, and has always resulted in the long run, something which has made life worth living. Friedrich Nietzsche. Finding the right locations for your film is always a big challenge. By hiring a location scout, you'll be able to access their contacts and experience to help you find the best locations for your project. If you are on a tight budget and can't hire a scout, you'll need to devise other strategies to find your locations. Create location lists. Go to your script breakdown and determine how many sets you require for your film. Then discuss with the director, DP, and production designer whether the set will be built in a studio or shot on location. It is often cheaper to shoot in a location than to rent a stage and build a set. In some cases, there may be flexibility. The preference may be to shoot on a stage unless the right location is found. Discuss if other locations could be used to replicate the real thing. For instance, it is usually very difficult to procure a working hospital room for a shoot day, but a hospital-like room in a nursing home or veterinarian's office may be more doable and affordable. Talk out these options ahead of time so the location scout has as much flexibility as possible when scouting. Discuss what the visual and logistical priorities are for each location. Explain to the scout that you'll need certain things, e.g. a bathroom for cast and crew, running water, a place to set up tables and chairs for the crew meals, nearby parking, a freight elevator to load in equipment, etc. The scout will request a tentative budget. the amount you can pay for each shoot day, so the scout can plan accordingly. For example, if you are looking for a luxury loft space and can't afford a fully furnished high-end condo, you might be able to dress a low-rent artist's loft further from the center of town and bring in all your own props and a coat of paint. Your strategy will start to emerge. The specifics of location scouting. Once you have the list, you and the location scout should come up with a game plan for scouting locations to maximize time and money. Consult with them on where they have filmed in the past that may work for your film. Decide which locations are the priority. Some will be more important to find than others. You may decide that the office location may be the most important one because it will be used the majority of the shooting days, but you can use a friend's apartment as a backup location if you don't find the bedroom set. It's amazing how helpful it is to the creative process to get photos of actual locations, so the creative teams can start to make specific plans. The location scout will be hired based on a day rate. The rate may or may not include the use of a personal car, and will charge for travel expenses, gas, tolls, parking, as well. Agree to a timeline based on your budget, how many sites to be scouted and photographed per day, and when you'll receive the location photos, usually uploaded each night or the next morning to a password-protected website. Give all the vital information you can to the scout before she begins her work. Include info like 1. Day or night. 2. Tentative shoot dates. 3. How many cast and crew. 4. The need for a place to feed crew. 5. The need for running water or electricity. 6. Bathroom, or are you bringing an RV or trailer? 7. Specific looks or shots that are required, e.g., what you see when looking out a window. 8. Sync sound or MOS, no sound recording. Location photo folders. The location scout will post the photos from each location in their own folder on a password-protected website that can be accessed by all members of the creative team and production staff. There should be a 360-degree picture of the room, and then individual photos that show every aspect of the room. If the director or DP or production designer needs specific angles or elements, the scout will be sure to photograph those too. The producer should make certain to have access to all pertinent information. 1. The address, phone number, email address, and contact person name. 2. Time of day when photo was taken. 3. Notes describing what direction the location windows are facing, north, south, east, and west. This helps the DP to determine where the light would be at a specific time on a specific day. 4. The usual location rental fee. You may or may not want the scout to inquire about the rental fee. 5. Any restrictions or caveats that are important to know when considering that particular location, e.g., it's not available on Sundays or only available weekdays from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. Once you receive the first batch of photos, you can determine if the scout is on the right track. Discuss with the creative team and then give specific feedback to the scout for the next day and allow her to be more accurate when she is scouting. You'll repeat this process until all of the locations are found for your project. Check with local film commissions for leads. Every state has a film commission, and most large cities and regions have one as well. Created to support all productions in the area or state, they can give helpful leads and information about potential locations and often have a photographic locations archive that is viewable on their website. To find the local city and region, state and international film commissions go to the Association of Film Commissioners International at www.afci.org. Check out the website for the city or region that is closest to where you are shooting for all pertinent information about services they provide and film permit rules, if applicable. Then call and briefly explain your project to the appropriate person at the office. See if they have any other ideas or information that isn't on their website, so you get as much free assistance as you can. Your tax dollars pay for it when looking for your locations. I've had great experiences with many film commissions over the years. They are usually very knowledgeable and are a big help if you are shooting in an area that you are not familiar with. Once you do find your locations, they will give you the rules and regulations for the area and help coordinate the permit application process. City parks, public housing, and other local governmental land are often free or almost free for filming purposes. The Film Commission will have the contact info for the various agencies and personnel, so you can follow up on those possibilities. On the short film Tortebluma, we had to recreate the World War II Nazi concentration camp Treblinka somewhere in New York City on a very tight budget. For several scenes, we chose to shoot in Brooklyn, New York, at the Floyd Bennett Field in the Gateway National Park. The permit was very affordable, and we were able to get the looks and locations we needed. Federal, state, and local historical societies are another affordable way to find great locations with built-in production design. Often charging a nominal rental fee, all of the furnishings are historically correct and in good condition, a real boon for a low-budget period production. As mentioned before, we shot the majority of Wisconsin Death Trip at Wisconsin historical sites. My favorite one was the 19th century steam locomotive restored by the community of Eagle, Wisconsin, who were kind enough to let us shoot on it for 2 different scenes. Alternatives to hiring a location scout. If your budget is too tight to hire a location scout, I suggest 2 other options. 1. Pay a fee to a professional location scout to share his or her location archives with you. Or 2. You and the director scout for yourselves. Many scouts maintain comprehensive picture files of the thousands of locations they have scouted over the years, and will go through their databases and share the ones that might work for your project. Each location file will contain photos of all angles of the site, address, contact name and number, and the requested location fee. This can jumpstart your scouting and save a lot of time for a relatively low fee to the scout. If you can't afford that option, the task will fall to the producer and director to find the locations on their own. This is where resourcefulness, serendipity, negotiating experience, and good people skills come into play. Send out an email to family and friends, and use social media to let everyone know what you are looking for. Be as specific as you can about what, where, and when you plan to shoot. People can forward your email to others and get the word out. I've gotten great leads this way, and often people think of places that you might not have considered. Sometimes people find the prospect of having a movie shot at their home an exciting idea and will volunteer it for free. The other thing to remember is the power of production design. An available and affordable location may not look like the right place, but with some paint, props, and clever art direction, it could work very nicely. Writer and director Paul Cotter, Bomber and Shameless, likes to be flexible when scouting for low-budget productions. He'll rewrite a scene to fit a location, as long as the essential dramatic thrust of the scene remains the same, just in a different place with its own sense of character. Finalizing location decisions. Once you have several good location possibilities, and you have narrowed down your choices, you need to make some decisions. You'll want to go visit your first and second choices with the director, and director of photography if possible, to see if those choices are appropriate for the project. Plan to look at no less than 2 places for each location in your film. That way, you'll have a possible backup option. When you visit the property, you need to consider many things at once. Here's a checklist. Is there any new or ongoing construction in the area that could impact your shoot? Any limitations, days or times, on when it is available? Is this the right look for the film? Is it big enough for your shooting purposes? Does it have all the props and set dressing you need, or will you have to buy or rent more or different ones? Are there bathroom facilities for cast and crew use? Is there a holding area for talent? A place for hair and makeup and wardrobe to set up and work? Where will cast and crew be able to sit and eat for lunch? Do you need to bring in tables and chairs, or procure a separate nearby location for the catered meal? Where can you park the trucks and/or vans for the production? Is it safe, or will you need a security person to watch the vehicles all day or night long? Is there room to stage equipment when it's not in use? Is there an internet connection for the production staff's laptop computers? Do you get good cell phone service? Are there any sound issues with the location? Noisy radiators or ventilation systems that can't be turned off or quieted, or an active construction site across the street? Is the location affordable for your budget? If it is a period production, does the location have any attributes that will be problematic for the historical period you are shooting for? Once you have all the answers for each location, you can make your decision. A location may look perfect and be affordable, but if there are no bathroom facilities, you may have to rent an RV or trailer, and that will add to the overall cost. The location you want may not be available for the shoot dates you had in mind. Can you change the schedule so you can shoot there when it is rentable? What if you and the director love a location but the rental rate is beyond your budget? Negotiation is the next step in the process. Negotiating the deal. Everything is open to negotiation. If both parties in a negotiation want something to happen and can get enough of what they want, then it can happen. If you are asking for a reduction, sometimes a significant reduction, in a rental price, then you need to come up with other ways to compensate for the requested discount. Here are a few possibilities to consider. 1. Name or company name in the screen credits of the film. 2. A DVD or digital link of the finished project. 3. The owner's son wants to be in a film. Do you have a role for an extra? 4. The owner's daughter wants to get into film school. Can she work on your film as a PA to get some experience? 5. Advertising for their company. One of my students bartered with a restaurant that was near campus. In exchange for shooting at the location for free, he put up flyers around campus one afternoon to advertise the restaurant to students. 6. Offer to pay for the location's employee to stay with you overnight during the shoot to make sure everything runs smoothly. This works really well because the employee knows where everything is and can be helpful while shooting at the location. 7. If the location serves food, promise to purchase the cast and crew lunches for each shoot day. That will add to their bottom line. 8. Offer to shoot some digital footage of the location for promo purposes to use on their website and social media. 9. Offer to shoot the owner's niece's wedding video the following summer in exchange for a free location now. 10. Get creative. There are many ways to provide compensation other than money. Backup locations. Having backup locations for all of your top choices is essential. I always negotiate a good deal with the backup location first. Once that is in place, I then negotiate with the first choice to get the best deal possible. Having the alternate location in your back pocket gives you confidence and leverage when trying to make a deal with your number one choice. Once you have a deal for your first choice, let the backup location know that you are going with a different location, but really love their location, and will keep it in mind for other projects. Make sure you are professional and considerate because sometimes your preferred location pulls out while in final pre-production, and you'll need to return to the backup and shoot there. This happens more often than one would like, so always be prepared. Paperwork. Once you have negotiated the terms, you'll need to agree on a payment schedule. Then both parties will sign a location release form and possible contract. The owner will require an insurance certificate for the shoot dates as well. Location release form. A location release form should state the shoot dates and alternate or backup dates, address, rental rate per hour, number of hours, e.g. $1,000 for a 12-hour day, and then $150 per hour after 12 hours. The form will include other information like whether you have to hire someone to oversee the production, liability issues, a hold harmless clause, see Chapter 9, Legal, who has responsibility for what, a payment schedule, security deposit amount, and when or how it will be returned, access to certain areas of the location, including a freight elevator and parking, and when the key department heads can have access to the location prior to the shoot dates for a tech scout and other prep. Once negotiated, both parties need to sign and keep a copy for their records. It's important to sign the deal as soon as possible, so you know you are locked far enough in advance for shooting. If the owner hesitates to sign the contract in a timely manner, it may be a warning sign, and you may need to go with your backup location. The more lead time you have, the better you will be able to switch to another location if necessary. Notice that I keep referring to the owner of the location. You must get the owner's signature, not a manager or relative or employee, because that is the only person who has the legally binding authority to sign the location agreement. General Liability Insurance Certificate. Insurance is a critical part of covering your liability for all of the production's locations. See Chapter 10, Insurance. Liability is another word for things that you and the production are responsible for, legally. Each location's owner will require a general liability insurance certificate before they will let you onto their premises. Often, the owners will have specific language as to how they want the certificate to read. This is often the case when you shoot in a city, state, or federal property, requiring a certificate written out to the public authority itself. Every production insurance policy specifies a certain dollar amount for the limits, usually between $1 and $2 million. If the owner requires a higher limit, you will need to either buy an additional amount of insurance, a rider, or you will have to find another location that will accept your insurance coverage. Co-ops and condos. While we are talking about property ownership, we should also cover the issue of co-ops and condos and their boards. In many U.S. cities, apartment owners live in buildings that are run as co-ops or condominiums. For these types of properties, there are co-op and condo boards, or homeowner associations, that run the management of the buildings and uphold the building's rules and regulations. In these cases, the co-op or condo owner is not the only entity you need to get permission from to enter and film on the premises. You'll need to contact the boards or associations to get approval as well. Usually, co-op or condo boards meet once a month, so you should contact them at least 6 to 8 weeks before you plan to shoot, so you get on the agenda for the next board meeting. They may ask you to submit an application with a letter, budget, script, and production plan, and require you to appear at the next meeting in person. If you get approval, you will need to create an insurance certificate for the co-op or condo association as well as the individual homeowner. Usually, there will be a list of rules you must follow and/or a fee to be paid to the co-op or condo association. If you agree to the terms, make sure to get a signed permission letter from the co-op or condo board for your files. Gated communities or developments in the United States will have associations that operate in a similar way to co-op or condo boards. Sometimes the homeowners don't even understand that there are rules they have to follow for a film shoot request, so do your research to find out if the location has such a governing body. One of my students shot a short film at her uncle's home in a development outside of Washington, D.C. She asked if there were any other approvals needed to shoot in his home, and he said no. On the morning of the film shoot, as the production van and assorted cars descended upon her uncle's home, she was promptly visited by 2 condo association board members who tried to shut her down because she didn't get their permission. She explained that she was told that she didn't have to, and it was her uncle who got in trouble. They worked it all out, but it was a stressful way to start the production. Permits. Filming permits are often required when you shoot in U.S. cities and towns. Permits are usually required for public exteriors in many cities or towns, e.g., sidewalks, roadways, public parks. It's also a way for municipalities to track productions that are shooting in the area and to make sure that the production crew is following the local regulations and supplying a general liability insurance certificate during the production period. As discussed earlier in this chapter, film commissions will provide you with this information. Go to the website or call the office to discuss your specific production needs and how to apply for a permit. Some cities require a fee for a permit and others do not. Los Angeles has a rather expensive fee structure for filming permits, although qualified students pay a small nominal fee. New York has a free optional permit for certain kinds of low-impact filming and a flat nominal fee for a permit for larger productions. Police and fire and sheriff's departments. Depending on your production's filming requirements, you may need to involve the police, fire, or sheriff's departments of the local municipality. If you need to stop traffic, block off a street, or shoot with equipment on the outside of a vehicle, you'll need to contact the police or the sheriff for permission and coordination. Working with the local authority, they will determine if you need to pay a permit fee, hire local officers, and follow any other safety regulations. The New York Police Department's Film and TV unit is an exception and provides police officers for free, per the determination of the Mayor's Office of Media and Entertainment. If you need to open a hydrant to access water for a wet-down, watering down a street, or if you are planning to use pyrotechnics, you will need permission and, in most cases, pay a fee to the local fire department. Give yourself several weeks to complete the application to request permission. Tech Scout. We discussed this in depth in Chapter 6, Pre-Production. Please refer to that section. Shoot Day Protocol. On the shoot day, the location manager, if you don't have one, then the first assistant director will usually perform this role, will arrive 1/2 hour prior to anyone else's call time. She will have decided where each vehicle will be parked, where to load in, and where each department will set up at the location. Each crew and cast person needs to check in with the location manager or AD and follow their instructions. Otherwise, anarchy will reign. Run through with owner. At the beginning of the shoot day or the day before, the location manager or producer will do a run-through of the location with the owner. After taking digital photos and video of the entire location and close-ups of any details that show prior damage, the location manager or producer will write up a list describing any pre-existing damage to the location, and both the owner and location manager or producer must sign it. Remind each department that it is important to treat the location with utmost care. Protective boards should be put down on the floors if necessary. Sound blankets wrapped around fragile furniture and protective material affixed to walls to protect them. Grips and art department crew should be knowledgeable of what kind of tape they can use on certain surfaces and check in with the AD if there are any questions or concerns. Remind the crew to report any problems or damage to the location as soon as it occurs, so the location manager or producer is aware of it immediately. It's vital to know about damage as soon as it happens, rather than finding out about it afterwards or having the owner point it out later. If the production team learns about the damage as soon as it happens, they can come up with a solution or try to fix it immediately before the shoot is over. Leave it better than you found it. The best mantra for location shooting is, leave it better than you found it. The location manager or production manager should inform the crew of the rules for proper garbage disposal at the location Most locations will require you to take all of your garbage with you when you leave, or they may allow you to use their dumpster for a fee. Film production normally creates a lot of trash, and you should expect to make arrangements to take it away. In most cities, it is illegal to dump your garbage in public garbage cans on the street. Green set protocols. In running a green set, you'll plan to recycle as much as you can. Most communities have public rules for recycling glass, metal, plastic, and paper. There are often places in a city where you can recycle or donate set construction materials. Research ahead of time and refer to the PGA's Green Production Guide website at www.greenproductionguide.com. Idiot check. An idiot check is when you go around a location, every nook and cranny, looking for any equipment or materials that have been left behind. Forgetting equipment is a nuisance at the least and expensive at the most, requiring someone to retrieve it the next day or causing you to pay to replace it. Best to check the location thoroughly before departing, so you don't leave anything behind. At the end of the shoot day after the crew has wrapped, the owner and location manager will do the same run-through together again. The owner will point out any new damage caused by the filming. If there is any damage, it will be noted on the sheet. Photos and video should be taken to document it. Depending on the circumstances, these could also be used for an insurance claim. If it is slight damage, the owner may request immediate repairs or a small payment from the production company as compensation. If so, this deal can be written onto the location sheet and signed by the owner and producer to finalize the agreement. If the damage is extensive, then an insurance claim will be necessary. The producer should make a claim the next day and begin the paperwork process with the insurance company. See Chapter 10, Insurance. To begin the process, photos and descriptions will be needed, and an explanation provided to the insurance agent. Remember that each insurance policy has a deductible, so confirm that the estimate for the claim is larger than the deductible limit before contacting the insurance company. The day after the location shoot. Always remember to call and thank the owners the next day. Make sure they are satisfied with how everything turned out and follow up on any outstanding issues. You want to leave a good impression and do the right thing. By leaving on good terms, you'll be able to go back there and film again. And it's not just your reputation, but also the film industry's reputation that is at stake. There have been many times in the past when I approached a potentially great location, and they refused to let us shoot there because they had a bad experience with another film production a few months before. It's horrible to have a good location ruined by inept and unprofessional productions. Be courteous and responsible when you shoot. Tax incentive programs. As mentioned in Chapter 4, Funding, many states and cities in the United States have tax incentive programs to entice film productions to film in their area. Film production can bring in a lot of money and jobs, so many states have created rebates ranging from 5% to 25%. Some states give cash back at the end of the production, and other states give a tax rebate to the production company over a period of years. Some require you to shoot a certain portion of the budget in the state, and others have less rigid regulations. Most have a minimum spend, so very low-budget productions may not be eligible. Go to www.producertoproducer.com to learn about the various film tax incentive programs in the areas you are interested in for your production. Recap. 1. Create your list of required locations and hire a location scout familiar with the area. If you can't hire a scout, the scouting will be done by the production staff. 2. The location scout will post digital photos online so the producer, director, and other key department heads can look at them and give back notes to the producer. 3. Check with local film commissions for information about possible locations and permits. 4. Finalize your location choices. Secure a deal for your backup location first, and then negotiate for your first choice location. 5. Get a signed location release form and obtain an insurance certificate for your general liability coverage for the locations. 6. Have the location manager, production manager, or assistant director, if you don't have a location manager, coordinate the cast and crew and equipment on the shoot day for all logistics. 7. Contact the local police and fire departments if you have any production issues that fall under their jurisdictions. 8. Utilize tax incentive programs for the areas you are shooting in to stretch your production dollars. Chapter 8. Hiring Crew. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. African proverb. Hiring crew is one of the producer's most important and creative tasks. Finding the best and brightest for your project requires patience, research, instinct, and vision. It's important to learn what each job entails and discuss what attributes the director is looking for in each key creative position. You will also need to factor in the budget and other resources and requirements when casting the crew. How each crew position fits in with the overall production is a bit of a puzzle. Let's start with an overall understanding of crew jobs and organization. Crew positions. Who does what? Refer to the bonus PDF for a quick reference for all the crew positions that contribute to a production. Depending on the size and budget of a production, the crew configuration will change. Each low-budget independent project, based on budget and other factors, will have some of these positions and not others. In Chapter 3, Budgeting, I outlined a short description of each job. Refer to the bonus PDF for the master list of key crew positions to consider for your production. Finding talented crew. What kind of production are you creating? Really low budget with a very small crew? A production with very high production values, so you'll need to hire very experienced key department heads? A production that needs to stretch the budget, so you want to discover new talent that will work for less money than more established key creatives? These are discussions you need to have with the director to manage expectations and set a strategy for who and how you'll hire crew. Where to find crew? There is no one way to find talented crew people. If you have worked with good crew members in the past, you'll often hire them for the next gig. It's always great to work alongside people with whom you have a shared production history. You have a shorthand of common experience and know the person's strengths and weaknesses and feel comfortable working together. Asking trusted colleagues for recommendations is a good way to find possible hires. Look at favorite films and read the screen credits. Visit online resources like www.productionhub.com, www.shootingpeople.com, and Location Film Commission's websites. Film schools can also be a good place to find affordable crew members. There are below-the-line agents who focus on representing the key department heads like line producers, cinematographers, production designers, hair and makeup, costume designers, and editors. If you have a large enough budget, contact them for recommendations and demo reels. Hiring criteria. This is where the casting of your crew begins, and here's a short list of criteria. 1. Talent. 2. Previous experience. 3. Excellent references. 4. Availability for prep and shooting period. 5. Interest and vision for the project. 6. Work ethic. 7. Good connections for potential vendor discounts and favors. 8. Good contacts for other crew members in the department. 9. Compatibility with director. 10. Plays well with others. 11. Not a yeller and treats everyone with mutual respect. 12. Does not lie. 13. Communicates effectively. You can place the emphasis anywhere you'd like in this list, but for me, personality, work ethic, and honesty pretty much trump talent and experience every time. I'm not saying I'd hire someone who was not right for the job, but those other factors are just as important, and even more so, when you have limited resources and everyone has to pull together to create a miracle. I've changed my feelings about this over the years. I used to tolerate a-holes more, but I've gotten older and now realize that there are tons of talented people who are decent and true as well. So I work just with those people. Life really is too short. The nice, talented people need to be rewarded for their decency, and I support them, one production at a time. Watch demo reels. Each semester I teach a class on how to watch demo reels and how to decide who is best to hire for your production. Most crew have either a website with their video portfolio posted or a link to a password-protected demo reel. If you are hiring for a narrative project, it's best to watch scenes from past narrative work and not only a montage reel. Why should you watch clips from scenes? Because it allows you to see if the person did work that was appropriate for what you think is required for that particular scene. A montage reel doesn't give you any context for analysis of their work. For DP reels, even if I am hiring for a narrative project, I will often watch the person's documentary work as well, if available. Why? Because it gives you insight to how they frame and shoot material when it is not specifically created ahead of time, i.e., storyboards. It can be helpful in making a decision about the person's talent. If the DP owns equipment like a camera and/or lenses and offers it to the production at a discount, don't factor that into your decision to hire the person. I've seen so many filmmakers make their decision based on a hot new camera and not base their hiring decision on the cinematographer's talent. Check references. Always check references. My very few bad crew hires over the years only happened when I was too desperate or felt I didn't have enough time to check references. Learn from my pain. Check them out. Ask each of your top potential crew hires for 2 references. The crew person should be more than happy to give them to you, and if they balk, that's a red flag and you should walk away. It's standard practice for crew to have several references available upon request. Once given the reference's contact info, email them with a short introduction of who you are and ask if there is a good time for a quick call to discuss their reference for that crew person. Producers and directors are busy people, so when you call them, have your questions ready to go. Then call them at the appointed time and thank them for taking the time to speak. Here's a good list of questions to ask. 1. How long have you known the person? 2. What position did the person fill on your film? What kind of job did they do? Great? Good? Bad? 3. Describe any specific issues you are concerned about on your particular production, e.g., we don't have much setup time, or we have a very temperamental lead actor, etc., and ask the person if they think the crew person could handle that particular situation. 4. Would you hire them again? If so, why? If not, why not? 5. What are their strengths? 6. What are their weaknesses? 7. Anything else I should know? Any final insights regarding working with this person? Understand that it is human nature to say nice things about people even if the person was just okay. So the question, what are their weaknesses, is the most important question in the list. Many people get uncomfortable when answering this question. You have to wait it out until they answer that question, because what they say in that answer will probably determine if you hire that person or not. If their weakness is a minor thing, no worries. But if it's a major thing, like every day we were behind schedule by an hour because they were really slow at lighting, then you may decide you can't hire the person. I always respond to producers when they ask for references on crew people, because if they are good, I want to help them get more work. And if they are not up to standard, I want to share helpful information in a professional way so that producer can make their best hiring decision. On hold, confirm or book, or release. Clear communication when hiring crew is essential. There is a protocol for hiring film crew based on very specific words, and it's important to know the words and their meaning to avoid any confusion. You are putting together a crew made up of freelancers, so it's important to be clear about the status of a potential hire. On hold means that the crew person is keeping the date available for your production, but is not officially hired. I always send an email to the crew person with the on-hold language and the dates, so I'm clear that it's a hold and not a booking yet. The written email helps to remind everyone of the hiring status. Confirm or book means that you are committing to pay the crew person for those dates, whether or not your production moves forward. This occurs when you are 100% certain that the production will happen on that particular date, and you want to ensure the crew person is locked in for your production. This is a crucial moment for a producer. It means that there is a firm commitment to pay that crew person no matter what. After someone is confirmed, you can't unbook them. If the shoot cancels, you still owe them their salary. A confirmation or booking may happen because the shoot is finalized and is a go, or it may occur when there is a challenge. Mentioned later. Release means that the producer no longer needs or wishes to hire the crew person for the dates that were on hold. The production may have been canceled or the decision made to hire a different person for the position. If you decide not to shoot or change the dates, you need to release the crew person as soon as possible so they can become available for other work on those dates. Challenge occurs when a crew person says you are on a first hold or a second hold. If you are a first hold, then if you book them, you'll get them. If it's a second hold and you want to book them, you'll need to challenge for their availability. They will need to go back to their first hold client, explain that you are ready to confirm them, and give the client 24 hours to make a decision to confirm or release them. If you get them, it's an automatic confirmation, and you'll have to pay the crew person even if the production cancels. Salary negotiation and most favored nation. When hiring cast and crew, I always recommend using most favored nation as the way of keeping rates the same across each department. As discussed in Chapter 6, Pre-Production, each crew person at the same rank has the same salary rate. This protocol keeps salaries equitable. Hiring paperwork. When you hire a crew and cast, there will be paperwork that needs to be filled out and signed before the person can work on your project and get paid. Have this paperwork ready for each hire to sign when they come onto the project so you have the legal right to their work and can pay each person promptly. To follow are the key documents. Deal memo. A deal memo is the agreement that states the rules that the production company and crew or cast person agree to for the length of the production. The deal point should include 1. Crew contact info and emergency contact info. 2. Compensation, payment schedule, and tax paperwork requirements. 3. Insurance coverage, petty cash, and kit rental rules. 4. Work for hire language and publicity requirements or limitations. It is signed between the crew or cast member and the production company. The agreement should be created and approved by an entertainment attorney. Non-disclosure agreement, NDA, or confidentiality agreement. An NDA codifies the confidentiality requirements for a crew or cast person when they are hired onto a project. It is signed between the crew or cast member and the production company. The agreement should be created and approved by an entertainment attorney. Payroll company paperwork documents. If you are using a payroll company to pay the crew or cast, There will be start paperwork to fill out so the payroll company can set up each crew and cast member into the computer system. Additionally, the crew or cast member will need to fill out federal tax documents, including a W-2 or W-4, state Social Security number or federal tax ID number, and the amount of deductions. An I-9 states that the crew or cast member is legally eligible to work in the U.S., and proper photo ID. Recap. 1. Hiring crew is one of the most important steps in producing a project. Make sure to cast the crew with the best personnel you can hire. Use personal contacts, industry job listing sites, and social media to put together a hard-working, talented, and dedicated crew. 2. Watch demo reels carefully and always check at least 2 references before hiring someone for the crew. This helps you bring the best people onto the team to make the project. 3. Follow the proper protocol for on hold or confirm or release when hiring crew. Clear communication in writing will make sure that the crew knows when they are officially hired or not, and reduces confusion or misunderstandings. 4. Hiring of all cast and crew requires several signed documents. Have the paperwork ready to expedite each hire and the prompt payment of their salary. Chapter 9. Legal. Determine the thing that can and shall be done, and then we shall find a way. Abraham Lincoln. When most people are confronted with a 20-page legal document, they can be overwhelmed, which leads to feelings of anxiety, frustration, or outright fear. If you are not a trained lawyer, the language and concept can be confusing, even intimidating. As the producer, it is your job to deal with various legal concepts and documents, but you don't have to be an attorney to understand them. As with all things, the more you learn, the easier it becomes. For this chapter, I've asked George Rush, an entertainment attorney and sales agent based in San Francisco, to share his expertise and guidance. www.gmrush.com. We will break down the most common legal concepts that you will encounter in the documents that come your way. Then we'll outline the specific documents that are most often used in film productions. At the end of the chapter, we'll go over additional documents that may be of use to you in specific cases. You'll find templates for some of these documents at www.producertoproducer.com to help when creating your own forms, deal memos, and contracts for your production. And now for the legal disclaimer. This chapter is for informational purposes only and is not intended as legal advice. It's all about rights. As discussed in Chapter 1, Development, one of the tenets of film producing revolves around the understanding, negotiation, and acquisition of rights. Rights is a derivative of the word copyright, and copyright refers to the right to copy. Copyright is exactly what it sounds like. Rights pertaining to the copying of something someone else owns. For example, if one were to copy this book, you would need the rights from me, the owner and author. The producer needs to have the rights to the property, e.g., novel, comic book, play, etc., he wishes to develop before moving forward with the project. Generally, this is done by acquiring an option to purchase the rights. This is usually a nominal sum that gives you the exclusive rights to purchase the motion picture rights to a property for a fixed period of time. Do not spend a lot of resources developing a story unless you are certain you can obtain the rights. Work with an attorney to make sure you have all the signed legal documents for the rights you require before spending time on writing or looking for financing or talent attachments. It's all about liability. Another major aspect of a producer's responsibilities has to do with liability. Liability is your legal risk and exposure. As a producer, you need to eliminate or mitigate the circumstances under which you may be liable or at risk for an occurrence. For instance, a distributor will not be interested in your film, regardless of its merits, unless there is zero or next to no liability. This is done in several ways. 1. Written agreements that seek to eliminate or set limits on liability for the producer or production entity. This ranges from contracts with your cast and crew to music and archival licenses to financial agreements with your investors. You want a written agreement for everything you can think of where there may be liability. 2. Incorporation to shield the producer and the film's personnel from any damages if a liability arises during the producing of a film. You, as an individual, do not want to be party to any of these agreements. If there is a dispute about an agreement, that means the other party would go after you and, if you lose, your personal assets. You want the party to these agreements to be your company, which will be the legally responsible party and whose only asset will be this one film. 3. Acquisition of proper insurance so the production and its cast, crew, and resources are covered for possible risk factors. We will discuss this in detail in Chapter 10, Insurance. In this chapter, we will discuss general legal concepts and then outline specific legal documents. At the end of the chapter, we'll discuss how to incorporate for a film production. Breakdown of a legal document. Most legal documents related to film producing contain specific legal components. To follow is a breakdown of those concepts that you will find in the various kinds of documents you will come across. Parties. State who or what are the two or more parties that are signing the agreement. Term. State the date when the agreement commences and the period of time that the contract covers. Rights. If it is an agreement covering rights, state which rights are being covered by the document. Examples include broadcast rights, right to broadcast on TV, music composition rights, rights to a piece of music, theatrical distribution rights, rights to distribute a film in theaters, DVD rights, rights to create and sell a DVD of a work, and streaming rights, rights to the digital streaming of the project. Services. What exactly you are obligated to do, and what exactly the other party is obligated to do. Fees. For lawyers, this is often called a consideration, the benefit of the bargain or the amount of money paid for the purchase, usage, or rental of something. This could be a location rental fee, how much will be paid for the use of a location for a certain period of time, or acquisition fee, or money paid for a period of time for certain rights to a project. It could also be the day rate of a cast or crew member. Liability. Who or what is responsible for any problem, damage, or accident that may occur during a production? Limitations. What the document does and does not cover regarding the agreement. Right to enter into agreement. All parties signing agreements must verify that they are legally responsible for the parties they are signing for. Can or cannot assign to others. Need to state if the parties can or cannot assign rights in the agreement to others. Recourse or remedy. How and where the parties will be able to go to remedy a situation if they have problems with an outcome or if something has changed. Contact information. How and where each party can be contacted in the future, usually via written and/or delivered mail. Legal concepts. There are several concepts or legal terms that play a role in some of the legal documents in the film industry. Here's a short list. Fair use. Fair use is a legal concept whereby a filmmaker can use copyrighted material in their project without asking permission or paying a licensing fee to the copyright holder, because it falls under one of the 4 criteria for fair use under U.S. copyright law. The criteria focus on transformative use, often used in scholarship, criticism, and education, and excellent document outlining the legal concepts for filmmakers can be found at American University's Center for Social Media website, www.centerforsocialmedia.org. Fair use is a defense against someone suing you for copyright infringement. It is a shield, not a sword. There are a lot of gray areas and misconceptions regarding fair use. In a very basic sense, you need to be commenting on a copyrighted work for it to even be considered fair use. Another good organization for information about fair use is Stanford University's Copyright and Fair Use Center at www.fairuse.stanford.edu. This is a definition from the Stanford website. Fair use is a copyright principle based on the belief that the public is entitled to freely use portions of copyrighted materials for purposes of commentary and criticism. For example, if you wish to criticize a novelist, you should have the freedom to quote a portion of the novelist's work without asking permission. Absent this freedom, copyright owners could stifle any negative comments about their work. Unfortunately for filmmakers, there is not a lot of case law or an easy, bright-line test for what is or is not fair use. There are a number of legal and academic groups, including Stanford University and American University, that advocate best practices for fair use and/or advocate a broadening of fair use. If you are consulting with one of these groups' websites, read their information very carefully, since the criteria is specific and narrow. You never want to intentionally overstep the copyright laws, because it could result in a lawsuit. If you have any concerns or questions, hire an entertainment attorney who specializes in copyright law to assist you in decision-making about material licensing. Generally, unlicensed copyright material used in a fictional narrative film will not qualify as fair use. However, as more narratives incorporate elements of documentary, the issue does come up. Most distributors will require a copyright report as one of your deliverables. If certain material is not licensed, they will want to know if it is fair use. Pari passu. This means at the same time, at the same rate. This concept is often used regarding investor payback clauses. Most favored nation. The term most favored nation, MFN, refers to the concept of everyone in a certain category receiving the same deal as everyone else in that category. The concept is commonly used in international trade agreements where each country signed to an agreement has the same terms as every other country. As an example, any crew person hired as a key department head will receive the same salary rate as every other person who is a key department head. List of agreements during each phase. To follow is a list of individual agreements that are most often used in the course of producing a project. Each document is used during a specific phase in the filmmaking process, as outlined below. Development. Option agreement. As discussed in Chapter 1, Development, an option agreement gives a producer an option to own the rights to creative material that has been previously produced, e.g. book, short story, play, comic book, or screenplay. It will cover a fixed period of time for a certain fee, and usually there is a renewal feature built into the agreement. Signature by creator of the work and the purchaser of the work. Writer's contract. This agreement commissions a writer to write a screenplay, either original or based on other material. If the screenwriter is a member of the Writers Guild of America, WGA, it will be a WGA contract. If the writer is non-union, then the purchaser will draw up a specific agreement. Outlined in the agreement will be the writing schedule, the payment schedule, rewrites, details about the ownership of the work, and how long the rights are owned by the purchaser before they revert back to the screenwriter. Signature by screenwriter and purchaser of the script. Non-disclosure agreement. This agreement is between two parties to treat information confidentially and not to share it with third parties. It is often used by companies when reading unsolicited scripts and treatments and is used to limit liability in regard to producing work that is similar to past submitted materials. Signature by crew or cast member and production company. Investors' Agreement. This proposal is the document sent out to possible investors for your project and must be in compliance with Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, regulations. The document states all of the potential risks involved for those investing in the film in clear detail. Attorney George Rush advises, independent film, unlike investing in other business, is the worst business. The likelihood of the investors making their money back are like slim to none. And because of that, you need to give them full disclosure about the risks in particular. It is absolutely necessary to disclose all the details. So if they sign on the dotted line, they know what they're getting into. If you accept money from an individual outside the state in which you are incorporated, then you have to make sure you are complying with their particular state's security laws. You'll need an attorney to ensure you are compliant with all relevant legal rules. Do not try this on your own, as one of your biggest liabilities will be the money received from investors. Signature by investor and production company. Pre-production. Crew and cast deal memo. As discussed in Chapter 6, Pre-production, this document covers the employment details for each crew and cast person. It should state screen credit, payment, time period, job responsibility, and work rules and regulations. It should also include language about confidentiality or non-disclosure, the production's expectations about what a crew and cast member is or is not allowed to discuss about the project with others, including through social media, etc. Signature by producer and crew or cast person. Location release form. As discussed in Chapter 7, Locations, this form covers the deal for each location you use during the production of your project. It should state the fee, the rental time period, and the liability for the producer and the location's owner. Signature by producer and property owner. Producer and director agreement. This may be a work-for-hire agreement or some other document between the producer and the director of the project. The document should solidify the expectations and responsibilities that you and the director agree to meet during each phase of the project. Areas to be covered should include 1. Funding, 2. Screen credit, 3. Responsibilities, 4. Cash flow, 5. Ownership of the project and ownership of the work done by the producer and the director, and 6. Points or profit participation on the film. Signed by producer and director. Production. Union contracts, crew and cast. If your production company is a signatory to any crew or cast unions, the negotiated union contract will be signed. Signed by producer and union cast or crew member. Non-union appearance release form. This form is signed by non-union talent who appear in your project. If you are filming in public, this may be signed by people walking by on the street who appear, recognizable for who they are, in your project. The form allows you to use their image and voice in your film, usually in perpetuity, worldwide, in any current and future media. Signature by producer and non-union cast member or person on screen. Music license agreement. Most films and videos use some kind of music for the soundtracks, either previously recorded compositions or original work composed specifically for the project. There are two kinds of music rights that you need to obtain with regards to music: synchronization license, publishing, and master use license, recording. See Chapter 17, Music. Make sure to get both rights for each composition and for the correct usage that you need, e.g. film festival, DVD, theatrical, television, online, digital, etc. Signed by producer and music rights holder or representative. Logo release form. To be signed when you use the logo or brand of a product on screen in your film. Because logos are trademarked, obtaining the rights holder's permission is required. The logo owner may ask to read the script to make sure their product, logo, or reputation is not being defamed before agreeing to give permission. Signature by producer and trademark holder or representative. Legal corporate entities. A producer wants to limit any kind of damages that could arise from a liability issue on a project. For instance, if on a shoot a heavy piece of equipment falls on a picture vehicle, like a restored classic automobile in pristine condition, and causes $25,000 worth of damage, the insurance policy should cover the cost of repairs, minus the deductible. But if the car's owner decides to sue for loss of rental income while the car is being repaired, the producer could be responsible for the legal costs and a monetary award for the owner if he or she wins the suit. In such a situation, you want to make sure a legal judgment can't go after your personal money or assets, like your home or car. Consequently, it is wise to set up a corporate entity to protect yourself and the project. The most common options are either a corporation or a limited liability company, LLC. The key points of each entity are outlined here. Corporation. A corporation is a business entity that has many of the rights and responsibilities of a person, but is distinct from the persons who own it. Corporations provide structure so that groups of individuals may conduct business as an individual entity. There are S Corps and C Corps, which have different setups and tax consequences. In addition, film projects often use limited partnerships and limited liability companies. These entities, for the most part, shield their members from liability. You should contact an attorney and an accountant before you decide on which entity to create for your project. Limited partnership, LP. A limited partnership is made up of a general partner, usually the producer, and limited partners, usually the investors. The investors have limited liability, while the general partner has all the liability. Attorney George Rush instead suggests a limited liability company for films. Limited Liability Corporation, LLC. An LLC is almost like a hybrid of corporation and partnership, and as the name suggests, limits your liability. The terms of the LLC are analogous to that of a corporation. Instead of articles of incorporation, you have articles of organization. Instead of stockholders, an LLC has members. LLCs are the most common entity used by filmmakers, as they are set up for just one film. The manager is usually the filmmaker, and they are easy to create. Never sign anything without proper legal advice. Legal counsel is essential when making a film, and reading this chapter of Producer to Producer does not eliminate your need to obtain proper legal counsel. If anyone gives you a document to sign, you should hire a knowledgeable entertainment attorney to look it over and/or amend before you sign. There are many different areas of specialty in law. Entertainment law is very different from corporate law or divorce law, etc. Make sure you hire an entertainment lawyer who will be familiar with issues specific to the film industry. To find a good attorney, you can ask fellow filmmakers for recommendations and go to legal seminars offered by local film organizations. Take meetings with several candidates before you select your attorney. Most attorneys will give you a 20 to 30-minute free consultation. Lawyers charge by the hour or 1/10 of an hour. If you cannot afford an attorney, there are organizations that provide legal counsel for reduced fees to artists throughout the country. Volunteer Lawyers for the Arts, VLA, is an organization that offers pro bono or greatly discounted legal services to low-income artists and nonprofit organizations. Go to www.vlany.org for more information. Your lawyer is an extension of you. Remember that your attorney represents you, particularly when negotiating on your behalf. Your attorney's interaction and behavior in each negotiation reflects directly on you, and I think it is important to factor that into your selection criteria. What kind of person do you want working on your behalf? A businesswoman I know had 4 different lawyers whom she used to help run her business. She had a tough bulldog attorney to collect monies from late-to-pay clients and a corporate attorney for leases, business dealings, and contracts. In addition, she had a liability attorney to protect her against risk inherent in her business and to create and keep current her invoice disclaimer. She also had an accident attorney to analyze and collect on other people's insurance policies and handle accident suits. She found that by choosing a professional in each field, she saved money and had excellent results. I picked my attorney because she's intelligent, experienced, steady as a rock, fearless, and a good negotiator. I know she will negotiate hard on my behalf, but she is reasonable and forthright. She's not a bully and doesn't play games. I also like the way she writes. Her legal writing style is clear, not overblown with too much legalese, and it's efficient. People who know me might say that I just described myself because I want my attorney to reflect my style and values. Hey, but that's me. Some people feel you should get someone who is the opposite of you. If you are kind and decent, then get a shark to negotiate for you. That's your choice. Attorney as financier, executive producer, or producer's rep. This chapter has discussed the legal issues and documents used to produce a project. There is another area in entertainment law that concentrates on film financing and packaging. Some attorneys work as producers' reps, and you should look into those kinds of services if appropriate for your project. Often, an entertainment law firm will have many attorneys that focus on different aspects of the business. Recap. 1. Negotiate, sign, and keep copies of all necessary legal documents throughout each phase of producing your project. You'll need to keep them on file and include copies of the agreements as part of your deliverables list. 2. Create a corporate entity for the project to protect yourself and others from liability. 3. Learn about legal terms and concepts for negotiation purposes. 4. Hire a good entertainment lawyer to review and amend any legal documents before they are signed. 5. Your lawyer is an extension of you. Pick one who represents you in the way you wish to be seen. Chapter 10. Insurance. Doubt is not an agreeable condition, but certainty is absurd. Voltaire. Why do you need insurance? The short answer is so you and your collaborators can financially transfer the liability for any accidents, mishaps, or damage that may occur to a person or thing during your production to an insurance company. That's not to say that you don't have responsibility for all aspects of your production. But if a grip breaks her leg while stepping off a ladder and you have workers' compensation insurance coverage in place, the insurance will be able to pay for her medical bills for a cast, rehabilitation, and a percentage of her lost wages if she cannot work for several weeks. As producer, it's your responsibility to obtain all the necessary insurance policies, such as general liability, hired or non-owned auto liability, auto physical damage, and workers' compensation. You may also need DBL, disability benefits law, production insurance, covering the props, sets, wardrobe, equipment, locations, and final master copy of your project, umbrella liability, travel accident insurance, and errors and omissions insurance. From an insurance standpoint, you protect yourself and the production by acquiring the proper insurance coverage for your project. Do not produce a film or video unless you have the proper insurance. No matter how small or low budget your project, no film is worth the potential financial ruin a lawsuit could cause you and your fellow collaborators. For this chapter, I enlisted Christine Sadowski, the president of Ventura Insurance, www.venturainsurance.com, to illuminate the world of production insurance coverage. Common insurance policies. Commercial general liability insurance. General liability insurance will protect you from claims alleging bodily injury, property damage, personal injury, and advertising injury such as libel, slander, and copyright infringement that you cause to a third party. A third party is someone other than your employees, unpaid volunteers, independent contractors, or freelancers. This basic general liability coverage will be required before you can obtain permits, rent locations, and rent equipment. The premium for this coverage will be based on gross production costs for the policy period for the project. A premium is the fee you pay for your policy to the insurance company. Insurance brokers are paid a commission by the insurance company when they sell you the policies. Since a premium is an estimated number, many insurers will audit the figures and require you to provide the actual gross production costs after the policy term is over and send you an adjustment if the estimate was incorrect. Limits are typically $1 million each occurrence, with a $2 million general aggregate maximum the policy will pay. Higher limits are available by purchasing an umbrella policy. The reasons for higher limits will be discussed in the umbrella liability section that follows. Deductibles are not usually found on general liability policies issued to producers. A deductible is the amount of money you need to pay out of pocket before the insurance company will pay an approved claim. Usually, the higher the deductible amount, the less expensive the policy costs. Workers' compensation insurance. Workers' compensation insurance covers workers and employees, including freelancers and independent contractors who do not have their own policies, in case they have an accident on a job that requires medical attention. The policy provides for full reimbursement of all medical costs and a percentage of lost wages if the employee cannot work. There is a minimum number of days that the employee must be out of work for lost wages to kick in. This policy also provides employer's liability coverage to protect the production company or employer for third-party claims against the production company or employer arising out of an injury to an employee, e.g., a spouse who brings a lawsuit against the employer. It's important to note that if you decide to use a payroll service company, which becomes the employer of record for the production, you still need to obtain a basic workers' compensation policy for the minimum premium, since the employer's liability coverage under the payroll service company does not extend to your company, leaving you exposed. Also, if you have a volunteer or someone you pay cash to, and this person is injured while working for you, the payroll service company will not cover that loss, since they have no record of paying that person. The premium for this policy is based on the actual compensation you will pay to all full-time employees, freelancers, and independent contractors. This compensation is multiplied by a rate for a certain class of employee. The rate is higher for a gaffer than it is for a production office coordinator. Then there are taxes and fees that are calculated to develop the final deposit premium. The policy is auditable at the end of the policy period because the compensation given up front most likely was an estimate and will need to be adjusted at the end of the 12 months. It's important to keep good bank records and accounts payables so you know how much you spent on gross production costs during that 12-month period. The law in all 50 states requires workers' comp coverage, so make sure you obtain it. Often it can be purchased directly from a state authority for relatively low cost, so do the research before you go into production. Each state levies fines for entities that are found not to carry this important insurance coverage. Disability insurance. This policy is also statutory, required by law, and employers need to provide coverage for employees for injuries that occur off the job. The cost of this kind of policy is rather inexpensive. There are several states that require disability insurance for employees. Failure to have this policy will also result in a fine. Auto insurance. Whether you own, rent, borrow, or hire an automobile, you will need auto liability to protect the production from claims alleging bodily injury and/or property damage that may have been caused by the operation of an automobile. In addition, most owners of the vehicles will require the production company to protect their vehicles from physical damage in case of accidents. The primary limit of liability found under an auto policy is $1 million, and the coverage for physical damage will vary by insurance company. The damage to the auto will also be subject to a deductible. For instance, if an employee damages an auto and the total cost to repair is $3,500, and your deductible is $1,000, the insurance company will pay $2,500. The premium for this type of insurance will depend upon whether you own, lease, or rent the vehicle. If you own or lease the vehicle, you will need to provide the year, make, model, VIN, vehicle identification number, what it costs for a new model, garaging location, and the driver information. If you are renting the vehicles, you will need to provide the total cost of rental charges you expect to incur during the 12-month policy period. Negative film, videotape, and digitalized image production coverage. The policy starts with coverage to protect your master, whether this is film, video, or digital. If after completion of shooting for the day, the master is destroyed, lost, or stolen, the policy will give you the funds to reshoot the work if the claim is approved. Example, if someone leaves the laptop computer with the only copy of the project's digital footage at the airport by accident, the insurance should pay for the reshoot costs, less the deductible. Faulty stock, camera, and processing coverage. If the camera or other media acquisition elements or processes are damaged, you will need to reshoot the segments, and the coverage will provide the funds to do so, less your deductible. Example, if the camera lens is defective, the hard drive fails, or the film lab destroys your film negative while processing it. Extra expense coverage. If any of the property being used for the production is damaged or destroyed, and you have to cancel or postpone the production, you may incur extra expenses because of this loss. The policy will reimburse you for any extra expense you incur as a result, less your deductible. Example, if there is a fire at your location the night before your shoot, and you have to reschedule the shoot day. Props, sets, and wardrobe coverage. If the production either owns or rents props, sets, or wardrobe, the policy will provide coverage in case there is a loss, and these items have to be replaced, less the deductible. Example, if someone drops and breaks a prop and it needs to be replaced. Third-party property damage coverage. Provides protection to the production company in case a cast or crew member damages the location they are working in, less the deductible. Example, a grip accidentally ruins a location's wooden floor by using the wrong tape and destroying the finish. Cast insurance coverage. If a declared cast member has an accident or becomes ill and cannot work, this coverage will reimburse the production company for any extra expense that is incurred due to the interruption, postponement, or cancellation of the production, less the deductible. In order to have sickness coverage apply, each declared person must undergo a medical exam by a doctor approved by the insurer. This coverage is not an automatic part of the policy, so this must be discussed with your broker. This kind of coverage is usually purchased for a television series and $3 million or higher film productions. Family bereavement coverage. This coverage extends the coverage to include reimbursement to the production company in case a declared cast member must leave the production due to the death of an immediate family member, subject to a limit per loss and/or a specified number of days and less the deductible. Umbrella insurance. This policy will provide higher limits of liability over several policies. If you decide to purchase a $5 million umbrella, this limit will be available for claims over and above the primary general liability, employer's liability, and auto liability, as discussed before. The reasons for this coverage will vary, but sometimes a production is contractually required to have more than $1 million, or you have a big production with many autos, cast, crew, and hazardous activities, and you want the higher limits to provide better protection. The premium for this is actually based on the premiums for the coverage that sit underneath this policy. So the insurance company will look at what the premium is for general liability, auto liability, and sometimes employer's liability, and price it accordingly. Errors and omission, E&O insurance. Errors and omissions, E&O insurance, provides defense and indemnity from claims alleging copyright infringement, trademark infringement, plagiarism, libel, slander, defamation, and other media perils that arise from the content of your media. This coverage can start the moment your project begins filming, but typically, unless there is a definitive distribution agreement in place, a producer would not purchase this coverage until it is required by the distribution company. The premium is based on the entities, both domestic and international, where your film will be screened. Worldwide distribution coverage costs more than if the film is only playing on a domestic cable television network. The limits will start at $1 million each occurrence and will go as high as $5 million each occurrence. This will depend upon your contract with the distributor. The policy period is usually for multiple years and/or will include a rights period endorsement so that the distributor is covered throughout the contract period. The premium for this type of policy will depend upon the size of the budget, the length of the production, the territories for distribution, the type of production, for example, a documentary versus a narrative theatrical feature film, and the answers to the questions in the application. This coverage will require a completed media application, and the answers in this application become a warranty under the policy, so it's critical that the application be completed accurately. If you fill out the form and say you have certain signed releases and licenses when you don't, then if there is a claim, it will not be covered. This policy can also be extended to cover the title of the production, music, film clips, and merchandise. Union Travel Accident Insurance. When productions employ various union personnel, there will be requirements that the production company provide travel and accident insurance for its members. This coverage and the benefits paid are in addition to the workers' compensation policy. The premium is based on the total number of union versus non-union personnel, their travel plans, if any, and the type of hazard and work they will be performing. The limit for the insurance will be determined by the various union contracts. Foreign package policy. If the production requires traveling outside of the United States, Canada, Puerto Rico, or any of the U.S. territories, you will need to obtain a foreign policy in order to have all the same coverage while filming abroad. This policy provides foreign general liability, foreign excess auto liability, excess over the coverage on the auto you are renting, and foreign workers' compensation. The premium for this is based upon the foreign budget figures, the number of cast and crew traveling, the duration of the trip, and the concentration of people traveling together. The more individuals you have traveling together on the same aircraft, the higher the premium for the foreign workers' compensation. Keep in mind that workers' compensation insurance does not exist in countries other than the United States. Many countries have national health care coverage for their citizens, but it will not cover U.S. personnel filming there. Consequently, you'll want to make sure that any U.S. citizens traveling to another country have medical insurance that covers them abroad. Ask them to check before they travel. There are many good affordable international travel health insurance companies that sell short-term medical insurance for individuals. Sometimes it makes sense to hire a local production services company in the local foreign city where you are filming. They are aware of the various regulations for that particular country and can arrange for the proper coverage for all cast and crew. Other specialty coverage. 1. Stunts and hazardous activities need to be discussed up front with your insurance company so they can fully understand the nature of the hazard and work with you to control the potential for loss. 2. If animals are a part of your production, you would need to include coverage for any extra expenses the production may incur if the animals cannot perform, causing you to shut down your production. In addition, you may be required to have animal mortality insurance in case the animal dies during the production while in your care, custody, and control. 3. If you need to film on train platforms or in the actual train cars, railroad protective liability insurance is required by most municipal public transport operations. This is a separate policy that requires extra time to obtain, and this insurance is usually for the benefit of the municipal authority and to protect your production and its personnel. 4. Watercraft insurance is required if you rent watercraft to be used in the production. You will need non-owned watercraft liability and hull coverage for damage to the boat. This is a separate policy, so give yourself enough time to purchase it if necessary. 5. Aircraft insurance is more common than you think. If your production requires aerial photography, you will need to obtain quotes for non-owned aircraft liability insurance. Most times you can request a waiver of subrogation on the aircraft hull, the body of the plane, because trying to obtain coverage for this hull is cost prohibitive. Again, this takes some time to arrange, so plan ahead. Don't just work under the pilot's insurance for your production, because it won't protect you if someone is hurt by something that your production did to the aircraft. 6. Weather insurance is very important if you are filming live outdoor events. Unexpected bad weather may cause the event to be canceled, and without this coverage, you will incur costs for the shooting days and will not have any means of reimbursement. The premium is determined by the number of hours you need the protection and by the type of weather you are either insuring against or insuring for. For example, if you need complete sunshine in Seattle, Washington, it will cost you more than if you plan to shoot a sunny day in Florida. Completion bond and guarantee. A completion bond is a written agreement that guarantees that a film will be completed on time and on budget. It is for the benefit of the investors, but is very often not required for low-budget independent films. If your investors require a completion bond, you will need to contact a bond company and go through a rigorous process to get approval. The bond company will want to see the script, the schedule, the budget, resumes of key department heads and cast, and information about the investors and their financial commitments. They will also want to meet and interview the director and the key production team to determine their ability to deliver the film as promised. The fee for a bond, usually about 3% to 5% of the total budget, may be a flat fee on a low-budget film. Force majeure and act of God. Force majeure and act of God are legal terms used in most contracts regarding liability. Force majeure is a French phrase meaning superior force and refers to an extraordinary event beyond anyone's control, e.g., riots, strikes, or war, and may include incidents that are considered an act of God, such as a tornado, hurricane, earthquake, or flood. When used in a legal document, force majeure is used to describe what kind of extraordinary occurrence would allow a suspension of liability for one or both parties. A specific definition of force majeure is important, especially in insurance policy language. Keep in mind that liability is not suspended if the production company was neglectful or didn't plan a contingency for a bad rainstorm, etc. The criteria for force majeure are quite extreme and narrow. How do you obtain insurance? A production insurance program, including all of the insurance discussed above, is usually purchased through an insurance company that specializes in this kind of coverage. Go to www.producertoproducer.com for more information about insurance companies. When you are ready to purchase a policy, you need to work with an insurance broker who also specializes in production insurance. She will ask you to fill out a production application. You'll need to decide on how many months you will need coverage, up to a year, what kind of coverage you require, and what deductibles and limits of coverage you need. It's best to ask for a bid for small deductibles and high limits and find out what that will cost. You can always adjust those factors to decrease the premium costs later. The longer the duration of the policy, the cheaper it will cost on a per-month basis. Getting a 1-month policy is the least cost-effective option. But if you will only need it for 1 month, it will be cheaper than an annual policy. If you think you will have more than one project over the course of the coming year, an annual policy may be the best option. You can amortize it across the 12 months. It pays to have the broker bid out your insurance to all the insurance companies that she works with so you can get the best deal. Many brokers have an online quote system which allows you to answer questions online and then receive an estimate via email. Some insurance companies also allow you to finance the payments over a longer period of time. Based upon the information in the production application, you may also be asked for resumes of the principals or key employees, a list of projects that you have worked on in the past, and whether or not you have had production insurance before. If you are actually remarketing, bidding out for a renewal, your insurance, you will also be asked for a loss run, which is a report that your insurance company produces that will show whether or not you have had past claims. Once the broker has all the information and receives quotes from the various insurance companies, you will receive a formal proposal with all the options so you and the broker can decide which is the best insurance program for you. How insurance brokers work. Each bid may be different regarding the limits and exemptions, so make sure you read them carefully. Don't just go with the cheapest quote. It needs to be the right coverage, and your broker will advise you. Once you have decided to purchase the policy, the broker will take your full payment for the premium or offer you a financing plan with a monthly payment schedule with an initial down payment. Upon receipt of the payment and written approval from you, the agency will make it effective, your policy, and issue the certificates as proof of coverage. Once the insurance is in place, the broker's job isn't finished. Brokers will answer any questions you have during the process of buying the policy or any questions that arise during the period that you carry the coverage. Brokers will also facilitate any claims that may occur during the policy period. The servicing of your insurance is one factor that distinguishes brokers from one another. When picking an insurance broker, I always consider the location of their office, what time zone are they in, how readily they respond to my requests or questions, and how much they truly understand my business. Always ask colleagues for recommendations or contact the local film commission for information about good, reputable production insurance brokers. You can see a short list of brokers at www.producertoproducer.com. Certificate issuance. When renting equipment or a location, you'll need to provide proof of your insurance coverage to the vendor or owner. This will be done by obtaining certificates for vendors with the correct language and emailing them prior to the shoot. Once the vendors or owners receive the certificates, they know they are covered and will allow you to pick up the equipment or enter the location premises. Your insurance broker will explain the procedure for obtaining certificates. Usually the broker has an online system so you can type in the name and address of the company and any specific insurance language they require, and email the certificate to the vendor and yourself directly. When you add an entity to your insurance policy as an additional insured, you are actually offering to protect them in case your employees cause an injury to a third party and that third party decides to sue you and them. That company will want your insurance company to defend them since you caused the claim. When you are adding an entity to your insurance policy as a loss payee, you are recognizing that you have their property in your care, custody, and control, and if you damage it, you will be responsible to them for its replacement. There are several types of certificates that can be requested. Evidence only. This certificate simply shows the coverage you have purchased as proof only. Equipment rental certificate, where the certificate will include your general liability and equipment coverage, and it will include the rental company as an additional insured and loss payee. Location certificate, where the certificate will include your general liability and workers' compensation coverage, and it will include the owner of the location as an additional insured on the general liability policy. Permit certificate can be a very specific form issued to the municipality or a standard certificate, but with specific wording. In most cases, brokers must issue these certificates even if they have online systems. The certificate will list your general liability policy and sometimes the auto, workers' compensation, and umbrella coverage, depending upon who is asking, and the municipality will be added as an additional insured and loss payee. Auto certificates are issued for the rental of cars, vans, honey wagons, prop cars, etc. These companies also want to be listed as additional insured and loss payee too. Insurance audits. Unlike an audit from the IRS, an insurance audit is a way for the insurance company to obtain the actual exposure during the past period of coverage and change the premium accordingly. Since some of the policies are based on production costs and compensation, and each of these figures will change throughout the 12-month policy period, the audit simply adjusts the premium to reflect the actual exposure. For example, if you estimated $1 million of production costs and you actually had $1,500,000, you will owe more money for the premium for the additional $500,000. Conversely, if you only had $800,000 of production costs at the end of the policy term, then you would receive a return premium for the $200,000 underage. An insurance audit occurs at the end of your policy's coverage period. The insurance company will have you answer a questionnaire about how much money you spent on cast and crew salaries and production costs throughout the policy period. It's important to keep accurate records of all your financial transactions so you can answer the questions quickly and accurately. What to do when you have a claim. Insurance brokers play a key role if you ever have an insurance claim. As soon as an accident occurs or something is lost, stolen, or damaged, you will need to notify your insurance broker. She will ask you specific questions and let you know how to proceed. You'll need to fill out a claim report giving very specific details, e.g., how and where the accident occurred, what piece of equipment with serial numbers was stolen, or how or what damage was done to a location. You may need to file a police report, substantiate the equipment's value, send in copies of medical reports, take photos, etc., and she will advise you on what is required to submit the claim. Insurance brokers also determine if the claim equals an amount that is higher than your deductible. If the cost of replacement is less than your policy's deductible, then you don't have a claim to report, since this portion is your responsibility. But if the costs exceed the deductible amount, it will probably be worthwhile. One caveat: once you put in a claim on a policy, it will be noted the next time you go to renew your policy. Insurance carriers may determine that your company is a higher risk, and your premium may be more expensive next time because of the former claim. Keep that in mind when you are deciding what to do, but always discuss all the options with your broker. Things you should know. 1. You can't sell or rent your insurance policy to anyone else. The coverage afforded under the policy was issued to you and your company only. Coverage will not respond to a claim if you try to allow another production company to use your insurance. 2. You can't cover your equipment rental business, something you just started to do because producing was slow, using your production policy. A production policy is not going to cover the operations of a rental facility. You must call your broker to obtain additional or different coverage. 3. You can't change a certificate of insurance once it is issued to reflect higher limits or coverage that you forgot to buy. Since this evidence of insurance is on record with the broker, if a claim occurs, the party will realize the certificate was illegally modified. 4. You can't buy coverage today and then put in a claim for something that already happened. A known loss is not going to be covered unless the loss occurs after the insurance period goes into effect. 5. Your homeowner's or renter's coverage won't cover your business. 6. There is no insurance to cover investors if the completed film does not do well in theaters or during distribution. 7. Production insurance policies don't cover the personal effects, e.g., jewelry, jackets, laptops, of your employees. Never go into production without insurance. It is vitally important that you obtain the proper insurance coverage for every production every time. If you don't have insurance, it will be virtually impossible to rent equipment, props, or a location for your production. But even if you don't have those immediate considerations, there are greater liability issues that you need to cover through insurance. You never want to take the chance that someone gets hurt or a very expensive piece of equipment gets broken and your future personal financial health is affected by a lawsuit or your credit ruined by a collection agency. It's only a film, and nothing is ever worth the risk. It's important to sleep well at night and protect yourself and everyone you work with. Recap. 1. Do not go into production without the proper insurance coverage. 2. Obtain insurance many weeks before you plan to shoot so you can discuss your production needs with your insurance broker. 3. The insurance broker will bid out to insurance companies for your needs and make recommendations about what coverage to purchase. 4. Commercial general liability, workers' compensation, disability, auto, production, umbrella, E&O, union travel accident, foreign package, and specialty insurance are all options for your production needs. 5. Certificates are usually issued online when you send the correct information for each certificate holder request. 6. When the insurance policy expires, you will send in total gross production costs to the insurance company to comply with the audit. 7. Your insurance broker will assist you if you ever have a claim. Chapter 11. Scheduling. No matter. Try again. Fail again. Fail better. Samuel Beckett, Worstward Ho. Overview. Scheduling is one of the most critical steps in the pre-production process. It's the roadmap for the project. Once you have a solid working draft of the shooting schedule, the various departments can start to plan when they need to do certain work or acquire equipment or props for certain days. And that affects the schedule for the costume, hair, and makeup departments. Scheduling is a paradox, a fixed set of plans and assumptions that the entire production works with, but a schedule has to be flexible to deal with changes and adjustments in real time. For instance, you plan on shooting a day of exterior scenes in the local park, but if 24 hours before the call time the weather forecast calls for torrential rain, you will have to switch to the cover set, and the production will have to film inside all day. All departments must be alerted to the change so they can prep the new scenes in the revised schedule. The production shooting schedule is usually created by the film's assistant director, AD. On very low-budget projects, you may not be able to afford to hire an AD, or they may come onto the project very late with little prep time. In that case, the producer or production manager usually creates the first pass of the shooting schedule. That's what we did on Man on Wire. I created the first draft of the schedule so we could get a general idea of how to plan for the film. Then, a week before we started production, first AD Curtis Smith and second AD Eric Burkle came on board and finalized the schedule. Thankfully, my original plan was close to what Curtis created, so we were able to move forward quickly. For the purposes of this chapter, we will assume the AD is on board to prep the project. Script breakdown. In Chapter 2, we discussed the script breakdown. If you created an initial script breakdown, now several weeks before commencement of principal photography, the AD will do the final breakdown. The script should be locked at this point. Any additional changes will only be dialogue or word changes, and nothing that affects locations, props, wardrobe, lighting, and hair and makeup. To create a script breakdown, the AD can use computer software programs or do it with custom-made forms. There are many film scheduling computer software programs on the market. One of the most common scheduling programs, Movie Magic Scheduling, will be used now for the case study film Sunday. Easy to learn, it allows the AD to create a script breakdown, shooting schedule, and all of the other forms required. Element sheet creation. With a computer software program, each scene will have a separate breakdown element sheet. The AD enters all of the elements from each scene in the script into the element sheet. The elements include cast, background actors, extras, vehicles, stunts, SFX, props, wardrobe, hair and makeup, animals, locations, and set. Refer to the bonus PDF for the set of element sheets for the case study film Sunday. The short film has 13 scenes and there are 13 sheets, one for each scene. All of the element sheets and stripboards utilize Movie Magic scheduling software. Take a look at the documents, then we will discuss them. Now it's time to create the first pass of a production schedule utilizing specific scheduling principles to organize the scenes in the most cost-effective and rational way. Scheduling principles. Let's review the general strategies for film scheduling first. Many of these were discussed in Chapter 2, Script Breakdown. 1. Generally low-budget projects shoot 3 to 5 script pages per day with 12-hour days. The element sheet includes the script page length information, so the calculation can be made later on when scheduling. 2. In case of inclement weather, schedule exterior shoots early in the production schedule. This allows you to change the schedule and switch to a cover set, an interior location that is not affected by bad weather. 3. Schedule day scenes first and switch to night scenes later in the schedule. This way, if you need to move into night shooting, you'll wrap your final day shoot in the evening, and then everyone will have that night and the entire next day off before having to arrive on set that evening for the first night shoot. 4. If at all possible, don't schedule a love scene or a very difficult scene for the first day of shooting. Put it later in the schedule when the cast and crew have gotten to know each other and are working well together before you tackle the more challenging scenes. 5. If possible, avoid shooting the opening scenes of the script on the first few days. The beginning of a film is the most critical section of a film. Viewing audiences are trying to decide how they feel about your project. In order to have a strong start to your completed film, it's best to shoot the opening scenes of a film later in the schedule. That way, everyone is working well together, the actors are comfortable with their character work, and the look of the film is established and consistent. 6. Don't shoot the last few scenes of the script on the first day either. The ending is the next most important section of a film, and all the issues above apply as well. Additionally, over the course of filming, the screenwriter and director may make changes to final scenes of the script, so it's best to shoot them later in the schedule. 7. Try to make the first day of shooting a relatively easy day, so you have a better chance of it going well. You want to keep up cast and crew morale and establish a sense of competency and momentum. 8. If possible, Shoot out individual actors in as few days as possible. Shooting out an actor means that you group all their specific scenes together in the schedule, which will save them time and save you money. If an actor only works in 4 scenes total, try to schedule them to be shot in 1 or 2 days, so they don't need to be hired again. 9. When using elderly actors or actors with limits to their stamina, try to keep their shoot days shorter. 10. When shooting with children, consult the labor laws for minors, children under 18 years old, in the U.S. state you are shooting in. Depending on the regulations, the children's ages will limit the amount of hours per day they can film on set. There may also be limits on which hours of the day they can work, perhaps no night shooting, and there may be a requirement for an on-set tutor for school study purposes during the academic year. Go to www.producertoproducer.com for more information. 11. When shooting any special effects, SFX, weapons, pyrotechnics, or choreography, fight or dance, consult with the SFX coordinator, weapons specialist, pyrotechnics person, or choreographer to find out if they have any special needs that will impact the schedule. 12. The same goes for any scene that requires an animal. Consult the animal trainer or handler to find out what to expect and how it may impact the schedule. 13. In general, when scheduling the shooting order of specific shots for any scene, schedule the wide shot first, then medium shots, then close-ups. It helps with continuity. 14. Very rarely will you shoot a script in chronological order. Although it may be helpful or comforting to the director and/or actors to do so, it is almost never the most efficient or cost-effective way to shoot a project. Experienced film actors and crew expect this and know how to achieve continuity in their performances and across all the departments. Keep continuity with the assistance of a good script supervisor. 15. Keep company moves to a minimum because they reduce the amount of actual filming time in the schedule. A company move is when you have to pack up everything, cast, crew, equipment, props, etc., and move to another separate location. This is not the same as when you move from shooting in the bedroom to the living room in the same house location. 16. Remember to factor in any location specifics when creating the stripboard schedule. E.g., if you can't shoot on weekends or a certain location is only available during specific times. Once you and the AD understand these scheduling principles, the AD can get started making the first pass at the schedule. Break out all the scenes at one location on the same day. If there are too many for one day, then put them on multiple days. Once the AD has laid out a solid first draft of the schedule, they will send it first to the director and then to the department heads for comments and change requests. The AD will gather all the notes, adjust the schedule, and issue the next and improved version of the shooting schedule. This process is informed by the discussions the AD has with the director and department heads. After gathering all the specific details, they can adjust the schedule to accommodate each department's requirements. Here are some examples. For the director and the DP, how many shots and setups are estimated for each scene? Will there be a need to set up a dolly or crane? Will a Steadicam be used? Any important and time-consuming setups for certain locations? Will windows need to be gelled? Any big lighting setups? For the art department, do they need to construct a set ahead of time for a specific scene? Do they have to get to a location the day before to set dress it? For the hair and makeup department, how much time do they need at the beginning of each day to work on the actors? Is there specific SFX makeup that takes longer to apply? Does an actor need a haircut or makeup test before filming begins? For the costume department, are there particular costume issues that require extra time or prep? Will certain costumes only be available later in the shooting schedule, so that day needs to be pushed back? Which actors need to have costume fittings scheduled prior to principal photography? The AD collates all of this info to finalize a good working shooting schedule. Scheduling steps. Creating a schedule is an important creative step for a producer and assistant director. This is where you pre-visualize what the production of the project will look and feel like. The schedule allows the production team to get their arms around all aspects of the project and begins a unification process that is vital to producing a great film. Each step in the scheduling process creates documents that the production team and key department heads use to make the film as easily and professionally as possible. Make sure to take these steps so you can lay out a strong and smart plan for the schedule. After creating the script breakdown, use your software to create a strip for each element's breakdown sheet with all the pertinent information positioned on the strip. The software will automatically put each strip in the chronological order of the script to create a strip board. The next step is to create the strip board in shooting order based on myriad factors. We'll go through the steps here and use the short film Sunday as the case study to illustrate them. I used the Movie Magic scheduling software application, so you'll see the software's paperwork and how it all fits together. Refer to the bonus PDF for the Sunday strip board in chronological order. Sunday shooting schedule analysis. Before you create the shooting strip board or schedule, analyze the element sheets and production factors utilizing the scheduling principles discussed above. Here's an analysis of Sunday's shooting schedule. 1. Sunday was technically a low-budget student film, but the filmmakers put together a fully professional cast and crew. Everyone was donating his or her time, and they wanted to keep the schedule tight but doable. 2. The majority of the scenes were exterior or interior-exterior, so weather factored into all scheduling decisions. It was filmed in Brooklyn, New York in the winter, so snow or rain were possible and could have a big impact. The filmmakers decided to shoot rain or shine unless there was a snow blizzard, and then they would postpone the entire shoot until the following weekend. 3. There were no night scenes, but the days were short because of the winter light in the eastern United States. The AD checked for the sunrise and sunset times to maximize their use of whatever daylight was available. 4. The minor actor was 7 years old, so the New York State child performer labor laws allow him to be on set for up to 8 hours a day, but he could only work for a total of 4 hours out of the 8 hours per day. A parent or guardian had to be with him on set the entire time. The AD knew that the shots with the minor actor might need a bit more time. 5. The first day of shooting was a doable day. Most of the scenes were shot in the order of the script, which is unusual. Day 2 had a few more emotional beats for the actors, so that was helpful for the actors to ease into their roles. 6. The 2 lead actors played on both days. Any other actors or extras worked either day 1 or day 2 only. 7. For the fight choreography at the Yellow House, more time was given to rehearse and frame the shots so the actors could do the punching and fighting safely. For the stunt of throwing the cement block through the window, they scheduled more time so the actor could fake it while throwing a styrofoam prop cement block properly. Camera framing was also critical for the stunt. The director knew this moment in the film was a key comedic beat and wanted enough time to get it right. 8. Prepping the day 1 picture vehicle would require some time for pre-rigging the car mount for the camera. Shooting stripboard creation. Once the analysis is complete, the shooting stripboard schedule can be created. This is one of my favorite steps in the filmmaking process. As an example, refer to the bonus PDF for the shooting stripboard for Sunday. Day out of days schedule. Once the shooting schedule stripboard is created, the next step is to create the day out of days schedules to track the various production elements. This allows each department to plan its elements on a day-by-day basis. These are the elements: cast, background actors, extras, vehicles, props, wardrobe, hair and makeup, animals, locations, and set. Each day out of day's schedule focuses on one element only and tracks it for each shooting day of the production schedule. It comes in the form of a very stripped-down calendar with a shorthand for when each element starts and stops work on the film. Each element or cast member is listed in the left-hand column. The rest of the columns refer to the shoot dates and work schedule. SW, start work, the first day that the element or character works on the project. W, work, each day that the element or character works on the project. WF, work finish, the last day that the element or character works on the project. SWF, start work finish, the first and last day that the element or character works on the project. Travel, the total number of travel days for the character. Work, the total number of work days for the element or character. Holiday, the total number of holidays for the character. Start, the date when the element or character begins work on the project. Finish, the date when the element or character finishes work on the project. Total, the total number of travel, work, and holidays the element or character has in the project's work schedule. Refer to the bonus PDF for the DOOD schedules for the departments for Sunday. As you can see, all of this information is distilled from the initial elements sheets that were created for each scene. Inputting all the elements accurately is vital, so the assistant director and key department heads can track each one day by day and department by department. If done correctly, there shouldn't ever be a missing prop or a wrong vehicle for a particular setup on a specific shoot day. Scheduling each shoot day. How do you know how long something will take to shoot? Scheduling for a film is an art, not a science. Those who do it well have a unique combination of traits: an understanding of the big picture, the day-to-day arc of a production, and the specific minutiae that factor into the ever-evolving state of a film schedule. To schedule a shoot day, there are many, many factors: the size of the crew, the number of company moves, the location or studio setup time, how fast the crew can load in and set up, how fast the cast can get in and out of hair and makeup and wardrobe, and any other technical issues that could impact the schedule, e.g. setting up a crane or dolly shot. When working on a low-budget shoot on location, I usually schedule 2 hours from the call time at the location before I expect to get the first shot off of the day. I put that on the schedule and know that it could be 2.5 hours before we get the first shot. But that is a good rule of thumb. Then, depending on the shot list and the amount of setups, the AD schedules the rest of the day. Feeding your crew every 6 hours and other union regulations that affect the day's schedule. There are several rules that are part of a union contract that directly impact how to create the day's schedule. For low-budget productions, it is often a combination of a non-union crew and a union cast. Some productions may work with a few unions, but not all of them. Maybe a union camera and grip and electric departments, but everyone else is non-union. If you are working under any union contract, you and the assistant director need to know the rules for meals and meal penalties, travel time, overtime, and the studio zone. Consult the union contract for the regulations. Here are many of the possible contract rules you'll need to understand. Mealtime. The first rule is to feed the crew a hot meal every 6 hours. If your call time is 7 o'clock a.m., then you have to break for lunch no later than 1 o'clock p.m. The lunch break has to be at least 30 minutes long, and the clock starts ticking after all cast and crew have received their food. If you have a lunch line for a buffet meal, wait until each person has gotten a plate of food before the 30-minute countdown begins. Once the crew is back up and working, the clock resets, and you have to provide another hot meal 6 hours later. This rule must be followed whether you are working with union or non-union crews. It is a matter of decency to feed the crew every 6 hours. Meal penalty. Meal penalties are levied under a union contract when you don't feed the crew every 6 hours. The charge is usually added onto the hourly rate at 15-minute intervals, although this can vary with each union contract. So if you go past the lunch period by a half hour, you'll need to pay 2 times the meal penalty as stipulated in the contract for each union member. Turnaround time. Turnaround time is the amount of time from the end of work on one shoot day to the call time for the next consecutive shoot day. It needs to be 12 hours for actors working under a union contract. For non-union cast and crew, it should be at least 10 hours to make sure the cast and crew is working under safe conditions. Anything less than 10 hours is a very unsafe and untenable situation. Overtime. Cast and crew are paid an hourly rate based on either an 8-hour, 10-hour, or 12-hour day. For SAG-AFTRA actors, their rates are always based on an 8-hour day. Union contracts for crew are usually for a 10-hour day. Sometimes you can negotiate a rate based on 12 hours. The meal period is often off the clock, so it's a free half hour. After the cast and crew work the entire day rate period, an hourly overtime rate is calculated at 1.5 times for usually 2 or 4 hours, after which it goes up to 2 times the rate. Studio zone. This refers to the area around a major city that is considered in the studio zone. So if the production location is inside the studio zone, the cast and crew are not paid for their travel time to the set or location. If you shoot outside of the studio zone, the cast and crew will be paid for the travel time between home or a pickup location and the set. Travel time. Travel time refers to the time when they leave home and get to the set, and the same thing at the end of the day when traveling home. It is called portal to portal. That means that the clock starts ticking from the time that they leave their homes to the time they arrive home. The travel time is on the clock, and you have to calculate it accordingly. Sometimes you'll need to provide a van to transport cast and crew from a central meeting point and drive them to the location. In that case, the clock starts ticking from the time the van departs from the meeting point until the cast and crew is returned to the meeting point at the end of the day. Portrait of a First Assistant Director. The First Assistant Director, First AD or AD, is a very important and pivotal crew position on any project. Like the director and producer, they set the tone for how the production operates on a week-by-week, day-by-day, and hour-by-hour basis. On rare occasions, I've worked with ADs who are tyrants and screamers. I have also worked with ADs who are the most competent humans on the planet. It's a tough position, but for those who do it well, it's a revelation to watch them work. The best ADs operate and make decisions based on years of experience, intuition, split-second analysis, and mutual respect for others. They need to be master observers of human nature, be great negotiators. How do you get a diva starlet out of the Winnebago when she's having a tantrum? Have amazing stamina and be able to move groups of people, sometimes very large ones, from one place to another quickly, efficiently, and safely. In addition, they need a deep understanding of the director's film language and the ability to suggest shots or ways of getting a scene, in the can, when the sun is setting and you are losing light at the end of a long shoot day. It's a pretty tall order, but they are out there, and when you find them and get to work with them, it's an awesome experience. How best to work with an assistant director. ADs are the linchpins of the crew. They report to the producer and the director, and it's important to keep the lines of communication clear. You need to keep them up to date on any schedule changes from the production side, and they need to be reacting to the needs of the director at the same time. This can be a delicate balancing act. As producer, you want to get the director's vision on screen, but you also want to stay on schedule and on budget. A good AD can help accomplish both. When we are shooting, I usually only communicate with the director through the AD. I don't want to distract the director, and keeping all the communication through the AD allows the director to focus on their job properly. The AD is most intimately aware of what is happening on a minute-by-minute basis and can deliver the message at the right time to the director. Often I will only speak to the director at lunch. We'll spend some time doing a reality check about the day's schedule and discuss any other pressing matters. If we are behind schedule, lunchtime is when the director, AD, and producer can strategize and decide how best to get back on track. This may be the time to discuss dropping some shots or setups to make up time. It needs to be a gentle negotiation because no director wants to lose anything from the day's shot list. But you do need to walk away from the lunch table with a plan that everyone can live with. If you don't, the afternoon will devolve and the production will fall further behind and over budget. Consensus is key in the lunchtime discussion. As producer, you will need to share your thoughts on how best to proceed for the rest of the day. But remember that it needs to be a conversation. The AD can be invaluable by helping to problem-solve the situation. Locking the schedule. Locking the schedule at least a week before you start principal photography is essential, so each department and all cast and crew know when and what to prepare for each scene. If you keep changing things around, it undermines the cast and crew's ability to fully prepare for each shoot day and will negatively impact everyone's ability to do the best job possible. Recap. 1. Hire an AD several weeks before you begin principal photography to put together the final script breakdown and schedule. 2. Follow the scheduling principles outlined earlier when determining what is the best schedule for your project. 3. After all elements are entered into the elements sheets, you'll have a strip board in script order. The next step is to move the strips around to create the schedule in shooting order. 4. Create day-out-of-days schedules for all production elements and departments. 5. Follow all union contract rules for overtime, meal penalties, and turnaround times. 6. Work in sync with the AD to maximize the efficiency of the production department. Chapter 12. Production. Caretake this moment. Immerse yourself in its particulars. Respond to this person, this challenge, this deed. Quit the evasions. Stop giving yourself needless trouble. It is time to really live, to fully inhabit the situation you happen to be in now. Epictetus. Now that you have completed all the tasks and steps discussed in Chapter 6, pre-production, you are now ready for the first day of principal photography. This is the moment you have been working toward for weeks or months. It is a great feeling finally to be making the project instead of just talking about making the project. I've never gotten over the feeling of excitement and teamwork that occurs during this phase. It's a fascinating and fulfilling process. Finally, now is the time to take a leap into the deep end of the pool. The night before your first day of principal photography. 1. Visualize the day to come. As I mentioned in the pre-production chapter, pre-visualization is a key tool for me, and I recommend it. Sit down and visualize the entire day to come, from the moment you awake until you go home, exhausted, after the shoot. No detail is too small to see in your mind's eye. I do this for every production I've been involved with, and it is an absolutely indispensable tool. Though this might sound new agey, I can't tell you how many times it has saved me, allowing me to catch an oversight the day before that would have adversely affected the next day's shoot. I begin at the beginning, visualizing myself hearing the alarm clock, turning it off, and getting up to take a shower. I figure out what I am going to wear, see myself having breakfast and packing up my computer, etc. Then I hear the doorbell ring as the PA arrives to pick me up and drive to set. We have a call time that falls within the rush hour, So I have researched where construction hotspots will be that morning. We avoid them and sail through to the location. I visualize arriving on set at the same time as the AD and the craft service call. I make sure that we have the home phone and cell phone numbers for the stage manager of the studio, just in case she is a little late. The craft service person is setting up the coffee, and the AD and I have time to go over a few last-minute scheduling questions. Now it's time for the crew to arrive. In my mind, that is. Here we go, off to the races. You get the idea. I do this for every moment of the day, literally. While visualizing, I often see things that may become problems or that have been forgotten. Oops, I forgot to call the driver for the actor to let him know to pick up 15 minutes sooner. Or we didn't tell the location manager that we have added another van to the production vehicle list. Or the production manager needs to remind the costume designer that we have switched to the blue dress for the lead actress to wear for the first scene. Since it is still the day before, I have time to address those issues. Once I have seen the entire day to come, I can relax. In my mind's eye, I have already done it all. Tomorrow, I will be doing it for the second time, and everything's easier the second time around. 2. Confirm all call times and pickups. No later than 6 p.m. the night before the shoot day, make sure that you check in with the person who has given out all the cast and crew call times, usually the AD or production manager, and confirm that they have heard back from everyone. If there are any outstanding confirmations, make sure this person calls, texts, or emails again until they receive confirmation from every cast and crew person. For the drivers, remind them whom or what they will be picking up in the morning. 3. Go to bed early and make sure the director does too. This is so important. Make sure you have taken care of everything ahead of time so you can get some good sleep the night before shooting begins. If you can, make sure the director gets enough sleep as well. You'll both be running on adrenaline, but that will only get you so far. Film production is a marathon, not a sprint, so you need to pace yourself accordingly. 4. Set 2 separate non-electric alarms. I can't tell you how many people have overslept for call times. Either the electrical power goes out overnight and their alarm clocks don't go off, or they rely on wake-up calls from the front desk of a hotel, and they never happen. I strongly advise setting 2 separate wake-up alarms on 2 separate non-electric devices. I use my cell phone and a cheap battery-powered clock. They cost as little as $10. Set one for 5 minutes after the other in case you fall back to sleep. Never rely on a wake-up call from the front desk of a hotel. The hotel's night staff can be unreliable, and you shouldn't put your shoot day's fate in their hands. Many a time have I stood in a hotel lobby waiting for a crew person to come down for our departure in the van because they overslept. When shooting out of town, I usually travel with an extra alarm clock, in case someone forgets to bring one along. First day of principal photography. The shooting period of a film or video with the main unit of crew and actors is called principal photography. Photography without the actors, establishing exterior shots or drive-by shots, is called second unit photography. This section will focus on production for principal photography. It's important that everything goes as smoothly as possible on the first day. You want to create momentum and win over the cast and crew. Producer's to-do list for the first day. Leave your cell phone on. From the moment you wake up until you go to sleep, keep your cell phone on so you are available to solve any last-minute issues. Arrive on set ahead of time. Watch how things start to unfold. Check in with the assistant director to make sure everyone arrives on set on time. The AD, the production staff, and the craft service person should have been on set 30 minutes before everyone else's call time. Having coffee, tea, and bagels set up for when the crew arrives is very important. Pitch in. It's good for the crew to see you as a hands-on producer, someone who is dedicated to making the production go well. Be sure that all production personnel are organized and informed so they can support all that is going on with every department. Set the proper tone. It is crucial at this time to set a tone of mutual respect and support for the entire shoot. You want to instill the values of communication, collaboration, and fun from the very beginning. When I visit other producers' sets, I can tell within 10 minutes if there's a good vibe or one of fear and resentment. Cast and crew pick up on the cues quickly. So if you are respectful, supportive, communicative, and positive, the rest of the production will follow suit. As one of the leaders, be strong and steadfast. Check in with the talent. Find out if the actors are comfortable and happy, and let them know you are thinking of them and appreciate their contribution. Check in with the director. Is everything okay? Is she getting what she needs? Does she have the support she requires? Does she need to discuss any creative or logistical issues? Watch the assistant director. Is the AD keeping things moving? Is the AD communicating well with the cast and crew and establishing the proper tone, as discussed above? Get the first shot of the day off on time. Remember in Chapter 11, Scheduling, how we discussed starting with an easy setup on the morning of the first day? It's important to get that first shot off as close to the scheduled time as possible so you can build momentum. It is demoralizing to the cast and crew if you get to the lunch break and you haven't shot the first scene yet. Serve a late morning snack. It's good to pass around a little snack late morning if you can afford it. It makes people feel taken care of and gives them energy. But don't allow chocolate or candy out on the craft service table until after lunch, as the sugar highs and lows wreak havoc on cast and crew energy levels. Keep everyone hydrated. Make sure the PAs go around and offer water to cast and crew. The director, DP, and AD often don't have time to get more water if they run out. Hydration is a key to a healthy and productive crew. Serve lunch on time, no more than 6 hours after the first call time for cast and crew. Serving lunch late violates union rules and demonstrates a lack of caring and/or organization. Poll the crew ahead of time to find out if there are any food allergies or food specifications, like vegetarian or gluten-free. Personnel usually go through the food line in a certain order: 1, crew; 2, cast; 3, production staff. The 30-minute lunch period starts when the last person has gone through the line. Usually this works out to be about 40 or 45 minutes from the lunch call until the back-on-set call. Maintain momentum after lunch. The AD will give the back-on-set call. If you have served good, healthy food, people should be energized rather than sleepy. Getting cast and crew back to work quickly is key, so you don't lose momentum. Serve another snack later in the day. It's great if you can have a little snack served a few hours after the lunch meal. Now is the time to put chocolate or candy out on the craft service table for people who want it. Also, having a fresh pot of coffee available is usually a good idea. Watch out for problems. Is the art department ready when it needs to be? Is the director consistently waiting on the costume department? Is the key grip able to keep his or her crew working together, or do they seem to be at cross purposes? Do the actors know their lines? Are they getting along with the director? Is the director getting all the planned shots, or are we consistently falling behind in the schedule? What's the vibe? As the producer, you need to be monitoring all of this so you can spot any potential issues that need to be resolved. It's best to keep your finger on the pulse so you can anticipate anything before it becomes a bigger issue. I also rely on the production manager to spot concerns ahead of time, and I check in often throughout the day. Make safety a priority. Make sure everyone is working safely and properly all the time. You set the tone for the entire production, and if everyone understands that safety is the most important concern, they will work accordingly. Determine the next day's schedule. Ideally, the AD will have a first draft of the next day's call sheet, with call times, locations, and scene numbers, ready to discuss at lunch. If you are running behind, the AD may decide to try to add a scene to the next day, if you are on the same set or location, and shuffle the schedule a bit. Discuss and finalize this information together before it is locked at the end of the shoot day and distributed to the cast and crew by the AD department. Call wrap on time. Wrap is called by the AD when the last take of the last shot is completed, and everyone is assured, usually by the AC, that the take is technically good or clean. To wrap on time is important for all the reasons stated above. It gives the cast and crew confidence that the production knows how to schedule and produce a well-planned day and execute it properly. Sometimes this is not possible, and you'll have to start making plans for a second meal. Make plans ahead of time if you need a second meal. Order something that is healthy and hot. Pizza is usually not acceptable, and the crew will grumble. Discuss with the department heads whether they want a 30-minute sit-down meal or a walking meal. A walking meal means that they will take about 10 minutes to grab some food when it arrives, and then keep working. If it looks like you'll be done with your shooting day within an hour of the meal call, often they will prefer a walking meal. Note that cast and crew will not be off the clock for a walking meal, as they would be for a sit-down meal. The walking meal will be computed as work time. Stick to a 12-hour day and a 10 to 12-hour turnaround time. As discussed previously, you do not want to go past a 12-hour day schedule. If you stick to 12-hour days, you eliminate the need for a second meal, and you can keep 10 to 12-hour turnaround time for all cast and crew. As discussed earlier, turnaround time allows the time for the cast and crew to get enough sleep and is essential for the safety of your production. Who says what, and in what order on set? Quiet on set is said by the AD to get everyone quiet and to let them know you are going for a take. Roll sound is said by the AD, asking for the sound recordist to start recording sound. Sound rolling is said by the sound recordist to let everyone know sound is recording properly. Roll camera is said by the AD, asking the camera department to start recording media. Camera speed is the DP, camera operator, or AC, to let everyone know the camera is on and recording properly. Background action is said by the AD, to have the background action start their action if required. Note, if using union actors, only the AD can direct the background actors. Action is said by the director, to have everyone start the scene action. Cut is said by the director, to let everyone know that the take is over. Note, if the sound is being recorded in camera, there doesn't have to be a roll sound or sound rolling cues. Wrap checklist. Once you call wrap, there are several steps for the cast and crew to wrap out the day properly. 1. All actors need to change back into their street clothes and return their costumes to the wardrobe department. Never allow an actor to leave the set with a costume. They could forget a piece of it the next day, destroying continuity. 2. Leave the location in better shape than when you arrived. Make sure the cast and crew report any damage to the location to you or the production manager so it can be taken care of immediately. 3. Dispose of garbage properly. If you are on location, the location manager will know where to put the garbage. If in a studio, consult the studio manager and follow the proper procedures. 4. Confirm that each department has taken care of the required cleanup chores like cleaning any necessary wardrobe overnight, finishing touches on a set piece, etc. 5. Confirm that the production manager has prepared the production report for the day. The daily production report will state all the wrap times, the amount of film or videotape shot, with roll numbers, and other pertinent information. 6. Make sure the cast and crew complete their post-wrap work, and they leave set as soon as it is done. You want them off the clock as soon as possible so you avoid overtime. 7. Collect the visual media and shot material, organized by the AC and the DIT, the camera reports with take numbers and tech notes, the recorded audio material, and the audio reports. Create a purchase order, PO, that details how much and what kind of material is being sent to the post-production facility. The PO will contain the written instructions on what will be done to the material, e.g. transcoding, dubbing, backing up, archiving, etc., and when and how it needs to be delivered to the edit room. 8. Send a trusted PA to the post-production facility. Remind the PA to go directly to the facility without any stop-offs. The material must never be left unattended in a vehicle, not even for a moment. Everyone in the business has heard the horror stories of PAs stopping to get gas and having the film stolen out of the passenger side of the van. 9. Remember that there needs to be at least 2 different drives or cloud backups for all the acquired materials, and they need to live in 2 separate safe places. This will safeguard your project. A student of mine shot his film and put the hard drive and the backup hard drive in the home office of his parents' home while he went out of town to shoot another project. While he was away, the family home had a flood and he lost all of his material. 10. The script notes from the script supervisor should be sent to the editor, assistant editor, and producer. The editor will use these notes to create the assembly cut, looking for the takes the director has identified as the best. 11. If the director wants to look at dailies, the material that was shot a day or 2 before, each night after the shoot, create a workflow to accommodate the viewing. The director will decide if the DP, other key department heads, and/or actors will watch as well. Often this material is screened on the director's laptop or a computer monitor. If it's for a bigger group, you may need to rent a screening room. 12. Who watches dailies varies with each project. Usually it is the director, producer, and department heads that screen them together. They check to see how things are progressing in general, as well as the look of the film, how the performances are coming across, and so forth. Actors are usually not shown dailies during production. Discuss with the director what they prefer. 13. Get something good to eat. Go to sleep as early as you can. Get up and do it all over again. Second-day disasters. Beware of the second-day disasters phenomenon. I've been on many productions where everything goes like clockwork on the first day of shooting. Then the second day is an unmitigated disaster. The PA oversleeps and arrives 45 minutes late with the lead actor. The caterer gets lost and misses the lunch meal call time by half an hour. The assistant wardrobe person forgets the handbag that an actor needed in the third setup of the day, and so on. Why? Because everyone was so busy gearing up for day 1, they didn't prepare properly for day 2. Day 1 went well because the adrenaline was pumping and everyone was so focused. But on day 2, the adrenaline has been spent, and people are now feeling how tired they really are. On the second day, the crew is making mistakes and letting things fall through the cracks. This is not intentional. Everyone wants to do a great job every day. But a film production is a marathon, not a sprint, and everyone has to pace themselves. Make sure to set up the production so it can sustain a high level of efficiency and professionalism from day to day, week after week. I am often amazed at how well a shoot can go because every day could so easily be a disaster. There are so many little and big things that have to go right every minute of every day. So you need to be mindful and always watching to keep the production on track. Enemy of the production. There is another potential problem that you need to be aware of while you're in production. Veteran producer Richard Brick, sweet and low down, hanging with the homeboys, referred to this problem as the enemy of the production, EOP, and you need to be on the lookout for him or her on the set. The EOP is the person who, for whatever reason, tries to sabotage the production in overt or covert ways. It can be the person who complains about everything, the food, the pay, the long hours, etc., and starts to infect the work environment with a bad attitude. Or the person who tries to hijack the production by denigrating one of the key positions like the director or producer, undermining their leadership and trying to take control of the cast and crew. Or it can be an actor who battles with the director in front of everyone on set and tries to destroy the director's relationship and trust with the rest of the cast. If you spot an EOP among your cast or crew, it is best to discuss your concerns about the person with the director before taking action. Once you and the director are on the same page, you need to act swiftly to take care of the problem. It's a two-step process. First, try to have an honest discussion with the EOP. State what you have witnessed and observed about their attitude, behavior, or work style, and explain why you have grave concerns about its negative effects on the cast and crew. Then ask the EOP what they are thinking and feeling. Make sure you really listen to what they are saying. Do they have legitimate complaints, or is it coming from a place of malice and discontent that cannot be fixed through discussion and compromise? If you can, try to come to a mutual understanding about moving forward, working together. Then make it clear that you expect them to change their ways and treat the production with respect. If not, you'll need to terminate the person immediately. Before you have this conversation, make sure there is a backup person for the EOP's crew position, in case you have to replace them. It's not something any producer wants to do, but the production will be better off without that person on the crew. In addition, it sends an immediate message to the rest of the crew about intolerance for that kind of behavior. Now, the only caveat to this rule is if the person is one of the actors already filmed for your production. Then it becomes a much more complicated issue that may not be resolved by termination but may only be dealt with by discussion and negotiation. It's best to discuss with the director before you contact the individual actor, so you are both clear about how best to resolve the dilemma. Actualized budget. There are always 3 versions of a budget as you progress through a production. Your original estimated budget was locked when you started pre-production and approved by the financiers. Then you take that budget and create a working budget that reflects the ongoing, changing reality as you move through pre-production and into production. For instance, in the estimated budget, you may have originally budgeted $2,000 for the lighting and grip equipment rentals, but you were able to get a deal and it only cost $1,750. At first, you thought you'd need $3,000 for location fees, but you end up spending $3,500, and so on. Your working budget reflects the day-to-day budget reality. Then, once invoices start coming in, you create the third and final version of the budget, the actualized budget, where the actual numbers from the invoices are entered so you have a running tally of exactly what has been spent to date. We'll discuss this further in Chapter 14, Wrap. Cigars and fine chocolates. Often it's the little things that can make all the difference with your production. It's about taking care of the people you work with and letting them know that you appreciate their assistance with the project. This can be summed up by an experience a lighting designer, LD, friend, had on a production a few summers ago in North Dakota. He was trying to get some important information from the director of the music festival so he could do his job of designing the lighting for the show. The festival director would not return phone calls or emails, and generally ignored all requests for assistance during the pre-production phase. A few weeks later, while on a location scout in North Dakota, the LD finally met the fest director. They got to talking, and he found out that the fest director was a cigar smoker, and he mentioned that he liked a certain cigar brand, but they were too expensive, so he smoked this cheaper kind. 2 weeks later, when the LD returned to North Dakota for the pre-light day, he presented the fest director with a box of luxury cigars that he had purchased from a shop in New York City. The festival director was clearly moved by the unexpected gesture. No one had ever done something like that for him before. That afternoon, everything changed. The LD got everything he asked for, and the gig went off without a hitch. A $250 box of cigars was the difference between success or failure. This story illustrates how a small act of appreciation can go a long way to making a film production a smoother and nicer experience for all. Think about the different ways you can show your gratitude for those who are helpful and generous to your project. Director's Throughline. The collaboration between a producer and director is foundational for any project. My long-term working relationships with several highly talented directors have always been a source of great satisfaction to me. Each partnership is unique and requires specific strategies to help us work best together. As a producer, any insight into the director's psyche or personality can be incredibly helpful. Early in my career, I realized that it would be advantageous if I could predict how a director would react to any given situation throughout the often stressful filmmaking process. I decided to use a technique that I was taught in a class called Directing the Actors in film school, analyzing a character's spine or through line. For actors, you can figure out your character's spine. Then you could predict how he or she would react to any circumstance in the play or script. So I adapted this tool for collaborating with directors. Now, when I start to work with a director I haven't worked with, I spend some time trying to figure out their through line. Some of the ones I've worked with include to never be bored, to always feel free and never boxed in, to please others, to always feel in control. Being able to anticipate a director's response under stress has made my life as a producer much easier, and I highly recommend it. Recap. 1. Visualize the first day of principal photography at least one day before your shooting begins, so you can make sure you have covered all the tasks that need to be accomplished. 2. Confirm all call times and pickups so everyone arrives on time and at the right location. 3. Go to bed early so you are well rested. 4. Set 2 separate alarms 5 minutes apart so you wake up on time for every shoot day. 5. Arrive on set early the first day and make sure all is running smoothly. Check in with all the key department heads and actors and troubleshoot any problems as they arise. 6. Set a good working tone of mutual respect. 7. Feed your crew every 6 hours. 8. Call wrap no later than 12 hours from the call time. Make sure everyone has a 10 to 12 hour turnaround time. 12-hour turnaround for union cast and crew for the next day's production. 9. Leave the location better than when you arrived. 10. Avoid second-day disasters and make sure all are prepared for the next day's shoot before they leave set. 11. Keep alert for EOPs, enemy of the production, and make sure to confront them as soon as they make themselves known. If necessary, fire them so they cannot infect the rest of the production. 12. Remember to demonstrate gratitude to those who help your production. Without everyone working together, you wouldn't be able to complete the project. Chapter 13. Safety. The way you do anything is the way you do everything. Zen proverb, Tom Waits and others. Of all the producer's responsibilities on a project, the most important is the safety of all cast and crew. I can't emphasize this enough. You are making critical decisions every day that affect the lives, health, and safety of the cast and crew, and protecting them is your solemn duty. And how you keep them safe is tied directly to how you protect equipment, locations, and other production elements. Safety for all. This chapter is new to this edition and reflects the importance of safety for all, always. Safety is not an afterthought that gets in the way of a good shot, but rather a constant consideration and companion to every aspect of film production. Safety demonstrates your respect for each individual and component of the production, and should be the pervasive culture. If you are not committed to the necessary safety principles of filmmaking, then, quite simply, don't be a producer. It's a crucial obligation, and you must take it seriously and plan and execute it every day. In this chapter, we'll look at safety in the various aspects of prepping, shooting, and delivering a project. Preparing for safety in pre-production. Running a safe set and working environment is a key role of the producer, production staff, and the first assistant director. This begins during the pre-production period, when the research and planning is undertaken for every safety aspect of the project and continues day by day as production plans and elements evolve. Your responsibility to run a safe set and working environment ends only with the master delivery of the project. Depending on the ambition, location, and complexities of the production, these factors will change from project to project. While prepping for the production, keep in mind the following: insurance coverage and deal memos. In Chapter 10, Insurance, we discussed this topic in depth, including the different types of insurance coverage, how and when to purchase, additional insurance riders, etc. Here I want to discuss the why and how insurance works regarding the safety of all hired personnel and volunteers. Before anyone is hired to work or volunteer on your production, you need to purchase production insurance, including general liability coverage, and accident insurance. It is called workers' compensation insurance in the United States. This insurance needs to be in place in case someone has an accident, in the office or on set. If you plan to work with unpaid volunteers or interns, you need to make sure your workers' compensation or accident policy will cover them. Some policies only cover paid personnel, and this could affect your hiring plans. If filming internationally, research the laws for that country, because they may require accident and disability insurance coverage for cast and crew members. Each country has specific laws and regulations. Deal memos need to be signed by everyone, paid or unpaid, who works on your production. As discussed in Chapter 12, Production, a deal memo is a signed contract between the cast and crew member and the production company that states the work rules, salary and overtime rules, screen credit and arbitration rules, and gives the production company the right to the cast and crew members' work. A deal memo also codifies the hiring of each cast and crew member so they can be properly covered under the insurance policies. The importance of the first assistant director. It's imperative to hire a safety-focused and experienced first assistant director for your production. Knowledgeable first ADs are aware of all safety rules and how to maintain proper working conditions. For any given situation, they will create the plan with other safety personnel and make sure every contingency is planned for, every rule is abided by, and every crew member is informed. They also discuss and obtain approval from the producer, who in turn will contact the insurance company if there are any questions or if additional insurance riders have to be purchased. Hiring the right personnel. For certain technical equipment, stunts, weapons, pyrotechnics, and more, you'll need to hire a highly trained expert to work safely and legally on set. It's imperative to hire the most highly competent, experienced, and, in some cases, licensed experts to handle these jobs. You need to research to find the best and brightest, check their references, and meet with them before a hire is completed. During that process, you'll be able to determine if they know what they are doing, but also if they put safety before all other considerations. Following are the steps when planning for any stunt, fire, or gunshot, etc. 1. Bring together all the relevant crew members to discuss the special task in minute detail. The director, DP, first AD, key grip, and other department heads need to be in the first conversations with the expert to make sure every aspect is discussed and considered. Scheduling, budgeting, and creative decisions will be a part of this discussion. The director may want a certain effect, but the budget or schedule may not be able to accommodate it. Then the expert has to give other options that are equally safe, and the conversation continues. 2. The producer and director will need to debrief to make certain decisions together about what is possible, especially for budget and schedule considerations. Once a general plan and budget has been approved, it will be time to let the rest of the team know so they can begin detailed prep. 3. The expert, in conjunction with the first AD and production staff, will do the following as part of their job. Identify hazards. Hire qualified and competent personnel. Obtain proper permits. Meet with local authorities. Create and maintain required control measures on set. Establish the proper cueing system for the stunt. Set up and execute a rehearsal process. Communicate effectively with all cast and crew. Execute the stunt on the day of the shoot. 4. If you ever have a question about a safety issue, bring it up immediately with the trained crew person. They should be able to answer any query so you are assured that all precautions have been taken care of. Location permissions and planning. When shooting on location, precautions need to be taken to ensure safety for the cast and crew, equipment, and for protection of the location itself. Following is how to best plan for location shooting. Location analysis. While location scouting and during the tech scout, the producer, first AD, location manager, and key department heads need to analyze any possible location safety issues. For instance, if you are shooting in a remote area, a half-mile walk from the parking lot, how will you handle the logistics? How to get all the equipment safely into the woods, probably with carts and extra crew. How to make sure the cast and crew can walk that distance. Where will people go to the bathroom? They can't just go in the woods. How to provide shade or warmth from extreme weather elements. Does the production have bug spray, sunscreen, water, and food? There are countless considerations that have to be discussed, planned for, and approved by the team and location owners. Location permissions. Just because you completed successful negotiations to rent the location doesn't mean that's the end of the conversation. You need to make sure you go over all the plans for the shoot and get sign-off from the owner on anything that might be safety-related. Don't assume anything about the condition of the location. Ask about weight restrictions, electrical power needs, unsafe places on the location that need to be closed off so no one can wander into them by accident. I filmed at a small horse stable in New Jersey once with a dirt back lot that looked perfect to park our trucks and RV. On our tech scout, we showed the owner where we planned to park all the vehicles, and they explained that the back lot was very soft and couldn't handle the weight. They pointed out a front area where we had to park every heavy vehicle so none of the trucks and vans got swallowed up and stuck in the dirt. Location protection. Protecting the location from damage is an important consideration. You might need to bring in a crew a day early to cover up certain furniture or move it into a garage to protect it from the film crew. There may be valuable artwork or collectibles that need to be locked away for safekeeping. Or perhaps the location has a brand new hardwood floor and the key grip wants to put down dolly track. The owner will never give permission unless you have a clear and successful plan to discuss. You'll need to rent furniture blankets and purchase layout board to cover and protect the floors. No gaffer's tape can be put down on the floor because it will rip off the varnish when it's removed. I know a filmmaker who did this and had to pay $5,000 to have wooden floors refinished. You may need to tell the crew they must wear rubber-soled shoes for that shoot day. You get the idea. This all needs to be planned and approved prior to the shoot day. As always, contact your insurance broker to find out what your production insurance covers and if you need to purchase an additional rider for your policy. Call sheets. Call sheets are an important way to communicate safety to all the cast and crew. Highlight any special conditions the cast and crew need to be aware of prior to the shoot day on the daily call sheet. Dress code, such as closed-toe shoes only or long pants only. Or weather updates, such as hot weather expected Make sure to hydrate properly. Very cold temperatures for exterior work. Wear proper warm clothing and boots. Put on sunscreen for outside work. All the important emergency information needs to be stated on the call sheet as well. Nearest hospital, police and fire departments. If something happens, someone needs to know where to go for immediate medical attention. See additional information in Chapter 6, Pre-Production. Weather monitoring. Extreme weather can have big consequences for film productions. The production staff need to monitor the weather forecast and research weather patterns for the time of year and places where filming will occur. For instance, each year, August and September are peak months for hurricanes for the Caribbean islands. Planning to produce a film during that time in that area of the world would have an elevated risk. Additionally, it may be very difficult or expensive to produce production insurance for those same reasons. With the changes and escalation in extreme weather, productions have to be more vigilant and strategic than ever before. Torrential rains, flooding, extreme heat, massive snowstorms, hurricanes, tornadoes, and more are the kind of occurrences now causing productions to create weather contingencies more often. Educate yourself and the cast and crew so the production is prepared properly. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, www.weather.noaa.gov, and National Weather Service, www.weather.gov, have up-to-date weather information for any place in the world. On-set precautions and protocols. During principal photography, most of the focus is all the work happening on set. It's a very complicated world. Cast, crew, background actors, plus expensive equipment, cameras, lighting, grip, props, set dressing, set construction, costumes, special effects, and lots more. The production phase requires strict attention to all of these factors. On-set safety kits and personnel. Every set should have, at the very minimum, a first aid kit, sunscreen, and bug spray for use by cast and crew. The line producer should make sure that the unit production manager, the AD department, and the production assistants all know where these elements are kept in case they are needed quickly. Depending on what stunts or other factors are occurring on set, a medic, nurse, or lifeguard may be needed. Chain of command. Keep in mind that film sets are run similarly to military operations. There is a chain of command within each department. For example, in the grip department, it goes key grip, best boy grip, third grip, fourth grip, etc. Each person reports up to their superior. Then the key grip reports to the DP and the first AD, and ultimately to the producer and director. It is important for each person to know their relationship to each person in their department and how each department reports to the rest of the production. Union stewards. All union or guild contracts require the designation of a union steward for every single day of pre-production, production, and wrap where union members are hired. Usually determined after a vote from the union members on set, this person is knowledgeable of all the rules and is the point person for any safety or working condition concerns. The first AD and the producer interact directly with the steward to address any issues immediately. This is a crucial relationship to ensure cast and crew's safety. Safety meeting. At the beginning of each shoot day, a short safety meeting with the cast and crew should be given if there are any unusual safety issues that need to be addressed. There may be certain areas of the location that are off-limits or unsafe. Certain conditions that need to be considered, like possible late-morning thunderstorms. Protocols that need to be followed for an on-set special effect. These need to be communicated to all. As mentioned above, production should provide sunscreen, bug spray, a first aid kit, and water at the craft service table at all times. Production trailers, pop-up shelters, and other ways for cast and crew to shelter during exterior shoots should be provided when applicable. Depending on the location of the shoot, there may be a need to hire security personnel for the cast and crew and equipment safety. Nighttime exterior filming or unsafe neighborhoods may require such measures, so plan ahead. Turnaround time and company moves. As discussed in Chapter 12, Production, overworking cast and crew without a proper turnaround time is one of the most dangerous violations on any production. Union contracts clearly state the 12-hour turnaround time for their members, but if you are not working under a union contract, you still need to run your schedule by these rules. We all know the tragic consequences of crew personnel who died or were injured in accidents directly caused by fatigue or exhaustion due to lack of the proper amount of sleep. Company moves, as discussed in Chapter 11, require the entire cast and crew to pack up all the equipment and production elements and drive to another location and set up everything there again. It takes a lot of time out of the daily shooting schedule, but it also requires a lot of time and energy from the crew and wear and tear on the equipment and transportation vehicles. It's best to avoid company moves when possible and to minimize how many are scheduled in a day. Animals and animal handlers. Animals are sentient beings and need to be protected as much as any humans on set. Animals that are treated humanely and well are safer for humans on set and for general set safety. A scared animal in pain is one of the most dangerous and unpredictable on-set situations I can imagine. As discussed in Chapter 12, Production, if you have animals on your set for any period of time, you'll need to hire a trained animal handler. It can't just be a friend of yours who has a really sweet dog or cat and they plan to bring it on set. It has to be a professional animal handler with film credits and experience. The animal handler needs to ensure that the animal is well trained and socialized for work on a film set. They should be familiar with the species of animal and keep the animals safe, well rested, hydrated, and fed when working with them. The handler will need to coordinate with the first AD and producer to understand the exact actions that will be required from the animal. They can break it down into doable actions for the animal and give feedback on what is and isn't possible. They will coordinate casting, pre-training, on-set work, and off-set work with the animal. While on set, no one except the animal handler can interact with the animal. If an actor needs to work with an animal for a scene, the actor will only touch or work with the animal for the take, and then the animal goes back to the handler between takes. This will ensure the safety of all cast and crew as well. It is best to work with the American Humane Association, AHA, www.americanhumane.org, whenever you hire animals for your project. This organization's mission is to ensure the welfare, wellness, and well-being of children and animals, and to unleash the full potential of the bond between humans and animals to the mutual benefit of both. AHA created the No Animals Were Harmed certification program and logo for film productions. If you wish to receive the certification and be allowed to use the logo in your project's end credits, you'll need to register your production, have a certified animal safety representative, CASR, on set when animals are working. Follow the AHA guidelines and submit your final master to the AHA before you can be approved to do so. If you are working under a SAG-AFTRA agreement, there may be no charge or a discounted charge for the CASR. Ethical considerations are always a part of any production. Before making a final decision to work with animals on set, consider if computer-generated imagery, CGI, or animatronics are a better option. For many projects, it has become easier and cheaper to attain great post-effects without having to film with an actual animal for any budget level. Lastly, contact your insurance broker to find out what your production insurance covers and if you need to purchase an additional rider for your policy. Speaking up. What happens if you are on a set and feel unsafe, or witness unsafe practices, or are subjected to unsafe conditions? You need to speak up. Contact the key department head and shop steward immediately. If you do not feel that your concerns were heeded, contact the assistant director and producer. If you feel that the conditions have not been addressed properly, then reach out to the safety hotlines. Cast and crew's health and safety may be at risk, and it is up to each one of us to make sure filmmaking is a creative, but first and foremost, a safe endeavor every day. Remember, it's just a movie. No one should ever be put in an unsafe situation when on a film project. There is always another way to get the shot done. You just need to work the problem to make sure it's safe. If you have any concerns when on a film project, there are many ways to get help. Call the ICG Local 600 Safety Hotline at 877-424-4685. Call the DGA Safety Hotline at 800-342-3457. Call the SAG Safety Hotline at 844-723-3773. Download the free Set Safety app, available for free for iPhone and Android, which provides one-touch access to call safety hotlines, report excessive labor hours, submit proof of excessive hours, and read DGA bulletins that detail safety protocols and requirements across a wide variety of filming situations. Security for post-production and deliverables. Protecting the project during post-production is just as important as all the other elements we have discussed. In Chapter 12, Production, we discussed backing up the acquired footage on multiple drives, on cloud computing sites, etc. When editing, saving the newest cut of the project must happen every day and night, so none of the latest editorial work is lost. Take every possible security measure to make sure your system can't be hacked from the outside. You don't want anyone to see your project until the final master is ready for public screening, and piracy concerns are a big part of the film industry. Set up strict control and approval measures if you need to send out a work-in-progress cut to someone over the internet. There are many different ways to do this, but you need to research how secure the website is. I've been on projects where a pen drive or hard drive is delivered to me in person, so we don't take the chance on a possible hack. Plan out your security protocols for the editorial period, and make sure all personnel and any outside post-production facility follows your safety measures properly. E&O insurance. Once your project is delivered, if it will screen through a broadcast or distribution entity, you'll need to purchase errors and omission E&O insurance. As discussed previously, the producer will have to fill out a signed questionnaire regarding the legal acquisition of all the work in the project to make sure it was properly done. Release forms, deal memos, licensing agreements, confidentiality agreements, etc. need to be provided as assurance that the project is protected from any potential lawsuits. The E&O insurance will provide money to pay for legal fees if someone decides to sue the production company or filmmakers. Equipment monitoring and protection. Film equipment, cameras, lighting, grip equipment, dollies, cranes, walkie-talkies, trucks, vans, etc., is extremely expensive. Protecting the equipment from damage and theft is a high priority for any producer. Follow these steps. Equipment damage. The best way to eliminate or control damage to the production equipment is to hire the most professional and experienced crew you can. Do the math. If you can't afford a professional assistant camera person and instead get a friend from film school to be the AC, and then they damage a lens, the repair bill will be much more money than if you had spent the money to hire a professional in the first place. Professional crew have been trained to take care of and use their equipment properly. They know what factors to watch out for, how to protect it, and how to manage any unforeseen circumstances or events. This also helps to ensure against technical problems for the production. Inexperienced crew may record at the wrong tech specs or miss an important warning signal from a piece of equipment, thus causing very time-consuming and costly problems for post-production. Checking out equipment. We discussed the importance of equipment checkouts in Chapter 6, Pre-Production, and this is another way to ensure against equipment problems. By having the assistant camera person and other technicians check out the equipment you are renting the day before the shoot, you make sure that it is all in good operating order. If a checkout is not done prior to taking the equipment out of the rental house, you'll be charged for any broken equipment that is returned afterwards, even if it was broken before you picked it up. Security against equipment theft. As mentioned above, all the equipment used in film production is expensive. Consequently, it is imperative that it is kept in a safe, dry, and protected place at all times, before, during, and after a shoot day. When picking up equipment from a rental house, you'll need 2 production assistants in the van, one to stay in the locked vehicle and one to shuttle the equipment from the rental house to the van. The PAs have to have eyes on the equipment at all times and in a locked vehicle. If someone has to go to the bathroom, the other person must stay with the equipment. There are innumerable incidents of equipment stolen from cars and vans left unattended, if only for a few minutes. On set, the same amount of vigilance must be kept at all times. Even in a studio, you need to make sure no one who is not a cast or crew member can just walk onto a set without permission or an escort. Some productions use laminates to make sure only authorized personnel are allowed in the location or venue. Security guards may be necessary too. For exterior filming, the situation is even more complex. You may need to hire extra PAs to sit in locked vehicles with equipment or near equipment on set, often called fire watch, to ensure that no one can walk off with an expensive camera or lens case, etc. Lastly, where and how you'll protect the vehicles and equipment overnight when not shooting is a key responsibility of the production team. Most of the time, productions rent spaces in 24-hour supervised and secured parking lots for all production and equipment vehicles. Every department will have a driver who will pick up and drop off the vehicle in the parking lot each day. The production team will need to research and sometimes make reservations so there is a safe and secure place for every prep, production, and wrap day of the schedule. In busy production centers and cities, reserve space ahead of time. If you can't find the 24-hour supervised or secured parking lot, then you may need to bring all the equipment inside to a secure location or warehouse every day and night, and even hire an overnight security guard. It's labor-intensive, but the alternative is the possibility of hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment being stolen, which won't be covered by insurance. Production insurance policies specify that equipment needs to be stored safely and securely in order for an insurance company to pay out a claim. Contact your insurance broker to find out what your production insurance covers and if you need to purchase an additional rider for your policy. Walkie-talkies. Finally, a brief message about walkie-talkies. On most productions of a certain size, they are essential for effective communication on set. They are also surprisingly expensive. Even a missing walkie-talkie battery costs a few $100s. Make sure you assign a competent production assistant to sign in and sign out walkie-talkies and batteries at the beginning and end of each day. Each crew person is responsible for their walkie-talkie, and a sign-in, sign-out sheet is essential to keep track of the rental equipment. Equipment and art department returns. I can't overstate how important it is to plan as carefully for the equipment returns as you did for the pickup days. Often, producers are so fixated on the prep and production phases that they forget to plan for how to wrap and return all the rental equipment and production design elements. The potential for theft and/or damage is elevated when you have an exhausted crew member or not enough people to secure, protect, and return the valuable rental equipment. Make sure you have enough crew to do the returns. If the production PAs are sleep-deprived, bring in a fresh crew to execute the returns for the production. Go back to your original pickup list and make sure you account for every piece of equipment. A smart and careful return schedule will help you accomplish this. As before, hire 2 people for each van or truck that has to drop off equipment or props and set dressing, so there is always one person staying with the vehicle that is loaded up with expensive cargo. Plan to keep the equipment and props in a 24-hour supervised parking lot if any of it needs to be stored overnight. The production is responsible until all the rentals are returned, checked back in, and are confirmed to have no damage. The better planned the returns process, the less missing or damaged charges you will incur. Safety protocols for equipment and special conditions. Film production utilizes lots of technically advanced and expensive equipment to create the cinematographic magic on screen. Consequently, you'll need to be very careful when working with any of the equipment to follow. Make sure you rent from a reputable vendor, hire expert operators, and follow all of the safety protocols. Process trailers. Process trailers, or camera cars, are used often when shooting footage of actors talking while driving picture vehicles. When using a process trailer, the picture vehicle is attached to the back of the trailer. The picture vehicle's wheels don't touch the ground, and the actor does not actively drive because the process trailer operator does the actual driving. The process trailer has an open back with space to place a camera, lighting, grip equipment, and several crew members, often the director, camera operator, sound recordist, and first AD. But process trailers are not without their own risks. There have been accidents, especially when making turns on the road. This is serious business, and crew people can't just hop on the back of a process trailer because it seems like fun. To address any safety issues, the trailer should be operated by an experienced driver who understands how much camera, lighting, and grip equipment and crew members can be put safely into the back of the trailer. All proper filming permits need to be procured. Prior to shooting, the local police or sheriff's department needs to be contacted, and plans need to be discussed and approved before you can do any filming. Driving on open public roads is dangerous, and it is always safer if you can lock down a street so you have full control over the roadway. These and other plans need to be coordinated in detail with the first AD, local authorities, local film commission, and cast and crew. Depending on the locale, you'll need to hire police and/or fire department personnel, and you may need to purchase additional insurance. Helicopters. Shooting aerial footage from helicopters is another area of potential safety risks. There are single-engine and double-engine helicopters, and I always suggest that production companies only hire double-engine helicopters for aerial photography. I won't go up in a single-engine copter myself because there is no backup if that one engine fails. Contact reputable aerial photography companies and operators, and make sure all the plans are in place to secure the camera and personnel during the install of the equipment and shooting of the footage. It's critical that all equipment and crew are strapped in securely before takeoff. Contact your insurance broker to find out what your production insurance covers, and if you need to purchase an additional rider for your policy. Unmanned aerial vehicles and drones. Unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, are a relatively new technology, and their use on productions and the regulations that govern their operation will continue to evolve. Drones are a category of this technology, and the one that we hear about most in film production. Researching the local laws and ordinances that pertain to their use in the production location is the first step in the process. If drone operation is allowed, you'll need to hire an experienced operator and coordinate with the municipality to make sure you are following all the legal protocols and rules. There may be different rules state by state, country by country, and urban versus rural areas for drone operation. Contact the local film commission and/or the relevant city or state governing bodies to find out the latest information before you plan for a drone shoot. Double-check that research close to your shoot dates. The regulations are changing very quickly, and you can't rely solely on the drone operator to have all the latest information. Contact your insurance broker to find out what your production insurance covers, and if you need to purchase an additional rider for your policy. Cranes, jibs, and overhead cameras. Cranes and jibs require experienced operators to maintain safety for the cast and crew and equipment itself. The first AD will coordinate the production plan with the crane and jib technicians, the grip department, the DP, and any other relevant crew members. Working with the location manager, the first AD needs to make sure that such a large piece of equipment is allowed to work on the premises and that the weight of the equipment can be supported by the location floor. Additional safety protocols need to be in place for the operation of the equipment when it moves through a space. It can take up large amounts of space, and any use of lead weights that are often placed on the back of a crane as a counterweight. Overhead cameras require cables to glide or fly over a space. These are often used during sporting events and concerts, but can also be used in spaces with very high ceilings. The same approval protocols are required, and double safety cords are necessary to make sure that the glide cable can't break and fall on anybody or anything below. Contact your insurance broker to find out what your production insurance covers and if you need to purchase an additional rider for your policy. Stunts. For any stunt, from an actor punching another actor to crashing a car on the San Diego freeway, you'll need to hire a stunt coordinator and stunt performers. Each stunt will need to be fully planned and vetted by the stunt coordinator in consultation with the first AD. Precise discussions with the DP will allow all to figure out which camera angle will work best for each shot in sequence for a stunt. Detailed storyboards map how each shot will be accomplished to keep the stunt performers safe and capture the footage necessary for the project. Stunt performers may be working with animals, fire, explosions, falls, crashes, fights, driving, water, and wires. Hiring the best stunt team for each kind of stunt is critical. If working under a SAG-AFTRA agreement, stunt coordinators and stunt performers are covered under the Guild agreement, so make sure to research the work rules and salary rates. Contact your insurance broker to find out what your production insurance covers and if you need to purchase an additional rider for your policy. Prop weapons. Prop weapons include anything that could potentially harm anyone for any reason. Scissors, knives, baseball bats, ice picks, swords, handguns, rifles, bombs, etc. These are rubber and plastic versions of the real thing. They look real, but are non-working, non-firing. Prop weapons rental houses rent to productions, usually on a weekly rate. There should be a designated crew person in charge of the prop weapon. In some cases, it may be used in a fight, in which case the stunt coordinator will have possession of the prop on set. Anytime a firing prop weapon or a dulled real blade, like a real machete that has been dulled, is used on a film set, you need to hire a weaponer, an armorer, or a weapons specialist. Included in this category would be any prop weapon involved in a stunt or other kind of intensive weapon play. The weaponer trains the actor and confirms that they can use it properly before handing it over to them for use on set. As soon as the take is over, the prop weapon is immediately given back to the weaponer for reloading or safekeeping until it is time for the next take. Never is an actor or other crew member allowed to touch or have possession of the prop weapon at any other time. Weaponers also create and implement squibs, which are special effects devices that mimic what a bullet does when it hits a surface, like skin, clothing, or glass. It's the pouch that spurts blood when an actor is shot in the arm. When guns need to be fired on set, this is done with blank cartridges. Blanks are empty shell casings, no bullets, that contain a small amount of gunpowder to create the sound and flash of a gunshot. They also provide sufficient recoil to eject the fired shell casing from a semi-automatic firearm, simulating actual functioning. Consequently, blanks can and have killed actors because they weren't used properly. Only a professional weaponer can set up and handle a prop gun and blanks because only they know the distance that must be maintained to render the blank cartridges safe. If a blank is fired against or close to an actor's skull, chest, or other body part, it can be lethal. Over the years, there have been tragic incidents of blanks killing or injuring actors because the proper protocols and firing distance were not followed. I've seen dramatic demos of a blank being fired into an apple at close range, and you can see how dangerous these props can be. Educate yourself, hire the best professionals, and plan carefully if working with any prop weapons on set. Weaponer and armorers can also give you advice on how to best achieve a particular special effect regarding weapons and come up with the safest and easiest solutions. With incredible computer special effects, it's possible to create a lot of the sound and flash in post-production now, reducing risk on set even more. Contact your insurance broker to find out what your production insurance covers and if you need to purchase an additional rider for your policy. Filming exteriors with prop weapons or stunts. Filming outside, where anyone from the public can see a prop weapon or stunt, is automatically a dangerous situation. Any uninformed passerby can mistake the fake gunshot for a real one and call the local police department, who then arrive with guns drawn, thinking it is a real situation. Unfortunately, this potentially lethal situation can occur when safety isn't valued by inept producers and directors. A few years ago, a film crew staged a fake holdup in a convenience store on Long Island for an independent film. A passerby called 911, and the police arrived with loaded guns pointed at an actor with a fake prop weapon during a scripted scene from a film shoot. Don't ever do this. Make sure to contact the local film commissions and police department to find out what is allowed. If possible, spend the time and resources necessary to cover up the set so the public can't see into the space. Lastly, have a plan in place to notify passers-by that filming is taking place so they don't assume it is a real crime occurring. If you rent a prop weapon, check with the prop house regarding how and where you can transport the prop gun, etc. In New York, you can't carry a prop weapon on the subway, so you'll need to drive it to set. There are also protocols for when you ship a prop weapon or fly with one. Ask the weapon house about these details and fill out the proper paperwork so you are in compliance with all local and federal laws. Pyrotechnics. If you plan to set something or someone on fire, blow up a building, create a smoke effect, or light fireworks for a scene, you'll need to hire a licensed pyrotechnician. The only exceptions to the list would be if the fire is in a fireplace, barbecue grill, or a sanctioned campfire location. Squibs, see the prop weapons section, may also fall under the purview of a pyrotechnician because of the ignition aspect of the special effect. If you would like to make a controlled fire outside anywhere, you will need to contact the local fire department. Certain neighborhoods, areas, and regions prohibit any pyrotechnic of any kind because of dry conditions where a fire could become uncontrollable and unstoppable. Each state has their own rules for pyrotechnics, so make sure the people you hire have the correct license for the state you are filming in. The expert will create the safety plan, work on storyboards, hire the proper personnel, and coordinate with the first AD and producer as outlined. Contact your insurance broker to find out what your production insurance covers and if you need to purchase an additional rider for your policy. Railroad tracks. I've included railroad tracks in this chapter because filming on tracks of any kind, active or inactive, is always a potentially dangerous situation. Even inactive tracks may be capable of carrying rail cars, and such remote possibilities need to be considered and planned for. If you wish to shoot on or near railroad tracks, you'll need to find out who owns the tracks, private, city, state, or federal, and contact them for permission and sign a legal contract allowing you to film on the tracks. You must have a safety plan and work in coordination with the track authority to make sure that no train could possibly run on the track while your cast or crew is on site. There was a fatal incident on a film set while shooting on railroad tracks a few years ago, and assistant camera person Sarah Jones was killed. Her family created a foundation, Safety for Sarah, www.safetyforsarah.com, and has worked tirelessly to promote safety on film sets. Check out the website for more information. Global safety issues. When putting together a production, there are always myriad factors that can affect your safety plans, and it is the production staff's job to keep up on any factor that could have a negative impact. Health advisory. Monitoring health advisories is also a part of the production team's job. Agencies like the World Health Organization, www.who.int, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, www.cdc.gov, monitor virus outbreaks, pandemics, and other health emergencies. Consult the websites to determine if there are any advisories for the area of the world you'll be shooting in. Global events. Global events and crises can impact a production as well. If there is an attack or civil unrest in a city or region, it may not be safe to shoot there, and your insurance company may not extend coverage for a period of time. Consult the U.S. Department of State, travel.state.gov, for any travel warnings, domestic and international, issued by the U.S. government. Insurance companies consult this website as well and may change your coverage based on updated advisories. Stay informed about global events that could impact your production. Recap. 1. A producer's number one priority is the health and safety of all cast and crew. Good planning and vigilance is important from day one until master delivery. The first AD, key department heads, special effects personnel, and the production team need to work together to map out a safe plan ahead of time for any stunt or special effect on set. 2. Protecting animals on set requires a properly trained animal handler. If you wish to use the logo "No Animals Were Harmed" in your project's end credits, you'll need to contact the American Humane Association and follow their program. 3. Remember to research each location ahead of time to plan and implement safety systems to protect it properly. 4. Film equipment is extremely expensive. The production team needs to plan for its safety from the time it is picked up from a rental house until it's returned to protect it from theft and damage. 5. All acquired footage, various editorial cuts, and all processes during post-production need to be protected from hacks or other kinds of loss through backups, cloud computing, and other online protections. 6. Hire the proper personnel, e.g. stunt coordinator, drone operator, weaponer, crane operator, pyrotechnics expert, etc., whenever working with specialized equipment. 7. Extreme weather and travel warnings need to be factored into any production decisions when planning and scheduling a project. Research weather and the socio-political situations in the area of the world you are filming to protect everyone and everything. Chapter 14. Wrap. If one advances confidently in the direction of his dreams and endeavors to live the life he has imagined, he will meet with a success unexpected in common hours. Henry David Thoreau. Calling wrap for the last time on the last day of principal photography is a joyous moment. Congratulations! You have pulled off a minor miracle, and you should be proud of yourself and the rest of your cast and crew. Enjoy the sensation, but not for too long, because you, the production staff and crew, have to spend the next few days wrapping out the job. Wrapping out. Wrapping out is almost like doing everything you did leading up to the shoot, but now in reverse order. Equipment, sets, props, costumes, etc. need to be packed up and returned to where they came from. Things that were rented will be sent back to the rental houses, and purchased materials will be stored, sold, recycled, or donated. While you were shooting, each department was making returns when possible, but most things had to be kept until the last day of shooting, so now there is a lot to do. The production department oversees the wrap-out, checking in with each individual department to make sure all is done properly and in a timely manner. Some guidelines for wrapping out. 1. Most rentals need to be returned the day after the last day of shooting by a certain time, or else the production will be charged an additional rental day. 2. Rental costumes need to be dry cleaned before being returned, unless the rental company has a different policy. 3. Certain rental and purchased wardrobe, set construction pieces, and purchased props may need to be rented or stored until it is determined there will be no reshoots. 4. Anything that was purchased and can be used again should be given back to the production company from each department head. This can include expendables, gaffer's tape, gels, camera accessories, wardrobe, props, furniture, and office supplies. 5. Anything that can't be put to good use can be donated to thrift stores. It keeps it out of the landfill, and the production company could obtain a tax deduction. There are other organizations geared toward artists or film productions in certain cities that recycle the materials you donate for use by other artists and films. Go to www.producertoproducer.com for more information. Loss and damaged, or missing and damaged. L&D or M&D refers to lost, missing, and damaged. These are dreadful words for any producer. You work so hard to come in under budget, and it could all be blown away when a crew person loses an expensive walkie-talkie or someone breaks a piece of expensive equipment while shooting. The production will have to pay to replace the items or to have them repaired, so it's necessary to budget for these costs in the estimated budget. Hiring professional and responsible crew is the best way to minimize losses and damages. Deposit checks and credit card authorizations. As discussed in Chapter 6, Pre-Production, most equipment, prop, and costume rental houses will require the production to put down a credit card deposit to secure the transaction. When making their returns, the production department will want to make sure to get the deposit amount back and confirmation paperwork to reflect the credit. Usually, the rental house will comply after they have checked all the rentals back in and nothing is missing or damaged, M&D. Actualized budget. The actualized budget contains all the actual invoices, petty cash, and payroll that has been paid or will be paid to produce the film. These numbers will be entered and totaled up in the actual column of the budget, which is located to the right of the estimated column. Sometimes the working budget is in between these two columns. To create an actualized budget, you will need to create a purchase order for each invoice. A purchase order is a binding document that signifies that the production company agrees to pay the vendor the amount stated on the order according to a specific payment schedule, usually within 30 days of invoice date. Purchase orders are listed by consecutive PO numbers and contain the following info: vendor address, phone, email address, invoice number, invoice date, company tax ID number, what was purchased, invoice amount, budget line, item number, payment method, on account, check number or credit card payment, and payment due date. Once you have entered this information onto the purchase order, you will transfer some of the key details to the purchase order log. This log will utilize one line for each PO. You'll enter the budget line item number, date, PO number, vendor name, amount, payment status, paid or unpaid, and payment method. If you are using the budget template downloaded from www.producertoproducer.com or other budget computer software, you can enter the information within the budget template. Push a Send Actuals button, and all the numbers are automatically transferred and totaled in the actual column of the budget. As you move through the production, you will keep adding to the list of invoices to be paid and entering them in the actual column. It's important to track the estimated and actual columns of each line item so you can anticipate any overages and figure out ways to mitigate them by saving money in other budget areas. The goal is to always come in under budget. Petty cash. Petty cash refers to the money that is paid out in cash for purchases and expenses. Each purchase must have a written receipt so you can track where all the cash outlay has been spent. Similarly to the purchase order log, all the pertinent info will be entered into a petty cash log, and the amounts are sent to the proper line item's actual column. Some producers like to give out preloaded debit cards for petty cash use instead of cash. It allows the production to track every purchase and limit the amount that any crew member or department is given to spend. Regarding our case study film, Sunday, the original estimated budget was $12,008, and the final actualized number came to $8,727. You can see the side-by-side comparison of estimated versus actual. They came in under budget by $3,281, 27% less than originally budgeted. Refer to the bonus PDF for the Sunday actualized budget. Budget analysis. It's incredibly helpful and necessary to analyze the budget, line by line, after you have finalized it. You've collected a treasure trove of information that can inform your future productions. With an actualized budget, you have the final answers to the questions you posed to yourself when you first created the estimated budget months or years before. For Sunday, the underage came from a few places. Labor costs were pretty much on target. They saved money on the location fees. A family friend let them shoot at her home for the yellow house, and the ice cream parlor didn't have to close and let them shoot on a quiet day. The production paid for all the ice cream, etc. that they used for the shoot. They came in under on cast and crew food costs by eating at 2 local restaurants, and saved on the picture vehicle costs because a local rental company had cheap black town cars. They spent more money on hard drives because the Red Dragon media took up more memory space than anticipated. The only unanticipated cost was the director's airfare to Paris to work with a talented editor who could also get the audio mix for free, which helped save money in the post budget. Their color correct was less expensive than originally budgeted. Overall, their estimated budget was a solid, realistic one, and they had a production without any mishaps. Through friends, favors, and other smart decision-making, they were able to create an award-winning short film for about $8,000, a very impressive feat. For your own productions, actualized budgets become your own budgetary database that allows you to estimate future budgets with greater clarity and accuracy. Make sure to keep accurate accounting so your actuals are correct, and save them for future reference. Then, when you go to budget for another project, you can use a past budget as a template, and then scale it up or down for the new project. Wrap paperwork. To wrap out the production, there is much paperwork that needs to be finalized and archived. Many of these documents will be required for the deliverables for the project. See Chapter 15, Post-Production. Cast contracts. All SAG-AFTRA or non-union contracts for the cast. If you registered the production with a guild, you'll need to send them all signed required documents to close out your production and have your bond returned. Always keep copies for your files. Crew deal memos. All deal memos for each crew member. Location contracts and release forms. All contracts and signed location release forms for each location used. Actualized budget. The final budget as discussed above, including purchase orders, PO log, petty cash log, payroll log, sales log, and check log. Payment paperwork. A copy of all payment documentation for cast, crew, and paid invoices. Music contracts. All negotiated and signed music licensing contracts, including master license and synchronization documents. See Chapter 17, Music. Daily call sheets. A copy of each call sheet for every day of principal photography. Daily production reports. A copy of each production report for every day of principal photography. Production book. The production book, including all contact info for cast and crew, vendor contact info, and any other production-related information. Insurance coverage documents and certificates. A copy of the insurance policy or coverage and any insurance certificates issued during the production. Wrap party. It's always nice to have a party for the cast and crew after you have wrapped production. Your budget will dictate what you can afford, but it's a fun way for everyone to get closure. You've been through a lot together, and to thank all for their hard work and talent. On low-budget projects, you can set it up at a bar or restaurant where the cast and crew can gather at a certain time and share in the sense of accomplishment and collaboration. If you can pay for the first round of drinks, it is always a generous and appreciated gesture. For me, making a film is always an awe-inspiring feat, no matter what the circumstances. I'm always uniquely aware of how impossible the odds are, so when you can pull it off, it feels like a small miracle. Yet the miracle is one manifested by every single person who put his or her efforts and talent to realize the vision. Without the collective will of the cast and crew, the project wouldn't exist. Recap. 1. All departments return rentals promptly after the wrap so the production is not charged for additional rental days. 2. Assess any lost, damaged, or missing equipment and take care of the paperwork and payment promptly. 3. Retrieve credit card authorizations and deposit checks. 4. Actualize the budget by entering and adding up all invoices and expenses through a PO log and a petty cash log. 5. Take some time to analyze the variance between the estimated budget and the actual one, so you can accurately plan for future projects. 6. Create a binder and keep copies of all wrap paperwork on file. You'll need it for when you deliver the project. 7. A wrap party for all cast and crew is a nice way to thank everyone and let them know how much you appreciate their hard work and talent. Chapter 15. Post-production. In many ways, a director's job is how he uses all his second chances. Twyla Tharp. Although it's called post-production, the work actually begins during pre-production. You need to plan all the steps for the finishing of the project while you are planning all the steps for the beginning of the project. This is called workflow. Workflow. To create the workflow, answer the following questions. 1. What is the highest quality that you can afford to shoot on and master to? 2. What media format best suits the aesthetics of your project? 3. Will you need to transcode any material? 4. How much digital storage space will your project require? How much throughput or speed of processing and connectivity speed will you need in your hard drive purchases? 5. How will you back up the acquired and edited materials to guard against loss, theft, or damage? 6. Whom do you need to consult to make and implement these choices and decisions? When do they need to be brought into the process? 7. Where will your project be shown? Film festivals, television or cable, theaters, digital streaming, DVD, VOD, mobile, internet, social media, and any media yet to be invented? 8. What are the technical requirements for the project's audio and video masters? 9. What are the required deliverables? Picking a format. These days, most projects are usually shot in digital video, although some are shot in film, 35mm or Super 16mm. New formats and technologies emerge frequently. It's best to discuss format choices with the project's director and DP. You can find the latest tech information by reading trade publications and manufacturers' websites and going to technology conventions. At the beginning of pre-production, the director, DP, editor, and post-production supervisor will discuss tech decisions. To follow is a list of the tech aspects to understand and consider. Sensors and pixels. Different camera manufacturers have different size sensors, which present different qualities or looks, and come in different megapixel counts. If you use insufficient pixels, picture elements, for your filming situation, the image will look fuzzy or blocky. A sufficient number of pixels for the end use of the project, say projection in a theater, and the human eye won't even see that there are pixels. It's best to figure out where your project will screen and then decide which sensor is right for the job. Frame size. Frame size is determined by the number of pixels and scan lines that make up the digital image. When we say definition, we are talking about the amount of detail in the image. High definition, HD, has two basic sizes, both in a 16:9 aspect ratio, 720 and 1080. 720 is also known as 1280 by 720, meaning there are 720 lines of 1,280 pixels per line. 1080 is also known as 1920 by 1080. 1,080 lines of 1,920 pixels per line. 2K, 4K, 5K, 8K, more Ks in the future, have scan lines that exceed 2,000, 4,000, 5,000, and 8,000 horizontal lines, respectively. Ultra-high definition, UHD, is 3,840 by 2,160 and is the latest pixel resolution. Your delivery requirements will determine your selection of frame size. Aspect ratio. Aspect ratio is the ratio of width to height of a video image. Projects viewed on smaller screens, e.g. TV, mobile, computer, are usually 16:9 or 1.77 to 1, which equals 16 divided by 9. Theatrical films can be 1.85 to 1 and go up to 2.35 to 1, widescreen. The director and DP will have strong opinions about what aspect ratio is best for the project. If shooting film, make sure the assistant camera person sets the viewfinder masking on the camera to whatever aspect ratio has been chosen. Frame rate. Frame rate refers to the number of images that are recorded or displayed per second. Don't confuse it with shutter speed, which is the amount of time that light hits the sensor as each frame is captured. Common frame rates are 23.97 frames per second, FPS, 24 FPS, 29.97 FPS, or 30 FPS. The director, DP, and editor will want to decide the frame rate based on aesthetics and delivery requirements. Pull down or pull up. Pull down or pull up occurs when you need to convert your digital material from one frame rate to another. If you shoot at one frame rate but need to deliver your master at another frame rate, you'll need to do a pull down or pull up. Prior to filming, make sure the post-production supervisor is part of this discussion before the frame rate decision is finalized. Codec or compression. Codec, compression, decompression, is a compression scheme for recording video. Video and audio signals are usually compressed during storage and transmission, and then the signals are decompressed when you master your project. Codecs come into play when you record or transcode the material. Transcoding is the process of converting digital material from one codec to another. This is often done so the original digital files can be compressed and loaded into the editing system. That way it takes up less media storage space. Some cameras can output RAW, which is picture information directly from the sensor without any signal processing whatsoever. This will take up much more digital storage space and could cost more time and money in post-production. Figure out if your project requires raw digital files and whether the budget can support the added costs. Remember to factor in throughput speed, and storage space requirements for the massive amount of digital information that RAW files need. Bit depth. Bit depth is a measure of light sample size or shades of gray, or color representation. It is expressed as a number, usually as either 8-bit or 10-bit, but it can go higher. There are more steps in 10-bit than in 8-bit, and 10-bit gives the video more markers and precision, which allows for rendering and manipulation with more detail in post-production. Depending on what you are filming, like green screen or material for visual effects, and how the final master will be seen, like cinema versus mobile phones, you can decide what bit depth is needed. Camera sensor and dynamic range. Each camera model has a specific sensor and dynamic range, although most digital cameras and 35mm film have 12 to 14 exposure stops of dynamic range. Most monitors and theatrical projectors allow our eyes to see only 5 exposure stops of dynamic range. So each digital camera manufacturer has created a logarithmic formula to maximize the full dynamic range on a 5-exposure stop display device. Some of these formulas have names. Sony has S-Log, Arri has C-Log, and Red has their own formula. Keep in mind that new HDR, high dynamic range, monitors are able to show full dynamic range and over time will become more affordable and access will increase. LUT. A lookup table, LUT, is a computer application that affects the way you see full dynamic range video out of the camera and on monitors on a film set or in the edit room. A LUT is non-destructive and does not actually change the raw footage logarithmically to the off-board recorder. The default LUTs are Rec. 709 and Rec. 2020, which were created to conform to the 5 exposure stops of dynamic range that display devices can show. Consult with the DP to find out if she has a different LUT they want to use for the project, or go with Rec. 709 or Rec. 2020. Color sampling. Color sampling is made up of luminance, which measures brightness, and chrominance, which measures color. To keep it simple, color resolution is expressed by 3 or 4 numbers, most commonly as 4 to 2 to 2 and 4 to 4 to 4. The higher each number, the higher the color resolution of the image. If color resolution is critical for your project, i.e. green screen or visual effects, try to work with a camera and recording codec that allows for the higher color resolution, like 4 to 4 to 4. Camera test and workflow test. Before finalizing the format choice for your project, the DP will need to perform a camera test on the formats being considered for the project. Different cameras have different tech specs and looks. Testing various lenses, filters, and the innumerable menu settings on a camera will produce varied cinematic results. When doing a camera test, try to recreate the lighting that is planned for the project, so the results will reflect the final look as much as possible. Once you have found the look you like best, make sure to keep detailed notes and save the menu settings to a memory drive so they can be replicated when you shoot the project. After the camera test, the next step is to test the post-production workflow. You'll start with the acquired material, load it into the planned edit system, then color correct and create a final master at whatever post facility you plan to use. This way, everyone really understands every step in the process and can see how it works and affects the final master. You'll want to know where and how the project will be seen after completion. Screening in a cinema is far different than a project that plays exclusively on laptops and mobile devices. Tech spec sheet. After the workflow and tech aspects are decided, the producer or post-production supervisor should write up a tech spec sheet to codify all of the tech requirements for the camera person, digital imaging technician, DIT, and sound recordist into one document. It should be sent to each crew person when they are hired so they are aware of the requirements and can ask questions ahead of time. In some cases, they may need to adjust their equipment order to meet certain requirements. If you are working with different people for each of these job positions, like shooting in multiple cities and picking up different crew people in each one, it is even more critical to make sure everyone is on the same page technically. Any mistakes or variations made in the field will disrupt the post-production phase and could add time and money to the budget or schedule. How to put together a post-production team. As the producer, you'll need to put together a good post-production team to create and deliver a great project. To follow is a list of the key team members, what they do and when they work. Depending on the project itself and budget, your team may not include all of these crew positions. Here's a breakdown. Post-production supervisor hires key post-production personnel, creates and maintains the post-production schedule, and creates or completes the deliverable requirements. Consults during prep and then comes onto the project during post-production. Post-production coordinator assists the supervisor with scheduling, coordinating, and paperwork requirements. Editor edits the film during and after principal photography. Assistant editor assists the editor, loads and logs all media into editing system, organizes the edit, constantly and consistently backs up all media and edit decision lists, EDLs. Sound editor adds sound effects, edits audio tracks, and organizes the tracks in preparation for the audio mix. Works mostly after picture lock. Foley artist creates sound effects in a Foley studio that can't be found in a sound effects library or from wild soundtracks. Usually works after picture lock. Sound mixer mixes the audio tracks, masters the soundtrack, and lays it back to the project's final visual master file. Music supervisor collaborates with the director and the editor to find pieces of music for the film's soundtrack. Music composer composes an original soundtrack for the project. Archivist and researcher researches and finds archival material, photographs, film, or video, newspaper articles related to the project's narrative. Starts work during pre-production. Online editor recreates the project with higher resolution materials from the editor's edit decision list, EDL. Colorist color corrects the final master in consultation with the director and director of photography to achieve the final desired cinematic look. Transcriber transcribes any audio material, usually interviews, to allow the editor and director to choose appropriate clips for the edit. Graphics creates any graphics or screen titles for the project during post-production. Visual effects creates any visual effects, VFX, for the project. Often starts planning during pre-production, is on set during filming, and then works throughout post-production to complete the VFX work. Hiring the post-production supervisor is a critical decision. This position is similar to the assistant director during the production phase of the filmmaking. Post-production supervisors oversee the teams, create schedules, coordinate vendor bids and budgets, and keep track of all the tech specs and deliverable requirements. They should be knowledgeable about the latest post-tech information and have relationships with post-facilities to make for the best finishing outcomes for the project. If you can't hire a post-supervisor, you will need to learn and know this important information and take on this role in post-production. Planning for post. Once you have a general plan for finishing your project, set up a meeting with the post-production supervisor at whatever post-production facilities you plan to use. Often there will be several places, one for audio work, another for digital intermediate, DI, or online work, and another for the color correct. You'll need to set up meetings at each place and coordinate between the three facilities. The earlier you have these meetings, the better, so that the post-production supervisor and editor can set the master plan or schedule and put time on hold at each facility. This will keep everyone on track and on budget. When creating the calendar, don't schedule each step of the process back to back. It may look like it all fits perfectly on the paper calendar, but there are inevitable glitches, equipment failures, time overruns, etc. So it is always good to give a day or two extra for each process, e.g. audio mix, color correct, online edit, DI, mastering, etc. For a low-budget narrative feature film, 14 to 16 weeks is a good rule of thumb for editing and finishing. Feature documentaries often take longer to edit, depending on the amount of footage and what the project requires. Digital workflow example. Most independent productions shoot digitally and finish digitally these days. Some may shoot in film and a few may release on film, although it is fairly rare now. The information to follow will be geared toward the digital model, but I'll cover information about film when appropriate and helpful. To follow is a sample workflow for a project that is shot digitally and mastered to a digital format. Workflow example. Acquisition format, high definition, HD, digital. Release and delivery format, 1080i digital file and DCP master. Step-by-step workflow. 1. Acquire HD digital media. As discussed earlier in this chapter, there is a long list of technical and aesthetic factors that need to be discussed and decided before choosing a camera and post workflow. Then, once on the film set, the DP, camera operator, and assistant camera person will ensure the material is captured properly, in focus and well exposed. The digital imaging technician, DIT, will work with them to record all material properly onto media cards, hard drives, and backed up properly so there is no loss of any material. Protocols will have been set up ahead of time with the producer, post-production supervisor and editor, and a tech spec sheet sent to the DIT ahead of the job. The DIT will transcode, back up material, compile the audio files, and make sure the day's media is delivered daily to the edit room or some other secure location. 2. Edit the project. The assistant editor, AE, or editor if you don't have an AE, will connect the media drives to the editing system. If media needs to be transcoded, the AE will do that work to prep the material prior to editing. Refer to the earlier Picking a Format section to make sure the material in the edit system is all in the same and correct codec. If not, it could compromise the technological quality of the footage, causing inconsistencies with audio sync, shifts in timecode, and other problems that could affect the accuracy of your EDL. Popular editing systems include Final Cut Pro, FCP, Avid, and Adobe Media Composer. Hard drives with all the digital material will connect to the editing system so the editor can cut the project. While filming takes place, the editor often cuts quickly utilizing the script supervisor's notes to create an assembly or string out of the project so the director can see how the scenes are cutting together while they are still shooting. Giving the director immediate feedback on performance and production allows the director to adjust quickly and easily. Once principal photography is completed, the editor usually works in tandem with the director. Each director and editor team will decide how best to work together. The editor will cut the picture and audio and create separate audio tracks for a sync sound, usually actors' voices, and for music and sound effects. Remember throughout the editing period to back up all materials, editing timelines, and whatever else is important in case the computer crashes. Often, separate hard drives are used for backup or cloud computing storage or both. 3. Decide on music. Choosing music is an important step in the process. The soundtrack may include existing musical recordings and/or new compositions recorded specifically for the project. Music supervisors facilitate music selection and are a real asset to the director and editor during the process. Temp music may be used initially in the edit room while licensing deals are made and music is composed and recorded. See Chapter 17, Music. 4. Graphics and titles. Any graphics or screen titles, opening credits, end credits, and lower thirds, will need to be created and added to the project before locking picture. 5. Visual effects. Visual effects will be added throughout the editing process as they become available in various stages of completion. Ideally, the final VFX will be integrated into the final project before picture lock. 6. Schedule work-in-progress screenings. Make sure to screen the project for audiences in as big a screening room as the budget will allow before the project is finalized to get invaluable audience feedback. Work-in-progress screenings section later in this chapter. 7. Lock picture. Locking picture is a big moment in the life of a project. This is when picture editing stops and there will be no more changes. Now the final stages of finishing will begin. 8. Sound editing. Utilizing a computer system with audio mixing software like Pro Tools allows the sound editor to create and edit all the sounds needed for the project. Every piece of audio, actor dialogue, music, sound effects, narration, etc., that is heard at the same moment in the soundtrack will need to be placed on a separate track. This allows the sound editor to put each track at a different volume level for later use by the audio mixer. See Chapter 16, Audio. 9. Recorded Automated Dialogue Replacement, ADR, if necessary. ADR refers to the process of recording actors' dialogue during the post-production phase. This is done to replace inaudible original dialogue or to add lines where none existed before. ADR is usually done at an audio recording facility with a recording booth for the actors, so they can watch video playback and lip-sync to the section they are replacing or adding to. Keep in mind that if you are adding lines, it is sometimes a better audio match if you can re-record at a location similar to the place where the scene was originally recorded. If at all possible, it's best to use the same brand, model, or type of microphone so it records a similar sound quality. 10. Record Foley sounds if necessary. Foley is the creation of additional everyday sound effects to match specific action in a film. A Foley session will utilize Foley artists to create the sound of actions or circumstances on screen, like footsteps, a car door closing, clothes rustling, or the background murmur of a busy restaurant. 11. Audio mix. Once all the tracks are properly laid out, the sound editor will hand off the project to the sound mixer, who will mix the tracks so they are heard in proper relationship to each other on the soundtrack. For instance, there may be a scene with a couple walking along the street in Times Square on a busy summer evening. The tracks will include 1. Actor A's voice, 2. Actor B's voice, 3. Foley sounds of actor A's footsteps on the pavement, 4. Foley sounds of actor B's footsteps, 5. Wild sound of Times Square recorded on the shoot day, 6. Sound effect of a bus driving by, 7. Sound effect of a cab horn honking, and 8 to 9. The stereo tracks of the music composition. And that's a fairly simple scene. Once the sound mixer has mixed all the tracks throughout the project, the levels are saved on the computer as the multi-track recording. The next step will be a mix down to 4 final tracks, tracks 1 and 2 for voice, and tracks 3 and 4 for music and effects, M and E. See Chapter 16, Audio, for more details. 12. Finalize licensing. During the finishing stage of your project, there are several steps going on at once. There may be several kinds of licensing that will need to be finalized. Music licensing, for any recorded music on the soundtrack, archival licensing, for film or video clips, photographs, graphic images, and Dolby or DTS licensing, for proprietary audio technology. Keep signed copies of the documents to include in the paper deliverables. See Chapter 16, Audio, 17, Music, and 18, Archive materials for more details. 13. Online edit and conform. Depending on the post-production schedule, this step can happen at the same time as the audio work and mixing. Based on the workflow, budget, and deliverables, You may decide to finish the project on the computer editing system entirely. From a technical perspective, you can lock picture and do any of the finishing work like audio mix, titling, and color grading on the same computer editing system, and then output a master digital file. Although you can finish your project in your computer editing system, it won't be as technically sophisticated as if you go to a post facility and do an online edit and conform of your project. For this step, you'll take the EDL, project file, and reference cut and replace all of the low-resolution, low-res, materials with the exact same frames from the high-res, uncompressed, materials from the camera originals, or telescened masters. During this process, the high-res visual effects, graphics, and stock footage will be integrated too. The conform is usually a combination of automated reassembling and the hands-on work of the online editor and assistant. 14. Color grading and digital intermediate, DI. After the conform, there will be color grading and then final output to a digital intermediate, DI. Color grading is the digital process whereby you can manipulate all photographic screen elements, including luminance, light and shadow, and chrominance, color and hue, levels to create the desired final look for the project. The director and the DP attend the color grading or color correct sessions. This is essential because the material was shot in a specific way, with a plan on how it would be finished in the color grading session to realize the full cinematographic potency of the images. The producer or post supervisor should be there as well to make sure everyone stays on budget and schedule. If you have not experienced a color correct session, I suggest you contact a post facility and ask to sit in and watch one. It really helps to see the process in action, to better understand the information discussed previously. The DI is the final output file after all of the picture finishing work is completed. 15. Do the audio layback. Once you have the DI and the final audio mix, it's time to marry them together to create your final master. At the audio layback, the beginning of the mixed soundtrack is synced to the beginning of the final visual master, and now you have the final master of your project. 16. Create the deliverables. Once you have completed the final master digital file, the deliverables can be created. Store multiple backups of the master in several different physical spaces, on hard drives and on a cloud computing storage space. Deliverables, discussed in greater detail later in this chapter, refers to the list of masters in multiple formats and other tech requirements needed by a distributor, network, or film festival. Post-finishing information, film only. If your project has been shot on film, there will be 2 additional steps before the editor can connect the digital files to the editing system and start the process outlined previously. The exposed film stock will need to be processed, prepped, and transferred to digital files. Process and prep exposed film stock. At the end of each shooting day, the assistant camera person will take all of the exposed film stock and attach camera reports to each film can, with a purchase order for the total amount of film stock and instructions for the processing in telescene. The production team will send a production assistant to the film lab, or they will pack up the film stock and ship it out to the film lab. At the film lab, the technicians will develop and process the film and prep the film reels for the next step. The processing and prep is charged on the amount of exposed film stock on a per-foot basis. Film to digital transfer, or telescene. The next step is to have a post facility transfer all the film to digital files. This is called the telescene. It can be done several different ways. Each one takes a different amount of time and is priced accordingly. Here they are in ascending order of cost. 1 light, or unsupervised. The least expensive and least time-consuming telescene is a 1 light or unsupervised transfer. For this kind of transfer, the colorist sets a general look for each lighting setup and then lets the film go through the telescene machine until the film shows a new lighting or location setup. Then the technician readjusts the machine and lets the film go on through the process. Before the session, the colorist will often have a brief discussion with the DP and/or the director to get general notes. Otherwise, there is no input into the process, and it is done by the colorist alone. This type of transfer is often charged on a per-foot basis. If you choose an unsupervised telescene, you may decide later to retransfer the selects, final sections of the film that end up in the final cut, at a supervised transfer at the end of the editing process. It is more cost-effective because you'll do the supervised transfer on a much smaller amount of film footage. Best light. A best light transfer is the next step up from a one light. This allows for more interaction and discussion with the colorist and more time for adjustment throughout the transfer process. Supervised. A supervised transfer is the most expensive telescene, and it allows for the DP, director, and/or producer to be in the session the entire time. The colorist works in tandem with the DP and/or director on every frame of the film to make it look exactly as it should, to complete the total aesthetic look of the film. This is a very dynamic process, and the more experienced the colorist, the more expensive the session. This kind of session is billed on a per-hour basis. I usually budget triple the running time of the footage as a gauge of how much time and money a supervised transfer will take. Film negative and matchback, film only. Sometimes you may need to go back to the film footage originals for either a retransfer or to cut the negative, a very rare occurrence these days. First, you need to understand time code and key code. Time code, edge numbers, and key code. SMPTE, Society of Motion Picture and Television Engineers, time code, is a standard created by the Society to label individual video frames. Edge numbers and key code are numbers that are placed on each film stock frame in consecutive order. Make sure, during the telescene session, that the edge numbers and key code and time code information are placed either on screen, lower left, right, or center of frame, or in another area of the frame so it can be read by the editor but not seen on the television monitor. You'll need the edge numbers and key code info if you end up having to go back to the film negative and need to match back, so you can find the exact film frame that corresponds to the exact frame of video. The time code is needed so that your edit decision list, EDL, can properly record each edit and keep track of it in your editing system. Matching back to your original film negative. As discussed above in the telescene section, if you need to match back to the negative, you will use the key code numbers to locate the particular film frames from the original film negative to retransfer the selects. The colorist will go to the film negative reels and put up only the sections of the negative that are in the final master of the film. Once these are retransferred and color-corrected, you'll need to re-edit or auto-conform the new retransferred bits of film according to the EDL. Deliverables. All the materials, paper and tech, that are required when you deliver a project to a distributor, broadcaster, or other media outlet are called deliverables. There are general, certain deliverable requirements, but each distributor or broadcaster will have their own specific deliverables list. Time-consuming and expensive to produce, tech deliverables have strict technical requirements. The paper deliverables list is comprised of the legal and financial document requirements, such as deal memos, contracts, licenses, insurance, and budget actuals. Usually the last payment from a distributor or broadcaster is tied to the master delivery and completion of all deliverables. The quality control engineers will go through all the tech deliverables to make sure they are correct before the last payment is released. Creating all the deliverables is usually costly. Work out your cash flow so that you have enough capital to pay for the delivery work before you receive your last payment. Refer to the bonus PDF for the sample deliverables list for non-theatrical distribution. Editorial notes. As producer, one of your key responsibilities is giving notes on the various cuts of the project as it goes through the editorial process. You will also schedule and coordinate work-in-progress screenings for audiences during critical times in the edit process. How you give notes is just as important as the content and quality of your notes. I always start with what is positive about the cut and what is working. It may sound obvious, but I have seen people launch into a litany of needed changes and what isn't working first, without saying the positive. And even the most seasoned editors have a hard time hearing the notes. Obviously, the editor and director think what they have done is best, so if you have a different opinion, you'll need to advocate and explain your thoughts carefully. A blanket comment like, "The first act isn't working, you'll need to fix that," isn't constructive. If you think the first act isn't working, you should cite specific places where there are problems and offer suggestions as to how it might be fixed. Notes are not edicts. They should be the beginning of a dialogue about what can be done with the editor and director. That way, you are working together to solve issues. If you disagree on a key point in the project, then it will require a more in-depth discussion. You'll need to be able to speak freely and talk things through to resolve issues. Work-in-progress screenings can be helpful so that the director and editor can hear the opinions of more objective viewers. Work-in-progress screenings. A work-in-progress screening is a viewing of the latest cut for a group of people to give feedback on what is and is not working with the project. The project should be in at least a good rough cut form and in a good enough technical state, i.e., all the dialogue is audible and temporary music has been placed in the soundtrack, so the audience will not have trouble watching or hearing it. Rent or borrow a screening room with adequate seating for the amount of people who will attend. Ideally, it is a small screening room with nice seats, clear sight lines, good audio, and a big screen. Do a tech test ahead of the screening so there won't be any technical problems. If you can't afford to rent a space, you might be able to use someone's living room, if there are enough seats and a big enough screen with good sound. Once you have a room reserved, contact your invitees at least 2 weeks before the event with time, date, location, and the general rundown of the schedule. First the screening, a short break, and then a question and answer session, so they know how much time to allow. I usually invite almost twice as many people as I can accommodate, so I'm assured of a full house. After the screening, ask the audience to fill out a brief questionnaire, and then do a 30-minute Q&A to get consensus and discussion from the audience. Remember, they are giving you approximately 3 hours of their personal time to watch and comment on your project, so make sure you are considerate of their generosity. Start on time, serve beverages and snacks, if you can afford it, and keep to the schedule so people get out on time. Spend time in creating the questionnaire so it reflects the kind of information you need for the continuing editorial process. Good sample questions include: 1. Total running time, too long or short? 2. Pacing, too slow or too fast? 3. Lead actors' performances, great, good, okay, not so good. 4. Anything not understandable? 5. Anything overstated or too expositional? 6. Any scenes that should definitely be cut or definitely kept? 7. Would you recommend to other people to watch? If so, what demographic would enjoy it most? 8. Whatever else the viewer wants to share. Once the audience has completed the survey, lead a 30-minute discussion about key questions you want to focus on with the group. It's helpful to let everyone know that you really want to hear constructive criticism and not only positive encouragement. You may know many of the audience members personally, and it's human nature to not be overtly critical, but you are relying on them to state problems and concerns constructively so you understand what you need to improve to make a better film. Breaking the ice at the beginning of the discussion by positing a criticism can be useful, like, "Some people think the cut is too long. Do you agree?" Or, "There's a scene in the middle with the father that some people think should be cut out. What do you think?" Make sure everyone gets to speak a bit at the beginning. If one or two people monopolize the session, it won't be an effective session. If you start to get consensus around an opinion, ask everyone if they agree or disagree with a show of hands. Then pick someone who disagrees to state the opposite view, so you can test it out. Lastly, there will come a point, usually around 30 minutes, where the conversation devolves into nitpicking, and then it's time to end it. After that point, the constructiveness is depleted, and the notes are no longer useful. Thank everyone and collect the questionnaires, and then get to work with the director and editor on making the next cut better. Recap. 1. Consider the myriad technical issues, deliverables, and distribution streams when deciding what format to shoot for your production. Research these factors and do tests before making the final decision. 2. Put together a strong team, starting with a knowledgeable and experienced post-production supervisor and editor. 3. Create a workflow for the entire post-production and finishing process. Create tech specs sheets so all the technicians on set know what to do to capture the proper materials and files. 4. Know the deliverables list and tech requirements before you finalize the budget or schedule for post-production. 5. Give specific editorial notes periodically throughout the post-process. Consult the director and editor on how best to communicate the notes and set up a schedule for such screenings. 6. Arrange for work-in-progress screenings after the project is at the rough cut stage to get objective feedback and notes. Chapter 16. Audio. Habitually creative people are prepared to be lucky. E.B. White. Sound recording during principal photography. The audio work on your project begins with the recording of the sound on set during principal photography. The sound recordist or production mixer is a key member of the crew, and your project will be greatly impacted by how well your sound is recorded in the field. Low-budget projects are notorious for not having the best sound, and the films suffer for it. If you don't invest wisely in professional audio recording, you'll be throwing good money after bad to try to fix things that weren't recorded properly the first time around. It's always more expensive to fix something in post-production than to do it properly at the time of recording. As with all key crew department heads, interview your top candidates and check 2 references of your final choice for the position of sound recordist. Then on the first day of shooting, if you haven't worked with the recordist before, take the time to listen on headphones to the first couple of takes after you have begun shooting. Make sure it sounds technically correct to you. No overmodulation, no hissing, etc. Good, clean sound. If it doesn't sound good, you should discuss your concerns discreetly with the director and sound recordist immediately until you are satisfied that the problem has been corrected and that you have confidence in the recordist's abilities. If you do not, then replace him or her immediately. I had a situation like this on a film I co-produced a few years ago. It was a very low-budget film, so I couldn't hire the sound recordist I usually work with. I hired someone who was recommended to me, but he was just starting out and didn't have a lot of work experience. Unfortunately, we realized after listening to the first few takes on set that our new recordist wasn't up to the professional standard we needed. We called our backup sound recordist, who was a bit more expensive, immediately and brought him in for the next day's shoot. It was a bit awkward, but it was imperative to get the best sound for the production. How to get the best sound on set. As producer, your first job is to hire the best recordist and mixer you can. The next thing you need to do is listen to what the sound recordist tells you when you are shooting on set. In the hierarchy of production, the visual elements always seem to take precedence over the oral ones. But you should resist this urge to dismiss audio concerns raised by the sound recordist when on a tech scout or while shooting. You only have one shot at getting good, clean, well-recorded sound. If you don't get it in the field, whatever you do in post will never be as good as what was really happening on set that day, and it will always cost more time and money. Tech Scouts. In the pre-production chapter, I outlined the key department heads that need to attend the Tech Scout, and it included the sound recordist. It's important to have the recordist there so they can listen for any red flags or audio concerns and bring it to the producer's attention ahead of the production. This will save you headaches on the shoot day, so it's critical to listen to the space and to the recordist's recommendations. If you can't bring the sound recordist on the Tech Scout, someone on the production team should be listening for any problems. To follow is a list of red flags. Oral red flags on Tech Scouts and shoot days. Refrigerator. Put your car keys in the fridge, or put a big reminder note by the video monitor so you don't forget to turn it back on. Telephones and cell phones. Electric generators and electric transformers. Airplanes and airports. Buses. Trains and subways. Construction. Landscaping work, lawn mowers and leaf blowers. Air conditioners. Music in elevators and retail stores. Barking dogs. Paper-thin floors, ceilings, and walls in apartments. Beach waves. Road traffic. Elevator shaft noise. Local parades or street fairs. As discussed in Chapter 15, Post-Production, discussing and testing the workflow for the audio recording, mixing, and finishing is essential to ensure a good technical audio outcome for the project. The sound recordist and the post-production sound designer should talk and test the audio workflow before principal photography begins. Establishing this line of communication has many rewards, saving lots of time and money and avoiding costly mistakes. Room tone. Room tone is the recording of the sound of the room you were filming in without anyone talking or making noise for at least 30 seconds. It is used in post-production by the editor and sound editor to fill in gaps in the oral environment when an edit or cut occurs and the audio drops or changes. Room tone is usually recorded before you move on to another setup in a different audio environment. Keep the actors in their places on set in the way they were for the scenes you just recorded. Often they will be wearing lavalier microphones, small mics that can be clipped under a person's clothing, so sound will be recorded through these mics as well as through the boom microphone. The assistant director or sound recordist will ask for quiet on set and then say recording room tone. The recordist will capture the sound of the room through all of the microphones for at least 30 seconds. If you are recording audio into the camera as well, the camera operator will often record a shot of a microphone, so it is clear that this section is room tone and not sync sound. There is a caveat to the issue of room tone. Some editors and sound designers do not use it. They use the recorded silence between dialogue from the production footage to fill the oral gap in post-production. Consult the editor and sound designer before you begin principal photography to decide if you need to record room tone. Wild sound. Wild sound is any recorded audio that is not part of the sync sound recording while the camera is rolling. Examples include the sounds of birds chirping in a park or the sound of a flag flapping in the wind. The director, in consultation with the editor and the sound recordist, should create a list of wild sounds they want recorded during the shooting period. Wild sound is a great benefit because it is real sound recorded in the field specifically for your production. It can help to fill out the sound design for your project and reduce the need to purchase audio from a sound effects library. Audio post-production. The audio recorded in the field will be used during the editing of the film. As discussed in Chapter 15, Post-Production, There are several different steps in audio post-production. 1. Building the various audio tracks. 2. Adding sound effects. 3. Recording automated dialogue replacement or looping. 4. Creating and recording Foley work. 5. Laying in music tracks. 6. Sound editing. 7. Sound mixing. 8. Audio layback. Building audio tracks and sound design. Throughout the editorial process, the project soundtrack will be comprised of multiple audio tracks. By isolating each sound on its own track, the sound mixer can adjust each one separately for the overall audio mix. In a particular scene, an actor's voice will be set at a different volume level than ambient background sounds. The music soundtrack may be mixed low when heard under dialogue, but may come up full when played during a montage scene without dialogue. By putting each piece of audio on a separate track, the audio mixer can make the adjustments and set the levels individually to create the final mix. As a general rule, dialogue is put on certain numbered tracks, sound effects on others, music on others, etc. Usually, the picture editor will do a rough version of what a sound designer will do later in the post-production process. Adding sound effects. A sound editor fills in the soundscape of the film with the audio elements to make each scene work. The sound editor uses elements from many places: the production wild sound effects libraries, and audio from Foley work. Creating and recording Foley. Foley is the craft of creating and adding sound that specifically matches action happening on screen, e.g. the rustle of someone's coat when put on, or footsteps as an actor climbs the stairs, or the clink of a glass when someone gives a celebratory toast in a restaurant. The craft is named after Jack Foley, the sound effects pioneer who virtually invented the process when working on films in the early days at Universal Studios. A Foley artist works in a recording studio, watches the film, and simultaneously creates the appropriate sound to match the action on screen. They often create sounds from things that have absolutely nothing to do with the unique action on screen, like coconut shells with padding for horse hoof beats, or a heavy metal stapler for gunshots, or cornstarch in a leather pouch for snow crunches. If you ever get a chance to watch a Foley session, make sure you go. It's so entertaining. In an ideal world, all added sound effects would be created by a Foley artist. For low-budget productions, it is often not affordable, and sound effects have to be created from libraries and recorded sound exclusively. Recording ADR. Automated dialogue replacement, ADR, or looping, is when an actor records or re-records dialogue to replace or add to the original audio in a scene. This can be needed for several reasons. If an actor didn't have the proper accent during the original recording, she can work with a dialogue coach and re-record the proper sounding accent to make it work. Or if a scene took place at a very noisy place, like a beach or on a busy street, the original dialogue recording would be inaudible and all the dialogue would be looped. ADR can be used to change or add to dialogue. If the shot is far enough away from the actor's face or the back of their head, you can record and replace new dialogue easily. Laying in music tracks. The project's music will consist of licensed music, composed music, or both. The director will meet with the composer, music supervisor, and sound editor to spot the project with them. Spotting is when they all watch and listen to the edited cut and make notes on where, how, and what kind of music needs to be placed in specific places throughout the film. The director will describe the kind of mood, emotions, and feelings that should happen in each scene, and cite audio references to give examples of what they might like to hear at each place in the soundtrack. The rest of the music team will give their feedback and ideas, and a creative plan and schedule will be put together. Sound mixing. A sound mixer takes all the separated tracks laid out by the sound editor and puts them in the right aural relationship to each other in the full soundtrack. Working with the director and editor, the sound editor mixes it all together based on previous discussions. One section may be all dialogue, with ambient sound in the deep background and no music. Another section may have an emphasis on the music, with no dialogue and minimal ambient sound. The mix will reflect the director's overall vision. The sound mix takes place in a recording studio, and the director, editor, and producer are usually in attendance. The mixer mixes the tracks, and then plays it back for all to hear. Then the director gives notes, the mixer makes adjustments, and they listen to it all over again. The entire mix is done this way until its completion. Recording studios are fitted out with fantastic-sounding stereo audio speakers, which allow you to listen to the project in one of the best-sounding audio environments you'll ever experience. But don't be completely seduced by the awesome sonic technology. Your film will be watched in many different ways and places, with differing levels of technological sophistication. It will be played in state-of-the-art cinemas, in fancy home theaters with surround sound speakers, on laptops, cell phones, and old television monitors. Keep this in mind as you mix your film, and always ask to listen to the mix on the TV speakers at some point while you are in the mixing studio. TV speakers replicate the worst-case audio scenario and let you hear how the mix sounds on not-so-great speakers. It can be a revelation. The fantastic music mix now drowns out the dialogue of your lead actor in the restaurant scene. Or the ambient track is too low in the mix, and you can't hear the birds while your actors are walking through a park. Once the entire soundtrack is mixed and locked, the next step will be the layback. Layback. Layback is when the soundtrack is put in sync at the very beginning on the project and then laid down or laid back to match the picture frame by frame. By matching the time code at the head of the master, the audio should be completely in sync from start to finish. If you are creating a 16mm or 35mm film print, the final soundtrack will be converted to a magnetic optical track and married to the visual film track to create the final film print. After the layback and the color correct is completed, you will now have your final master. Dolby Digital, DTS, and THX. Often a soundtrack will be mixed with trademark technology, either Dolby or DTS, that is used to reduce audio noise. If your 35mm film print or digital master will be played in Dolby or DTS-enabled theaters, then you'll need to use this technology. If you wish to use Dolby or DTS, you'll need to pay for a usage license and have a company consultant attend the audio layback to certify that it meets the technical standards of the proprietary technology. License prices depend on the usage. A film festival-only license is a lower rate than a theatrical rate. THX is a certification process for cinemas. Created by Lucasfilm, it requires movie theaters to follow strict technical specifications for their screen projection and audio systems to receive the certification. Recap. 1. Hiring a sound recordist or production mixer for principal photography is very important. Research references and choose the best person you can afford. 2. Facilitate communication between the recordist and the sound designer so they can plan ahead for audio post-production while in pre-production. 3. Check with the sound editor or designer to decide if room tone should be recorded at each location for use in the post-production. 4. Sound editing includes the laying out of multiple audio tracks, ADR, sound effects, and Foley work to create a full and proper audio landscape for your film. 5. Sound mixing is a collaboration between the director and the mixer to achieve the final mix to maximize the aural experience of the film. 6. Depending on where your film will be screened, You may need to license proprietary audio technology, Dolby Digital or DTS, for your mix. 7. An audio layback occurs when you match the audio track to the final visual master of your project. Chapter 17. Music. Everything should be as simple as it is, but not simpler. Albert Einstein. Obtaining music rights. A music soundtrack usually consists of music that was previously produced and is commercially available and/or music composed specifically for the project by a composer. Either way, you'll need to obtain the music rights. Music rights consist of two kinds of rights for each piece of music: the master recording license and the synchronization, sync, license. A master recording license refers to the rights for the performance of a piece of music. These rights are usually obtained through the record label that made the recording. The synchronization, sync license, pertains to the rights for the song itself and is usually held by a publishing company that represents the person who wrote the song. To give an example, let's use Bruce Springsteen's recording of Santa Claus is Coming to Town. The master recording license will need to be negotiated with Columbia Records, a subsidiary of Sony Music Entertainment. The writers of the song Santa Claus is Coming to Town are J. Fred Coots and Haven Gillespie, and on the ASCAP.com website, their publishing companies are listed as EMI Feist Catalog, Incorporated, and Haven Gillespie Music Publishing Company, respectively. While researching this information, I found out that the J. Fred Coots estate has sought to terminate the publishing rights deal with EMI Feist, so future negotiations for those rights may change. This is a great example of how important it is to do thorough research in the complicated world of music licensing. To negotiate the master recording license, contact the record company and ask for the licensing department. You can often find this information from an internet search, or if you have a CD of the song, you can get the information from the back cover. To research the publisher for the sync license, you can search the websites of the three major publishing groups: www.bmi.com, www.ascap.com, and www.sesac.com. As the producer, contact each company. Columbia Records, EMI Feist, and Haven Gillespie, and request the rights you require for your project. This process is called clearing the rights to a song. What rights do you need? Once you have the contact information for the music companies, figure out what rights and what length of time you need each license. Here are the rights generally available for any piece of music: U.S. theatrical, U.S. network television, U.S. cable television, U.S. DVD, U.S. VOD, video on demand, U.S. digital streaming, international theatrical, international network television, international cable television, international DVD, international VOD, video on demand, international digital streaming, internet and web, film festivals, educational. For international rights, they can be sold per region or per country, e.g. UK and Ireland, Spain, France, etc. If you can afford it, the best rights level to ask is for all of the above. That is usually referred to as all media worldwide. The other consideration is the length of time you own the rights. The longest time period is usually referred to as in perpetuity. If you can afford all media worldwide in perpetuity, then you are covered for every scenario forever. Whether a license is exclusive or non-exclusive is another deal point to consider. Usually non-exclusive is enough for a film soundtrack, and it allows the rights holder to license the same song to others for other purposes. Exclusive would mean the publisher and the recording artist couldn't license to other entities for other uses. Decide what you need before you contact publishers and record labels. Depending on the artist, the song, the record label, and the publisher, you may not be able to afford all the rights you want or need. That's when negotiation comes into play. The publisher may be willing to give you the sync license for all media worldwide in perpetuity for a reasonable sum, but you can't afford the rights for the specific performance on the record. Regarding the Bruce Springsteen example, you might be able to obtain an affordable price for the sync license, but Springsteen's record label will require a fee that is well beyond what you can afford to pay. You could decide to record your own version of the song with a singer that would be an affordable alternate. Then you would do a buyout with that vocalist, so you had the rights for all media worldwide in perpetuity. Or you may decide you have to use Springsteen's version, but can only afford the film festival rights for 2 years. But if you decide to license for film festivals only, you might be taking a big gamble. If the project does well at film festivals and a company wants to distribute it, you may not be able to purchase all the music rights in order to take the deal. Then you'll have to face a hard decision to either turn down the distribution deal, re-record the song with a different artist, or replace the song completely. If you re-record or replace, you'll need to check with the distribution company to make sure they still want to buy your project with a different soundtrack. My advice is to not take that gamble. Always plan for the success of your film and lock down all the rights you need for all markets, domestic and internationally. If this is not possible, then purchase film festival music rights only and pre-negotiate all rights in case you need to license the music to include additional rights after a sale. That way, you'll know what your music licensing costs will be and what you'll need to get for a distribution fee if you sell the project in order to cover the music licensing costs. Putting in the license request. Now that you understand master recording and sync licenses, there is a timeline for licensing requests to music companies. If the song is sung or heard as diegetic sound in the film, then you need to obtain the rights before you shoot the scene during production. For example, if you have a scene with a character singing a lullaby to her baby, you'll need to obtain the sync rights from the song's publisher and written permission from the actress for her performance, all before you shoot that scene on set. If a band is performing a song on a stage while actors dance, you'll need to obtain both the master recording rights to the performance and the sync rights for the song the band performs. This needs to happen before you film the scene. For this usage, you'll need to secure all rights for all territories, so you are assured of being able to use the footage no matter what sales you receive for the project. You can't take the risk because the performance of the actors is tied to that specific song and performance. If you shot the scene without the rights and find out later that you can't afford them, you'd have to find another song with the same tempo and try to recut the scene, thus avoiding any close-up shots of the band. It would be incredibly difficult, perhaps impossible, and a huge waste of time and energy in post-production. It would be much smarter to get the rights before you plan to shoot the performance of the song on camera. For music that will end up in the project soundtrack, contact the record labels and publishers early enough so there is enough time to get an answer before you lock picture. If you find that you can't afford the rights to a song, you have time to replace it with another piece of music. You don't want to waste time on negotiating rights to music that ends up on the cutting room floor. So try to figure out what music has a good chance of ending up in the final soundtrack and begin contacting the appropriate entities. Lastly, if you have several recordings that are on the same record label, it may help to negotiate a better deal by waiting until you have the list of everything on that one label before sending in your request. The timing on getting rights is tricky because it can take many months to successfully negotiate a license. Start at least 3 to 5 months ahead of time for major record labels. They have more requests and bureaucracy, so you need a longer lead time. Music rights request letter format. Finding out who owns the master recording rights and the sync rights to any given piece of music can require a bit of detective work. As discussed earlier, if you have a CD, The info will be on the cover art or disc. Otherwise, do a search at the top performing rights society websites: www.bmi.com, Broadcast Music Incorporated, www.ascap.com, American Society of Composers, Authors, and Publishers, and www.sesac.com, Society of European Stage Authors and Composers. They collect the fees and distribute the royalties to the songwriters and publishers. Each has fairly powerful search engines that allow you to type in the name of the song to track down the publishing information and other relevant contact information. Once you have the contact info for the publisher and the record label, call them and ask for the music rights person. You will be given the correct name and email address. Your written request should include the following information: 1. Title of recording and composition. 2. Album title. 3. Artist, band, or orchestra name. 4. Usage you require, e.g. background music under pictures, sung by the lead character. Also, describe what is seen on the screen when the music is heard, e.g. someone being shot or a family driving in a car on a highway. 5. Short description of your film. 6. Time length of usage. Specify minutes and seconds, and if it is repeated later in the film, state the time length for the additional usage. 7. What territories you are requesting, e.g. all media, worldwide, in perpetuity. 8. Exclusive or non-exclusive use. 9. What you can afford to pay for the rights, or gratis, and if you have already made deals for the same amount of money to other publishers or record labels. Negotiating for the music rights. The music rights owners, record label or publisher, will always want to charge as much as possible, and you will want to pay as little as possible. Therein lies the negotiation process. Use the sales skills that you perfected throughout the making of your film. Explain how your project will give exposure to the songwriter or performer if included on the soundtrack, and where you expect your project to be seen, e.g. film festivals, VOD, television, DVD, digital streaming, etc. This kind of exposure could be of real value for an up-and-coming music artist. To increase your chances of a successful negotiation, try to find a mutual friend or contact who can bring your request directly to the artist or songwriter. As we discussed in Chapter 5, Casting, when you are attaching talent to your film, getting in direct contact can help make a much stronger case for your request. If you go through the label or the manager, you could get a no without the artist even knowing about it, because the manager deemed the monetary offer too small. But if you can send the artist a copy of your project with a beautiful handwritten note from the director, explaining why the song is brilliant and essential to the film, you might get a wholly different answer. I've had this happen many times, and I call it the director's magic letter. We get a quick no from a manager, and then send a copy of the film and a persuasive letter to the artist directly. They read it, and then we get the rights for an affordable sum. Don't underestimate the connection between two artists when creating art. Writer, director, and producer Paul Cotter, Bomber, Vera, has some advice regarding music soundtracks for low-budget films. If you've got a tight budget, it's great to be flexible about the music and who you get on the soundtrack. The basic rule I follow is like attracts like. If you've got no money, find bands who have no money. You're then on a level playing field, and they're usually cool, understand your predicament, and are willing to play along. Just be honest and upfront with them, which is something you should be with everybody. Honesty goes a long, long way in low-budget filmmaking. Also, they need the publicity you can give them. Don't go for Lionel Richie. He's loaded and doesn't have time for riffraff like us. Most Favored Nation. The term Most Favored Nation, MFN, refers to the concept in the film industry of paying everyone the same amount of money for the same thing. The concept is commonly used in international trade agreements, where each country signed to an agreement has the same terms as every other country. We discussed this in Chapter 6, Pre-Production, regarding how to pay crew members and keep pay rates consistent across salary levels. Music rights negotiation uses the concept of most favored nation as well. It is the industry practice to pay the publisher, sync rights, the same amount as is paid to the record label, master recording rights. Additionally, you usually pay the same amount for each piece of music. So if you are paying $500 for sync rights and $500 for master recording rights for one song, you will do that same deal for all of the other songs on the soundtrack. The only exception might be for a song by a very famous band that would require a vastly higher number and would not be part of the MFN pricing system. The best negotiating strategy is to go to the entity, publisher or label, you think will give you the best deal first. If the song is a well-known composition being sung by an unknown performer, go to the record label first to make a deal. Once you have an affordable negotiated rate in writing, then you go to the publisher for that song. Inform them of the master recording rate you just negotiated and ask if they would be willing to accept the same amount for the sync rights. This will be the process for all the music rights you need to clear for the soundtrack. Let's say you have 7 pieces of music you wish to clear. Start with the 5 songs that will be the easiest and most affordable first. Then go to the last 2 and let them know the license amount you have already negotiated for most of your soundtrack and ask them to take the same deal for their music. If they agree to it, send out the paperwork for signature. If not, you may have to agree to a higher amount for the last 2 songs to make the deal. If this happens, because you are working on an MFN basis, you'll have to pay the higher amount to the first 5 publishers and labels as well. It's like the tide in the ocean. It raises or lowers all boats equally. If the higher amount for each composition proves to be too expensive, you may decide to replace the expensive songs with songs that will accept the lower MFN rate so you can keep to your music budget. Out of copyright and public domain music. Copyright law in the U.S. has specific rules that cover the length of the copyright for the creator of the material. After the copyright expires, the work is considered in the public domain, PD, and you do not need to purchase a license. Always consult an attorney to confirm a piece of music is in the public domain. Here are the general guidelines. For works created after January 1, 1978, under copyright for at least the life of the longest surviving author plus 70 years, earliest possible PD date is 1/1/2048. For works registered before January 1, 1978, under copyright for 95 years from the date copyright was secured. For works registered before January 1, 1923, copyright protection of 75 years has expired, and these works are in the public domain. For a piece of music composed by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart in 1777, there is no copyright on the material, and there are no sync rights for the composition. But you will need to acquire the master recording license for the performance recording by a specific orchestra on a specific album. When you pick a recording of a classical piece of music, it is wise to choose a smaller record label because you'll have a greater chance of negotiating an affordable price than if you go after the rights to the New York Philharmonic recorded at Carnegie Hall for a major record label. The great thing about classical music is that there are often numerous recordings of the same piece of music, and you can choose to edit with the most affordable recording of that composition. Fair use. Fair use is discussed fully in Chapter 9, Legal. Please go there for a more in-depth explanation of the concept and its use. 2 good websites for more information are at www.fairuse.stanford.edu and www.centerforsocialmedia.org. Fair use is an important concept that pertains to usage of various copyrighted materials, such as books, archival footage, and music, too. This is a definition from the Stanford website. Fair use is a copyright principle based on the belief that the public is entitled to freely use portions of copyrighted materials for purposes of commentary and criticism. For example, if you wish to criticize a novelist, you should have the freedom to quote a portion of the novelist's work without asking permission. Absent this freedom, copyright owners could stifle any negative comments about their work. At the American University's Center for Social Media, there is a downloadable Documentary Filmmakers Statement of Best Practices in Fair Use handbook that is very helpful. E&O Insurance. As discussed in the insurance chapter, if you need to purchase E&O insurance, you'll be required to demonstrate that you have all the pertinent music licensing completed for the project. Proper music clearance will be necessary in case there is ever a claim filed against the project. Blanket TV agreements. The term blanket music rights agreement refers to certain agreements that major broadcast television and radio networks obtain from the Music Performing Rights Societies, BMI, ASCAP, and SESAC. Networks like PBS, BBC, VH1, and MTV have these agreements because of the sheer volume of the music they use in their programming. The agreements grant them permission to use songs in catalogs represented by the Society. The rates are based on the volume of music used and the type of usage, and allow the broadcaster to pay for the music fees for your project when it airs on their network. If you sell your project to a network with such an agreement, it is important to find out what it does and does not cover. It can save you from having to clear your music for certain markets, e.g. U.S. television only, or all markets, depending on the agreement they have in place. Music cue sheet. A music cue sheet is a standard form that lists information about each piece of music included in your project soundtrack. The cue sheet is then filed with the performing rights societies prior to a theatrical release or television broadcast, so they can track payments due to the music publishers. There is an example at www.producertoproducer.com. It lists each piece of music, the publisher, the record label, usage length, minutes and seconds, and its use, e.g. background music, song performed by an actor, opening title music. Music cue sheets are a key paperwork deliverable, so you need to keep track of this information throughout the post-production process. Cease and desist. If you screen or distribute your project publicly without properly clearing the music materials, you will be in violation of copyright law, and there are legal ramifications. Additionally, if your film gets into a film festival, often you'll be required to sign a document stating that you have all the rights to the material in the film. If you sign this form without the proper rights, you are violating the agreement and are at risk for legal action if you are caught. If this occurs, you most likely will be sent a cease and desist letter from the copyright holder, citing your alleged violation and requiring you to immediately stop showing the project publicly, e.g. film festivals, digital, television, theaters. If their allegations are true, you then have two options after you stop showing the project. You can, 1, immediately try to negotiate a deal for the rights, and they will probably be more expensive than if you had negotiated properly in the first place, or 2, remove the music and create or record a new soundtrack with different cleared music. After the music licensing paperwork is signed, you can go back to showing your project. Don't take this risk. Make sure you have the proper rights to material before you screen or broadcast it publicly. What happens if you can't find the copyright holder? Sometimes, no matter how much research you do, you won't be able to find the copyright holders for a given piece of music. In that case, document your attempts to find and contact the copyright holders by keeping a phone call or email log of all your attempts to contact them. If the copyright owner comes forward at a later date, you can prove that you made best efforts to find and contact them. You'll still need to negotiate at that time for the rights, but your log will demonstrate that you did not willfully ignore the copyright law. Music rights clearance person or company. By now, you may have decided not to use any music because the prospect of clearing the rights yourself sounds a bit daunting. After reading this chapter, you may decide that you will pay any amount of money to not have to go through the steps I've outlined. Have no fear. There are several companies and individuals that are in the business of clearing music rights for productions. Clearance companies or individuals charge fees on a per-song, per-project, or hourly basis. Music clearance people or music supervisors have long-standing relationships with all the record labels, which comes in handy when dealing with a well-known artist or with a particularly difficult negotiation. On a film I produced several years ago, a few of the songs in the soundtrack were performed by a very well-known musician on a big record label. I tried to get the rights on my own for a low price and was turned down. Because we really needed to procure the rights on a deadline, we hired an experienced music clearance company to try to procure the rights on our behalf. They got the deal done within 2 weeks, and we made our deadline. Original music compositions for your project. Another option for your soundtrack is to hire a composer to create original music compositions. Depending on the composer, the length of your film, and how many pieces need to be composed, this may be the best option. It allows you to customize the music to fit your visual material, down to the second, and at the outset you can negotiate a composition fee for all the rights in perpetuity, worldwide, or whatever licensing requirements you need. A music composition license is specific for each project, but remember to consider the category of exclusive or non-exclusive rights. Exclusive means that only your project can use the particular compositions for the territories and time periods stated in the contract. Non-exclusive allows the composer to license the same music to other entities for the time period and territories stated in the contract. Non-exclusive is usually a cheaper rate than exclusive, so consider what you really need before deciding. If you plan to create a CD or downloadable music of the film's soundtrack, make sure to license all the music for that purpose. It will probably be more expensive and include a profit-sharing arrangement with the composer based on sales. Finding a composer is much like hiring any other key department head. You should look up screen credits for films you really like and think will be appropriate for your project, and talk to other filmmakers to get recommendations. If you have a no or low budget, go to music programs at local universities and find out if there are music students who would want to create a soundtrack for your project. Music libraries and royalty-free music. Using music libraries can be a cost-effective way to license music. Many have a wide range of music genres to fulfill your particular need. Music library websites allow you to search, listen to, and try out virtually unlimited music samples. Some libraries focus on a certain genre of music, while others are exclusive to one composer's work. Once you decide to use the music in your soundtrack, you can choose the kind of license and length of time you need and pay for it online with a credit card. Very easy and straightforward. Royalty-free music allows you to purchase the music for a particular usage in your project and never need to renew the license for the life of the project. For all music in your soundtrack, wherever it is acquired from, you still need to fill out a music cue sheet. Music supervisors. Music supervisors are hired to consult and create music soundtracks. They are experts at making recommendations about what song or composition would work well for your particular project. They get pitched a lot of music from artists who want to be included on soundtracks, and their job is to know what bands and artists would be right for your film. If you have a tight budget, it may make sense to hire a music supervisor because they would know where to get good deals from various artists. Music supervisors also license music, and their relationships with music creators allow them to negotiate affordable and appropriate licenses that match your budget. Look at screen credits on projects that you admire for music supervisors who would be right for your project. Recap. 1. When licensing music for your film, you'll need to purchase the master recording license from the record label and the synchronization, sync, rights from the publisher. 2. The preference is to acquire the rights to all media worldwide in perpetuity. 3. Research the rights holders and submit a licensing request form via email far in advance of your deadline. 4. Negotiate the music rights with the entity that will be least expensive first. Then use the most favored nation principle to get the other entities to agree to the same licensing fee. 5. In the United States, for music copyrighted after 1978, the copyright remains in effect for at least 70 years after the death of the composer. Public domain music does not require a sync licensing fee. 6. Some radio and television broadcast networks have blanket license agreements with performing rights societies whereby they pay performance royalties to the society for the song's writers. 7. Music cue sheets are used to track payments to the music publishers. 8. Make sure you clear all your music before your project is screened publicly. 9. If you can't find the copyright holder, keep written documentation of your attempts to find and contact the music's composer and record label. 10. A music rights clearance person is a professional who can assist you in acquiring and negotiating music licenses. 11. Look at screen credits and ask for recommendations for music composers if you wish to hire someone to create a music soundtrack for your film. 12. Music supervisors recommend music for inclusion in your soundtrack. Their relationships with music creators can be invaluable in putting together a good soundtrack. Chapter 18. Archive Materials. Do or do not. There is no try. Yoda from The Empire Strikes Back. Archive and research. Research and acquisition of archive materials may be a part of your project. While its usage is most common in documentaries, archival materials may be needed in narrative projects as well. For example, a film may include a scene where a character watches television, or listens to a car radio, or looks at specific archival photos in a photo album. All of those archival materials will require research, acquisition, and licensing so you can use them. To begin archival research, you'll want to locate the online and physical locations that contain your required subject matter and materials. There are many archival websites that allow you to view clips and photos online, while others require an in-person visit to view the material. For those requiring an in-person visit, you can arrange to have someone from your production travel to the archive or hire a local researcher who can make the trip on your behalf. Once clips and photos of merit are located in an archive, you'll need to request a screener. A screener is a low-quality or low-resolution copy of the original material, usually with burn-in timecode, BITC, and a watermark added to the video frame. Archives charge nominal fees to cover the research, dubbing, and shipping costs of screeners, and these fees can add up over time. Your editor will use the low-res screener during editorial. Once the material is licensed, the reference timecode numbers will be sent to the archive, and they will send back a digital file of the highest technical quality without the timecode to be included in the completion of the project. Steps to acquire and use archive materials in your project. There are several steps required to obtain and utilize archive materials for your film. 1. Research and find the needed material. 2. Contact the rights holder and acquire a copy of the photo or a screener of the material. 3. Edit the film utilizing the archive materials. 4. Lock picture and create a list of all the archive materials needed for the final cut of the film. 5. Contact the rights holder and negotiate a licensing fee for the rights you require. 6. Obtain a copy of the highest quality version of the material to re-edit into the final film. 7. Sign paperwork and pay for the licensing fee. Archive researcher. Depending on the project, you may need to hire an archive researcher to do the work. It can be a complex and time-consuming job. In some cases, the archive materials may come from the people who are the subject of your film, and you will not need to go to an archive library. That will reduce or eliminate the research phase of the process, but you will still need to take all the other steps outlined above. Archive research requires a good understanding of where to go and how to sniff out the places that might have the right material for your film. Researchers know all the various libraries and archives and will log, track, and organize the material. They have relationships with many of the big archive libraries and can be helpful in brokering a deal to get the licenses for your film. Archive libraries. There are many archive libraries, and most of them can be searched online. Check out www.producertoproducer.com to find out which ones may have the material you are searching for. Here's a list of the kind of places that will have material. Photo and film and video libraries, national and international television news companies, local newscasts, historical museums and institutions, national, local, and university, the U.S. National Archives, individual archives owned by a person or a state. Once you have found material at an institution, you'll need to get a low-quality copy so you can work with it in the editing of your film. This is usually done by purchasing a screener copy. For photos, you'd be sent a low-resolution copy of the photo. There will be a watermark on the photo or a running time code on the video that matches back to the original, higher-quality master for the video or film. You'll cut in the material you want for your film from the screener and decide if it belongs in the final cut of the film. Once you know all the elements that will be a part of the film, create a master list of the archive name, the time code numbers for the beginning and end of the clip, the length of the clip, and a brief description of what is happening on screen. Once you have every photo or clip in a master list, you should collate it by archive name. The next step will be to contact each archive and negotiate for the licensing of the clip or photo. Although you have locked picture on your film, you should not completely finish the film until you know you have successfully negotiated the rights for each archival element. If you can't afford a certain clip, you may need to alter your film by removing the archival material and changing the final cut. National Archives and Records Administration. The United States government maintains the National Archives and Records Administration, NARA, in College Park, Maryland. It was established in 1934 by President Franklin Roosevelt, but has holdings that date back to 1775. It contains copies of the Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. More than 365,000 reels of film and 110,000 videotapes reside in the archives. Many of the films and videos are listed online, but usually you need to go to the archives or hire a researcher to see what holdings might be useful for your film. Go to www.archives.gov for more information about how to research and obtain reproduction copies of their materials. Usually you will need to pay for reproduction costs, which may include a digital intermediate copy for the archive itself as well, at an approved vendor. The archives were created by employees or agents of the U.S. government, so most of the records in the custody of the NARA are in the public domain. But some of the documentary materials may be protected by copyright. In that case, you'll need to contact the rights holder to get permission and perhaps pay a licensing fee. Fair use. Fair use is discussed fully in Chapter 9, Legal. Please go there for a more in-depth explanation of the concept and its use. Two good websites offering more information are www.fairuse.stanford.edu and www.centerforsocialmedia.org. This is a definition from the Stanford website. Fair use is a copyright principle based on the belief that the public is entitled to freely use portions of copyrighted materials for purposes of commentary and criticism. For example, if you wish to criticize a novelist, you should have the freedom to quote a portion of the novelist's work without asking permission. Absent this freedom, copyright owners could stifle any negative comments about their work. At the American University Center for Social Media, there is a downloadable handbook, Documentary Filmmakers' Statement of Best Practices in Fair Use, that is very helpful. If you use material in your film and you think it falls under one of the guidelines for fair use, you should consult an attorney to make sure you are on solid legal ground. Once you feel certain you are in compliance, use it in your film with confidence, and you will not need to pay a license fee. Archival usage and negotiation. To negotiate the rights for the archival material you require, you'll need to know a few things. 1. The archive's identification number for the photo or clip. 2. The name and contact details for the archive. 3. For a clip, the required length, measured by number of seconds, and the number of times it is used in the film. 4. The rights you require, e.g., all rights worldwide in perpetuity or U.S. television and theatrical only, etc. 5. Are there any other photos or clips you need from the same archive? Once you have all of these details, you can contact the archive and begin negotiation. Each archive will have a price list based on the rights requested. The most expensive will be all rights worldwide in perpetuity, and the least expensive will probably be for film festival only. For moving image clips, the rates will be based on a per-second charge, and there is usually a minimum required, often 30 seconds. If you only need 15 seconds, you will still be charged for 30 seconds regardless, so it is important to group your material by archive. Sometimes multiple archives have the same photo or clip, and you can group your archival purchases to one archive, so your total clip requests are over the minimum and you save money. If you have one 10-second clip, one 15-second clip, and another 5-second clip, which add up to 30 seconds, you'll get more material for the same cost. Everything is open to negotiation. If you are purchasing a lot of material from one or two archives, you have some leverage. Each archive will give you the standard charge as the first price, but it's always a good idea to go back to your contact person to ask for a discount if your budget is tight. License paperwork. Once you have negotiated a price, ask each archive for the license agreement for the photos or footage. It is best to run it by your attorney to make sure that it covers the proper rights and usage you require. Confirm that the document proves that the archive has full ownership of the material, so they are legally allowed to grant you the rights. All of the archival licensing agreements will be needed when you apply for errors and omission, E&O, insurance. See Chapter 10, Insurance. The insurance company may request copies when you submit the E&O application to prove that the production has all the rights required. The licensing agreements are an essential part of the legal paperwork and deliverables for your project. Cease and desist. If you screen or distribute your project publicly without properly clearing the archival materials, you will be in violation of copyright law, and there are legal ramifications. Additionally, if your film gets into a film festival, often you'll be required to sign a document stating that you have all the rights to the material in the film. If you sign this form without the proper rights, you are violating the agreement and are at risk for legal action if you are caught. If this occurs, you will most likely be sent a cease and desist letter from the copyright holder citing your alleged violation and requiring you to immediately stop showing the project publicly, e.g., film festivals, digital, television, theaters. If their allegations are true, you then have two options after you stop showing the project. You can, 1, immediately try to negotiate a deal for the rights, and they will probably be more expensive than if you had negotiated properly in the first place, or 2, remove the material from the project and re-edit. Don't take this risk. Make sure you have the proper rights to material before you screen or broadcast it publicly. Recap. 1. Use photo and moving image archives when you need to acquire historical material for your project. 2. Archive researchers are knowledgeable about archive resources and can find and procure the materials you need. 3. Negotiate for the rights you require for the project. All media worldwide in perpetuity is best. 4. If you think your usage falls under the fair use criteria, consult an attorney to make sure you are correct and don't need to pay a license fee. 5. For moving image material, the licensing fee is usually charged by the second, and there is often a 30-second minimum. Group archive clips from the same archive together to save money. 6. You may need to submit the archive license agreements when you apply for the E&O insurance policy. 7. If you don't clear all the archival materials, the copyright holder could send a cease and desist letter to stop screening or distribution of the project. Chapter 19. Marketing and Publicity. Recognize and tell the truth. The truth is the most attractive thing of all, but it requires skills and awareness. Thomas Leonard. Marketing and publicity are an important part of making your project. Marketing refers to how you brand, promote, and sell your project to sales agents, distributors, and audiences. Publicity refers to the dissemination of promotional materials to make sales agents, distributors, and the public aware of your film and generate sales. The two areas go hand in hand and overlap. Audience engagement is a key part as well. A critical aspect of making your project, the marketing and publicity plan, and materials should be discussed and planned for at the very beginning of the development of your project. See Chapter 1, Development. In fact, it should be considered an integral part of the development process. So often I see filmmakers go off and make their passion project with no consideration if there is even an audience or sales potential for it. That's fine if you only want a few people ultimately seeing your work. But I think most filmmakers want their work to be seen by as many people as possible. The commercial considerations don't have to drive the creative, but they must be considered in the context of what kind of success, i.e., distribution, sales, and audience, you are striving for. Questions to contemplate for marketing, publicity, and audience engagement. Where do you see your project screening? Film festivals, theaters, television, streaming, online, DVD, free, paid? Who is your audience? What demographic? What niche? How do you reach your audience? Physical materials, online, social media? What is the progression? Do you start with one format for distribution and then roll it out to others? If so, what is the order? And how do you reach each different audience as you go? Who is creating and implementing the marketing and publicity? Is it all done by the filmmakers? Will professional publicists be hired? If so, when? What is the social media campaign and who is managing it? Who is creating the website for the project? When will it go online and how will it be updated? Will there be a social action campaign? If so, who is making the materials and who is paying for them? Producer of marketing and distribution. There is a lot to think about, create, and plan. It's a full-time job in addition to making the project, so you have to figure out how all that work will be covered while producing the project. Consequently, a new job position has been created with the title Producer of Marketing and Distribution. Promulgated by director-producer John Rice, www.johnrice.com, the PMD is the person on a filmmaking team who takes charge of and directs the marketing and distribution process for that film to achieve the filmmaking team's goals. It is preferable for a PMD to start as early as possible in the filmmaking process. To follow are the many different pieces of the puzzle to consider and create, with or without a PMD, as you make your project. Social media. Once it's clear that you will be producing a project, the probable first step in audience engagement will be setting up a Facebook page, Twitter account, Instagram account, or whatever other future social media sites and apps are most appropriate for your audience. I'll use the current sites and apps for the discussion here, but with the understanding that technology evolves very quickly. There may be different names and forms in the future, but the general ideas will be consistent. Setting up a Facebook page is fast and easy and gives your project a place to engage with your audience through all the stages of producing: development, financing, filmmaking, post-production, and distribution. Updates can be easily added along with screening dates, blog posts, photos, videos, website, crowdfunding, and purchasing information, etc. You can decide how often to update the page as your project progresses. Adding Facebook friends allows you to grow your audience before the first day of principal photography and take them along with you through the marketing and distribution phases. Twitter is another social media tool that allows you to send out short updates to all Twitter followers, so you continue to build audience engagement. Instagram allows you to post photos throughout the producing process as well. All of these are free and are excellent tools for publicity about your project. Website. Depending on your project, creating a website may be your next step. Before setting up the website, you'll need to acquire a URL for the site. Often people choose the title of the film, followed by the movie or the film. After registering your URL, you'll need to pay for a web hosting service and then set up your site. You can hire a web designer or do it yourself. There are many content management systems, CMS, that are very easy to use for people who don't know how to code. Do research online to decide what is the best solution for you. Once your website is technically working, you'll need to design the elements. Here is a list of possible components. 1. Homepage. Film title, graphic, short synopsis, and general facts about the film. This is also the place to put any laurels from film festival screenings or awards. 2. Blog. The place to add informational updates as the film progresses. It's easy to embed photos and videos on the blog, and it can be linked to your social media outlets as they are updated simultaneously when you post. 3. Press kit, available for download for publicity purposes. 4. Trailer, a short trailer of your film. 5. Publicity photos in a high-resolution 300 dpi format that the press and others can use for articles and other publicity. Production stills should include lead cast members in the film, the director working on set, and any other key personnel and features of the film you want to illustrate. 6. Schedule, an updated list of festival screenings, theatrical runs, broadcast dates, and DVD release dates in the coming months. Keep it current. 7. Awards list, an updated list of any awards the film has won. 8. Links, to press articles online, to your social media outlets tied to the film, crowdfunding campaigns, and any other pertinent material. Press kit. A press kit is an essential building block in the marketing of your film. Some of the material created in the investment plan, see Chapter 1, Development, can be reused or amended for the press kit now. The following elements make up a press kit. 1. Title page. The first page should have the project's title, a strong image from the film, and the publicity contact info with email address, social media names, and cell phone number. 2. Logline. See the development chapter. 3. Synopsis. See the development chapter. 4. Director's bio and statement. The director's biographical details and their inspiration, working philosophy, and vision for the project. 5. Cast bios. The key cast's biographical information and filmographies. 6. Key personnel bios. Producer, cinematographer, editor. The key personnel biographical information and filmographies. 7. Press clippings with links. Any good reviews or articles about the project with the URLs for quick online reading. 8. Complete screen credit list. The entire list of screen credits with proper spelling and titles. The press will refer to this list for accuracy. 9. Production stills and publicity photos in high-resolution formats for press usage. 10. Director's filmography, a list of the director's past projects, including dates. 11. The press kit is usually posted on the website as a PDF document, so it can't be changed or amended by anyone other than the production or publicity team. Refer to the bonus PDF for the Sunday press kit. Production stills and publicity photos. Capturing good production stills and publicity photos is an essential part of a good press kit, yet most independent filmmakers don't invest the time and energy to acquire strong and useful images. For production stills, you'll need to have a good set photographer on your shoot for at least 1 to 2 days to get photos of the director, actors, and key personnel working on set. For example, there is the classic shot of the director pointing at something with the DP or other key department head looking on and nodding. This may seem trite, but how else can you capture an image of what a director does on set? Make sure to get this kind of photo and any others that exemplify people directing, acting, producing, and making the project. Usually it's smart to have the still photographer on set on the days production is doing something that is visually compelling. If you have a car crash day or a fun special effects day, schedule the photographer on set to capture the exciting production values. Keep in mind that set photography is not as easy as it looks, so check references and look over the still photographer's portfolios before making the hire for your project. Many directors I have worked with are rather shy and publicity adverse and don't like their picture being taken. As the producer, you'll need to figure out a way for them to feel comfortable with a still photographer on set for a short amount of time. Remember, this is one of the elements on the deliverables list. See Chapter 15, Post-Production. So you have to get some high-res photos in order to complete your contractual obligations. Regarding publicity photos of the project, people often plan to take freeze frames for the final master for these types of images. It usually works fine if you are shooting high enough resolution, but it's always best to have the still photographer take some shots during rehearsals from the same perspective as the shooting camera, so you can use those photos without having to pull them from the project's digital master. Crowdfunding. We discussed crowdfunding to help finance your project in Chapter 4, Funding, but sometimes it is used to raise funds for post-production or marketing and publicity costs. Sometimes filmmakers will have enough money to shoot and edit their project, then apply to film festivals. Once they get accepted, they start a crowdfunding campaign to raise the money to master and finish their project and pay for travel and publicity costs. As with all crowdfunding campaigns, it affords the filmmakers the opportunity to promote their project and increase audience awareness for their film. By linking your website and social media outlets to your crowdfunding page, you can get the word out about your project in another way. IMDb.com. The Internet Movie Database, www.imdb.com, is the go-to website to look up credits for any film, television show, actor, filmmaker, and crew personnel over the last several decades. When your film meets the IMDb criteria, you can create an entry for it. As the producer, make sure that whoever posts the names and titles does so accurately. It's a public record of your film's screen credits, and you want it to be correct. The database also compiles profiles for anyone who has had at least one screen credit, so it also serves as a kind of online resume for anyone to see. It's important to confirm your credits are correct and up to date whenever a film you have worked on is added to the database. If you find your credit missing or an incorrect attribution for your name, contact the producers of the film and ask them to correct it. In the film industry, it is common practice to look up people on IMDb to get some sense of a person's background before a meeting or an introduction. It's an indispensable tool. Screeners. Screeners are copies of your final master that are sent out to people who want to see your film: press, sales agents, distributors, acquisitions people, etc. They are also required for any film festival or awards applications. Screeners need to be watermarked to prevent theft, illegal duplication, or use by someone who is not authorized to view it. They should never be used for public screenings, thus the importance of the watermark. Watermarks can be the name of your company on the lower part of the image or a phrase like, "not for duplication." Watermarks can stay on the screen throughout the entire film or dissolve on and off the screen every 3 to 5 minutes. You decide how you want to do it, but make sure it is on every screener you send out. Screener formats are either DVD or a password-protected digital file posted online. Digital files are the industry standard now, and there are many websites that allow various layers of security and tracking. Some allow you to set it up so that the file is only available to the invited viewer or can be shared for a certain amount of time, e.g., 10 days or 2 months, and you are notified when the viewer watches it. Others allow you to change the password at any time so you can control who sees the project. DVDs are still used for awards applications, but this is changing too. Piracy is a big problem in the film industry, so use whatever new technology is available to protect your project. Once it is out there in the public domain, you can't get it back. Social Action Campaigns, SAC. For certain documentaries and for narrative films that are tied closely to a specific societal topic, social action campaigns are a great way to drive awareness about your film and get it out to larger audiences that will appreciate its message. Social action campaigns usually incorporate several components: a social media strategy, educational materials, grassroots screenings, and partnership development. Your campaign plan will be dictated by the project itself, the topic, and the audience you want to reach. Social media can be utilized to maximize awareness of the topic and/or a particular screening or broadcast date. It's always best to coordinate a social media campaign with the film's distributors and/or partner organizations to maximize its impact and message. Educational materials may be geared toward school curriculums, nonprofit organizations, or a general public audience. Through research, the written and online materials can be honed, created, and distributed to empower awareness and affect social change. Grassroots screenings are a great way to get your project seen by the communities interested in the content or message. Through your partnership organization research, you'll know the groups and nonprofit organizations interested in the project's topic and can contact them to schedule a screening. They may want to plan a Q&A or panel discussion afterwards as well. There are many event management websites that enable event coordination and a few that allow you to set up screenings at local film venues with a minimum requirement for the number of ticket purchasers. Partnership development will be ongoing as you produce your project. Once the project is completed, those organizations and communities can leverage their communications formats to send out press releases, create blog posts, and use social media to get out the word to a larger audience that cares. Some nonprofit foundations provide grants to filmmakers to create and implement SACs around their project's topics. If you receive a grant, It can pay for the research, outreach, and sometimes travel expenses to support a social action campaign. Key artwork. While you are making your project, you'll be creating images that can be used for marketing. Now is the time to finalize how to present your film visually to audiences and distributors. You'll want to create a poster and images that will brand the project for audiences in the online and physical worlds. Depending on your resources, you may hire a graphics person to do the work, or you may pull images from your final master or from the still photographer's work. Look at other successful ad campaigns and analyze why they were effective. This image will be used over and over again on posters, postcards, in film festival guides, in advertisements, online ads, VOD menus, distribution catalogs, etc. How to hire a publicist. With a plethora of film festivals, distribution outlets, and so much other media vying for an audience's attention, it's vital to work on marketing and publicity throughout the filmmaking process so you can support your project in the best possible way. Hiring a publicist may be a good choice for your project. Publicists have long-standing relationships with press, magazines, news organizations, online outlets, and other places that are interested in the news about your film. They have email lists of all the people who write for print and online media, and will send out press releases regarding your project. Publicists will determine what is newsworthy about your film and pitch story ideas for articles to try and get journalists and bloggers to write about your film. Depending on your funds and marketing strategy, hiring a publicist for your film can be a good investment. If your film appeals to mainstream media, then you'll want a publicist with those connections. If your film's audience is more orientated to online outlets and blogs, you'll want a publicist who is an expert in that media. Track which films were well publicized in the independent or digital worlds over the last year. Find out who the publicist was and contact her to see if she would be interested in your project and what rates she charges. Local film organizations can be a good place to get referrals for publicists as well. Recap. 1. Marketing and publicity are vital to getting out information to the press and the public about your film when it is ready to premiere. 2. As soon as you know your project is going to move forward, create social media outlets and a website for it. 3. Marketing tools include a press kit, screeners, website, social media, blogs, and social action campaigns. 4. IMDb.com, International Movie Database, is used by the film industry as an online resume for everyone who has ever had a screen credit on a film. 5. When creating and disseminating screeners, protect them with passwords and watermarks to deter piracy. 6. Hiring a publicist may be an option if you have the budget and it makes sense for your project. Chapter 20. Film Festivals. Art first. All else will follow. Jerry Saltz. There are film festivals all over the world in countless cities and towns throughout the year for every genre, niche, and format. If you want to apply to film festivals, you'll need to do some research and figure out what festivals are the best fit for your project. Festivals are a great way to get your film seen by audiences, distributors, talent agents, sales agents, and scouts for other film festivals. If you haven't sold your project yet, screening it at film festivals can be very helpful in making a sale. The film gets exposure, critical reviews, press, and has the potential to win awards. If you already have sold your project to a distributor, broadcaster, or some other distribution format, look at your contracts to make sure you are allowed to screen it at festivals prior to the transmission or release of the project. Some contracts have a holdback period that prevents you from having any public screenings, including film festivals. If your contract has such a stipulation, it doesn't stop you from asking for permission to screen at a film festival. Often it can be helpful to a broadcast premiere, and the entity will be very supportive of film festival participation. If you decide you want to apply for film festivals, there are thousands of them around the globe. It can be a bit overwhelming and expensive. Most applications require an application fee. So it's important to do research on the various film festivals to figure out which ones are right for your project. There are several clearinghouses for submission information about film festivals, including www.withoutabox.com and www.filmfreeway.com. These websites have in-depth databases you can search for festivals that fit your criteria: narrative features, web series, documentaries, experimental, horror, comedy, short films, music videos, etc. Through these kinds of websites, you pay a fee to register your film online, upload your digital master, and use the website to apply to film festivals. It saves tons of time, and after registering your project, it allows you to apply to multiple film festivals with a couple of clicks. Registering your project requires a lot of information: title, running time, short synopsis, aspect ratio, shooting format, genre, website, Twitter, Facebook, key creative and cast names and credit lists, contact info, past screenings or awards, distribution info, filmographies, and press kit. Submission fees are determined by each film festival, and there are usually several application deadlines: early bird, regular, and late. The earlier you send in the application, the less expensive the submission fee. Some festivals don't have entry fees, but that happens more often in Europe than in the United States. When you register your project, you can upload your digital master as well. Fee waivers and screening fees. Those film festival submission fees can really add up. Requesting fee waivers and screening fees is a way to mitigate some of the expense. Depending on your film and your past relationship with the festival, you can sometimes request a fee waiver to eliminate or discount the entry fee. You'll still need to submit an application, but you can put in a fee waiver code so you are not charged the fee. If you are a first-time filmmaker without a track record, chances are you won't be given a fee waiver. Fee waivers are usually given if your previous film played at the festival, if the festival programmer saw and liked your project at another festival, or if your film won a top award at another festival. If you are a student filmmaker, some film festivals will extend a fee waiver or discount, if you ask nicely. The screening fee is another little-known aspect of the film festival circuit. Some festivals pay screening fees to certain films that they program. After all, festivals sell tickets to screenings, and it makes sense that filmmakers should share some of the income. It's a good idea to ask about screening fees when you receive an acceptance notification from the festival, as each one has a different policy. Many festivals don't have a budget for screening fees, but often can offer a travel stipend or hotel for one of the filmmakers. Film festival strategy: A, B, C, and niche. With the proliferation of domestic and international film festivals, there are more and more opportunities for your project to screen publicly. Just as there has been a rise in the number of festivals, there has been a tsunami of film production. Getting into a top film festival is incredibly competitive. Having a cogent festival submission strategy increases the chances for success for you and your project and keeps your submission fee budget to a minimum. Consider the following questions. 1. Think about your project objectively. What genre is it? Is there a specific target audience? Does it have well-known actors? Is it topical? 2. What kind of festival would be interested in your project? Is it similar in type to past films? If so, where did those projects screen? 3. What do you want to accomplish with your project? Fame, fortune, or change the world? 4. Where do you want to have the world premiere for your film? U.S., international, regional, local? 5. is Oscar eligibility important to you? More on this later. 6. Do you plan to travel and attend the festivals to network and meet filmmakers and programmers? 7. Do you want to attend workshops and seminars as part of the festival experience? 8. If you are trying to sell your project, do you need a market attached to the festival? Now that you have answered the above questions, you can create a strategy based on 2 criteria. I call it A, B, C plus niche. It's not an exact science, but it really helps to finalize a plan. ABC refers to the level of the film festival itself. A are the top festivals around the world. B are the next level of festivals with strong reputations. C are good regional and local festivals that are not as well known, but are good opportunities for your project. If you shot your project in that region, or if you come from the area, it's a great way to show your film to the local audience. A festival examples would include Cannes, Sundance, Toronto, Berlin, Venice, New York, and Telluride. B festival examples would include a very wide swath. One could even give B+, B, and B- within this level. San Sebastian, Woodstock, Los Angeles, LA, Hamptons, Savannah, South by Southwest, Rotterdam, Tribeca, Karlovy Vary, AFI, Palm Springs, Dubai, Busan, London, Nashville, Chicago, San Francisco, Austin, Mill Valley, etc. C festivals examples would include Rhode Island, Portland, Brooklyn, Montclair, Long Beach, Woods Hole, etc. Niche refers to what kind of project you've produced and what festivals fit that niche. Niche examples include horror, comedy, LGBTQ, Jewish, sci-fi, Asian American, African American, shorts, documentary, spiritual, human rights, women, web series, etc. Analyze your project and figure out what niches are a good fit based on the film's elements and themes. To create a good strategy for your project, and to avoid bankruptcy paying for all the application fees, pick a few festivals from each category and apply simultaneously. That way, if you don't get into an A festival, you can have your film premiere at a B festival and start a festival tour. I've seen too many filmmakers who only apply to Sundance, and when they don't get in, half the festival year is over, and they need to start applying all over again. Don't waste time. Apply to several different levels and niches at the same time. Festival programmers go to other festivals earlier in the year to scout for good material, and often will invite favorite films to their festival and give a fee waiver. So getting your project out there at festivals often helps it screen elsewhere. Film markets. Markets are where film buyers and film sellers, the filmmakers, meet to do the business of buying and selling and making deals. Cannes, Toronto, Berlin, and LA have markets attached to their festivals, and Sundance is where all the buyers go each January. If you are looking to sell your project, it's most advantageous to have your film play at one of these festivals where the distributors are going to buy projects. Film festival premieres. As mentioned earlier, for feature films, where your project screens for the first time is considered its world premiere. It's a coveted event for a film festival to have your film's world premiere. For shorts, it is not as much of an issue. It adds cachet to their festival, and, depending on their selectivity criteria, it may be factored in your application. You can only have one world premiere for your film, so it's really important to plan carefully. The descending order of domestic premiere designations are World Premiere, North American Premiere, U.S. Premiere, and U.S. Regional Premiere. For international film festivals, it's based on geographical region, e.g., European, Middle Eastern, Asian, African, or a country premiere. These classifications matter for festivals, so keep track of your project's premiere status as it moves through the festival circuit. So, if your film is screened for the first time publicly at the Toronto International Film Festival, and you are a U.S. filmmaker, that screening will be considered the world and North American premiere. If it next plays at the New York Film Festival, that screening will be considered the U.S. premiere. If it plays next at the Los Angeles Film Festival, it can be considered the West Coast premiere. And if it plays later at the Berlin Film Festival, it will be considered its European premiere. Festivals don't usually have the same rules about premieres for short films. Check to make sure, but most film festivals will take your short project, even if it has premiered at other festivals. Oscar eligibility. Many filmmakers dream of winning an Academy Award. The competition is fierce, and the odds of getting a nomination are akin to winning the lottery, but it can happen. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, AMPAS, has specific categories for eligibility: narrative feature films, live-action shorts, animated feature films, animated shorts, documentary features, and documentary shorts. Go to www.oscars.org to read about the specific rules and regulations for the eligibility requirements. For feature films, there are theatrical distribution requirements. For short films, there is a list of qualifying film festivals. If your film wins certain awards at one of the AMPAS qualifying festivals, then your short film becomes eligible for a nomination in a live-action, animated, or documentary category. The Student Academy Awards is a different awards program for students in domestic and international film schools. The awards are given in 3 categories: narrative, experimental, and documentary, and the awards ceremony takes place in Los Angeles. Check out www.oscars.org for more information. Other awards. There are almost as many award shows as there are film festivals. The Independent Spirit Awards, given out by Film Independent, and the Gotham Awards, given out by Independent Feature Project, are 2 of the best known for independent films. But there are many others that are geared towards specific genres and indie categories. Research online for awards that your film may be eligible for. In or out of competition. Film festivals often have several programs within the festival. Some of the programs are considered in competition, and some are deemed to be out of competition. If your project is in competition, it usually means it is eligible for prizes. Each festival decides which films are in competition. Often the criteria is based on how new the film is to the festival circuit. After a film has played at many festivals, it is no longer eligible for in-competition status or prizes. Other times, the festival is so large that only a small number of the films can be viewed by the jury, and that limits how many films are eligible to be in competition. Check each festival's individual website to find out the specific application rules for each program and the competition requirements for your film. Jury and Audience Awards. Most film festivals give out awards. They fall into 2 categories: 1, jury prizes, and 2, audience awards. Jury prizes are usually decided by a panel of judges who watch all the films in competition at the festival. Often there are a few different panels that are devoted to a certain type of film, e.g. documentary, narrative features, short films. Audience awards are voted on by the audiences that attend the screenings. Utilizing a ballot system after each screening, the festival organizers tally the votes to determine the audience award winners. Awards may or may not have cash or gifts attached. If you win an award, congrats. If you don't, no worries. But if you do, use it to your advantage. Send out a press release, announce it on your website, and post it on social media. Also, put notice of the award on your marketing materials by using the Laurels logo from that particular festival. What to expect from a film festival? By screening and publicizing new films, with or without distribution, fostering film industry networking and introducing filmmakers to critics and tastemakers, festivals play an important role for independent projects. Meeting and connecting with film programmers is very helpful as well. Programmers often move from one festival to another over time. You may have met a programmer at a small festival, but by the time your next project is ready, they have moved on to a larger film festival, and your network expands. Festivals are often filled with panel discussions, where industry professionals speak about current issues in the film business. Learning about cutting-edge technologies and meeting experts can be incredibly helpful, too. Festivals want the filmmakers to be present for post-screening Q&A sessions so the audience can meet and discuss the film with the creators. Often, festival organizers will offer round-trip airfare and hotel accommodations for filmmakers. Usually, the airfare or hotel is offered to the directors of the project, but if they are not available, the producers or other key creatives on the film may be able to attend instead. Once your film is accepted, the festival's hospitality department will coordinate these details. Getting a festival pass is also an important perk for the filmmaker. Usually your film will be offered at least one pass that allows access to all screenings and panel discussions. If more than one person from the film is attending, you can request more passes and tickets to your screenings. Each festival has its own policies about passes and tickets. Take advantage of all that the film festivals and markets offer, so you can maximize your time and expense money while you are there. Posters, postcards, and photos. When your project is accepted at a film festival, you will be asked to send the festival organizers several things: the film master in the highest quality format that the venue can project, a press kit, see Chapter 19, Marketing and Publicity, posters and/or postcards, digital still photos, and a personal photo for a festival ID badge. Most festivals will request several posters for use during the festival. You'll need postcards to put out on the tables around the festival lounges and venues and hand out to publicize your project. Uploading your digital publicity images to a low-cost online printer will help keep costs down. Technical issues at festivals. Getting your project's master digital file or digital cinema package, DCP, to and from the film festival is usually coordinated by the traffic department. They will contact you several weeks before your film is due to screen and ask for the tech specifications, i.e., screening format, aspect ratio, frames per second, audio format, running time for your film. Getting that information back to them as soon as possible is important so you can confirm the tech specs for their projection system. Each festival is different, and for international festivals, it's even more important to make sure your master is compatible with their projectors. Frame rates could be different, and you'll need extra time and money to get your master converted. Tech test. You've worked hard to make your project the best it can be, so you want to make sure it has the best technical presentation possible at every festival. To that end, request a tech test before it screens for the first time at a festival theater. A tech test is a screening of the first few minutes of your film by the projectionist right before the doors of the theater are open to the public. This is a courtesy that most festivals extend to filmmakers who ask for it ahead of time and who can show up promptly at the theater. Check for the following: aspect ratio. Is the frame cropped in any way? Audio volume. Is it too loud, too low, or non-existent? Brightness. Is it bright enough? Focus, contrast ratio, and frame rate speed. Is it running too fast or too slow? You know your film best, and within a few seconds, you'll be able to tell if all the technical aspects are correct for the best possible viewing experience in that theater. Before the screening of a feature film I had produced at a well-known international film festival, I asked to do a tech test. I was reassured that the projectionist had already done a tech test and everything was fine. I acquiesced and settled into my seat next to the director and director of photography. DP. The audience arrived, then the lights went down and the film started. The aspect ratio was completely wrong and the audio volume was too low. It was devastating because although we could get the projectionist to raise the volume, we couldn't change the aspect ratio unless we stopped the screening to correct it. So we watched the whole film that way. Make the effort to get a tech test done in the few minutes after one film finishes and your film starts. It can make all the difference. Recap. 1. Film festivals are a vital part of any release plan for an independent project. 2. Create a film festival strategy based on A, B, C, and niche. Research which festivals are best for your project through online festival databases and application websites. 3. Decide where you'd like to have the world premiere for your film. Be mindful of how best to exploit the various regional premieres at different film festivals. 4. Go to www.oscars.org to research the rules for Academy Award eligibility. 5. Film markets are focused on bringing sales agents and distributors together in pursuit of film acquisitions. 6. If your film is in competition, it is usually eligible for various jury awards and special prizes. 7. Coordinate travel and accommodations with the festival hospitality department and send the film master to the festival traffic department. 8. Request a tech test with the festival projectionist before your first screening to make sure your project will be properly projected. Chapter 21. Distribution and Sales. Producers produce. Ira Deutschman. Producing and completing your project is a tremendous accomplishment. But that is only the first half of the process. Selling your project and getting it distributed is in some ways the most important part of making the film. You need to pay back your investors and make sure your project is seen by as many people as possible. By providing a return on investment, ROI, hopefully you can go out and do it all again. If not, no matter how impressive and brilliant your film, it is not a sustainable business model. There are more options for selling your project and getting it seen than ever before. But getting sales that pay you and your investors enough is a more complicated question. For this chapter, I will outline the general principles and steps necessary to sell and distribute a project. Beyond that, I will leave it up to you to keep up with the latest industry information to figure out how best to sell your project in the constantly changing technologies and business models. Sales agents. Sales agents are representatives of your project in the marketplace. They have contacts and relationships with distribution entities and work to sell your film for you. Sales agents usually delineate between North American and international sales markets. Some agents cover world rights, but it is common for them to concentrate on either domestic or international, because they are very different markets, with different companies and countries in each one. Agents also can leverage the other films they represent so that your project is included for consideration when they make a pitch to a company for distribution. If they have several films that distributors are interested in, it can help get them to watch your project for possible acquisition as well. Sales agents charge a fee based on a percentage of the sales they get for your film. In addition, there are often expenses that get charged to cover the costs of travel to film festivals and meetings, as well as overhead costs for their offices and support staffs. Negotiating a cap on expenses is wise so you don't lose revenue to lots of agent expenses. Make sure to read your contract carefully and consult with your lawyer before signing a sales agent agreement. Your lawyer will want to examine the representation time period and how long an agent can collect fees for deals that began during the time period but are concluded afterwards. Finding a good sales agent when it's a low-budget production and/or you are starting out in your career can be a challenge. The best time to find one is when you have just gotten into a prominent film festival. Once the participating films are announced, sales agents may contact you to see your film and decide if they wish to represent it. If not, it's the best time for you to reach out to agents because your film was just accepted into that fest. Check filmmaker references, at least 2, on any sales agent who offers to take on your film. Ask them why they want to rep it and have them outline a sales and distribution plan for your particular film. Does it sound right to you? How many other films do they plan to rep during that film festival? Will they give your film enough attention, or will they have so many other films that they will be distracted? Do they have a reputation for sticking with their filmmakers, even if the film does not sell right away? Make sure you ask questions and consider the answers you get before making your final decision. Once you have a sales agent involved, they will partner with you to build your film festival and marketing strategy, as discussed in Chapter 19, Marketing and Publicity, and Chapter 20, Film Festivals. The sales agent will need marketing materials and screeners to send out to distribution companies for consideration. The sales agent will follow up and stay in contact with the companies to work toward selling the film. If you do not find a sales agent, this task will fall solely to you. It's a big job, but essential so you can find a buyer for your film. International sales. International sales are usually done on a country-by-country or regional basis. An international sales agent would look to sell different countries like France, Japan, Mexico, or Australia separately, or sometimes the project will be sold by region, such as the United Kingdom and Ireland, or Asia. For international sales agreements, find out if you have to pay for translation and subtitling. It will add to your deliverables costs. Theatrical and television sales. Each country or region will allow you the opportunity to sell the film's theatrical, shown in theaters, and television rights. Depending on the marketplace and who is interested in buying which rights, you may not sell all the rights to all the territories and formats for your particular project. Many projects may not warrant a theatrical release, but will do well for television or digital sales. Television has different markets and windows for licenses. In the United States, there is network television, NBC, ABC, CBS, and Fox, public television, PBS, subscriber cable, HBO, Showtime, Cinemax, etc., and cable television, IFC, Sundance, Bravo, A&E, National Geographic, etc. You can sell to one market for a certain period of time and then do another sale to another market after that license period expires. DVD, VOD, and digital sales. This is the area of the business that is constantly changing. By the time this book has been published, there will probably be several new ways to obtain and watch content. Right now, DVD, video on demand, VOD, and digital are the general ways we can watch. Digital includes free online, subscription, streaming, mobile, and lots more. Each project will probably dictate where best to sell and offer your project for viewing. Deliverables. As discussed in Chapter 15, Post-Production, deliverables are the materials that must be delivered to a buyer when you sell the project. The contract for each sale will dictate the deliverables list, and you need to scrutinize that part of any contract before you sign, so you know whether you can afford to produce them all for the buyers. A deliverables list can be found in the Post-Production chapter. Remember to obtain E&O insurance if required. See Chapter 10, Insurance. Self-distribution. Your options for self-distribution are voluminous. As discussed earlier, you can use online websites to book your project into cinemas directly. You can hire a booker to contact independent cinemas across the United States to put together your own theatrical run. I would recommend that you do your research to find out if it will be financially viable to self-distribute your project theatrically. Some filmmakers sell their projects and other merchandise through DVD, VOD, or digital downloads from their own website. Add a shopping cart feature to your website and either ship the physical purchases yourself or pay for a fulfillment company to do it for you. Other online entities can provide secure ways to allow downloads from your site as well. Contacting and selling your project to subscription services like Netflix, Amazon, Hulu, and iTunes is another way to get your project seen by audiences. More options will continue to be created and evolve as technology allows. Pick of the week and contests. Another way to get your film noticed and seen are various crowdfunding and/or independent film sites. So many of them have Project of the Week or Month, or other contests to drive people to click, watch, and vote for new and interesting projects. By featuring your project, lots of people can watch and learn about your project. The attention can be most helpful. If you win one of these contests, there may be a prize. At the very least, you can announce it and add it to your press materials. Future distribution models. It's hard to predict where the future lies regarding sales and distribution for independent projects. With technological disruption and ever-changing ways to create, watch, and sell content, there's no way to know exactly where evolution will lead the film industry. But that's what keeps it interesting to be a producer. You need to stay engaged and informed. So keep up to date on where things are headed and how best to proceed for your project. Recap. 1. Look for a sales agent who really understands and believes in your project. Check out references and discuss strategy for your film before signing up with one. 2. Usually you'll have one sales agent for domestic and another for international sales. 3. There are ever-evolving ways and media outlets for distribution, so keep up to date on the industry news and trends. 4. Self-distribution is a possibility for your project. Research your options to determine if you have the time and resources to undertake self-distribution. 5. What will be the future distribution models? Let me know when you know. Chapter 22. What's next? There is no libretto. We need wit and courage to make our way while our way is making us. Tom Stoppard, The Coast of Utopia. What comes next in the world of independent producing is anyone's guess. But what has happened and is happening now is that the barriers to producing films are lower than they have ever been. Many more people can get their hands on a camera, some lights, and put together a cast and crew without much money. And that's great. But just having access to the means of production doesn't make for a good project or one that is well produced. And that is the reason I wrote this book. Film producing is a craft passed down from producer to producer. You learn by doing it, day after day, year after year. In the past, you had to work your way up through the ranks to get the opportunity to produce a film. But now access is not much of a problem. You can do it, but can you do it well? Film festivals are flooded with applications all year long. But how many of those films are actually any good? Finding a brilliant script, hiring a talented director, and producing well is still the only way to make a great project. Though the means of production have changed, how to achieve those goals hasn't changed. It's still a tremendous challenge, especially when you don't have all the resources you require. Please use this book and the website www.producertoproducer.com to help you produce all your projects well. Enjoy the journey and have a great adventure on each and every one. This recording of Producer to Producer A Step-by-Step Guide to Low-Budget Independent Film Producing, was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2017 by Maureen Ryan. Sound recording copyright 2020, Dreamscape Media, LLC.